Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the biggest event so far in the CODM scene. This is the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters. I am the Mustachio AJ, and with me at the casting desk today, the one and only Coach Jericho, to bring you all of the hottest of action. And trust me, guys, this competition is gonna blow all of your minds.
Yeah, I mean, me and AJ were going through everything a while ago. The prize pool is off the charts. The teams are off the charts. Even the amount of games we're going to have today is off the charts, guys. So it's going to be a crazy, crazy day number one. And guys, remember, it's only day number one. We have at least the whole month of February full of Call of Duty for you guys.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, right? I mean, the format of the competition in itself, it is just super crazy. There's just so many things that we would like to bring to you guys and break down one by one. You guys will be able to spot the format in a little bit. I mean, we had 256 teams vying for that number one spot, and we have down them to just 16 teams now. From 256 to 16, it most definitely was an arduous journey, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. You guys will notice that some of the favorite teams are not even at this stage, because the Call of Duty mobile scene, man, it has grown. The teams have gotten so much better, and the competition out there tougher than ever, right? So like I was saying, 256 to 16, and the top two of each group from the group stages itself will move on to the playoffs. And as you can see, we have got 4 groups in here, and these are all stacked in their own manner. And the worst thing here is, for these guys, it's not going to be a single round robin. For the first time ever in the Call of Duty mobile scene here for Garena, we're going to have a double round robin before we move on to the playoffs.
So that's a huge W for all these teams, because a lot of times when we see that first team lose already, they already lost their chances of even qualifying for the playoffs. But this time they have at least that extra life, AJ. A lot of possibilities can happen here. Your first day, you're not going to do well. Second day, you're going to have a great day. But here is the prize pool for the Garena CODM Masters. We have first place for $10,000 US. Second place gets 4,500. Third place gets 3,000. Fourth place gets 1,500, and if you're 5th and 8th, you get 750. 9th to 12 gets 500, and the 13th, 16th, 250.
Yeah, a lot of money in circulation here for the prize pool, and obviously you want to be aiming for the biggest slice of that pie, $10,000 US. I don't even want to start converting that into pesos, because in Malaysian ringgit alone, it's beyond 40,000 ringgit, right? That's a lot of money on the table for those who are going to be able to get up to the top spot. But obviously, they've got to hustle for it, right? They've got to work for it. And, you know, touching a little bit more on the double round robin, I'm so excited to see that this time around, because in the competitions of the past, Jericho, we've not been able to see how certain teams make their comeback, how they execute their revenge, how do they hit back after they've lost to a certain team. And they have to check it out on the playoffs. You know, things change, the format changes, but this time within the group stages itself, they will have the ability to show us exactly what they bring to the table. After 2 years of Call of Duty Mobile being around, it's an apt change to make at this stage. And of course, we've got our eyes set on Group A, when they have a lineup of ALMGHTY, Rampage, C8 United, as well as TYRANT FINESSE. In each and every single one of these groups, you guys will spot 1 Singaporean team, 1 Malaysian team, as well as 2 Filipino teams.
Yeah, I mean, this first Group A is already looking like, you know, ALMGHTY might have an easy way here, AJ. But then again, Rampage Gaming, a top team from Malaysia, as well as C8 and TYRANT FINESSE, up and coming pro teams in the Philippines, making a huge name for them. So we might this Group A, it's gonna be pretty easy for the second place of the Eastern Championships, ALMGHTY.
Oh yeah, and I think it will be quite a smooth journey for the side of ALMGHTY. But like what we have spoken about, you know, even before the broadcast start, right? C8 United, they most definitely have a lot of promise in them. TYRANT FINESSE, the main squad of TYRANT is not even here, and that just shows how much the young ones, the juniors within the TYRANT brand itself, are so hungry for this spot, right? They beat the rest to get to this stage. Group A itself is super stacked, but this is not the only one. You guys know Group B is up for the reach as well. Let's take a quick look and see exactly who sits on in there. Sem9, Gaijin, M420, LOWKINGS, as well as Triple V ESPORTS, Jericho.
Yeah, this is the one where I was asking you, is either Group B or Group C was the group of death. But this one, everyone's pretty equal here. You know, you got Sem9 and VVV Esports, both pro teams that has been through a lot of majors, and Gaijin there as well has a little bit of experience. And then you have the wild card, the M420 LOWKINGS, a very, very prominent team in the local scene in the Philippines, now going to be hopping on their first major tournament. So let's see, are they going to do something here, or will we just see the juggernauts VVV and Sem9 take it away?
Oh yeah, and M420 LOWKINGS, I mean, they've got quite a number of young ones within the squad. And this is the cool thing about them, right? Their clan provides them with 2 team tutors to also help them out with their studies so that they can excel both within Call of Duty Mobile as well as out there in school. And I mean, that's hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, keeping the parents happy, making sure the kids have got, you know, it sorted on both sides. I love the approach from M420 LOWKINGS. But let's see exactly how much they can achieve out there on the battlefield, because you know Sem9's not going to be making it easy. And when we look at Group C, Omega Esports drops right back here into the competition, but they will be going up against quite a number of great squads in here. Aguila Esports, we all know them. Aguila Esports, the Eagles that always fly high. Huntsman, this one is a little bit of a different setup. We all know Huntsman. It's not the 21 Huntsman. Ed's Raven as well as Derp, who used to compete, you know, during the console days within the previous RSG team as well. They have stayed on, and they've got a double addition here in the squad, Jericho.
Yeah, they brought in Glowy, I think, and they're looking pretty strong. You know, after Ranger went over to a different game, they stuck it out, and you know, let's see, it's going to be the same kind of team that team comp, and then also we have another team, Team Fury. I have no information about them, but they can be that dark horse in this team. This one, I believe this is also the group of death, because you know, what kind of Omega are we going to see here? Is it going to be the dominating, one of the best teams ever, or are we going to see that kind of Omega that was, you know, defeated by Blackest International Ultimate? But not to mention also Aguila Esports, a huge team, the one that just recently won the Waves of War, making a name for themselves. First major tournament, second major tournament for them. Can they make some noise here?
Yeah, I'm very sure they can most definitely do exactly that. Make a lot of noise. Group D, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the final one of the lineup. We have, of course, Blacklist International Ultimate, the current kings of Garena Call of Duty Mobile. C8 Legacy, the up-and-coming squad, but unfortunately for them, they have to go against the current kings, right? Nervo is in the lineup as well, together with the Doctor. You know, we've always asked, why is the Doctor named the Doctor? And we got our answer today, didn't we, Jericho?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of got our answer about this one. You know, the Doctor, guys, fun fact, their team name was called the Doctor because their clan leader is an actual doctor. I mean, it's pretty cool. I mean, I like it, you know, but you know, they're not gonna like their group. You know, pretty much they have the champions, the Eastern champions here. But then again, C8 Legacy, up and coming team as well. Nervo, I do believe, has a lot of veteran leadership in that team. And also for the Doctor, they're famous in the pro scene as being a persistent team, so they want to prove something here. And they do have Esper from Sem9.
I mean, we've seen them at Waves of War in the past, and the Doctors, they most definitely have got the clinical strategy to go out there and execute some of their opponents. But let's see if or not they will be able to hang with the top dogs later on, because only 2 out of each and every single one of these groups will be moving on to the playoff stage, right? So you need to do fairly well, and at the end of the day, each and every single point that you pick up within these best of 5s truly do matter, Jericho.
Yeah, it really matters here. You know, only top 2 goes through. So if you don't even make that, if you don't even place on the second, you're out of the tournament immediately. I mean, you're going home with at least 250, but you obviously want to get that top 4. You know, the top 4 is where you're pretty secured already. But every map is going to be very, very important here. But then again, that new rule that we saw, AJ, double round robin, anything can happen here. If you have a good day at the first day, you might have a good day on the next day.
I love the double round robin setup, because now I mean, in the past, it was more towards going in there, getting your research done, and when you step out onto the battlefield, your opponents might just have a trick up their sleeves, and you don't really have much of a response to that, right? With the double round robin, you get to bring it to them in that second best of 5. But the question is, will you be able to pull off your strategies in the best of ways possible, right? Because once again, the game has been around for quite a while. Many strategies have been developed by these squads, as we have seen them grow from competition after competition. But this will be the schedule for day 1. As you guys can see, we've got way too many matches here. Each and every single series is a best out of 5. Yes, you heard that right. No longer best out of 3s, best out of 5. We start off with Almighty going up against Rampage. Second series has got Omega Esports as they take on the Huntsman. You have got Aguila Esports going up against Team Fury for the third series. And for the fourth one, Sem9 and Gaijin. We've got the 2 series that's left that will be played off stream, Jericho.
Yeah, 2 off streams. CA United versus TYRANT FINESSE, and as well as M420 LOWKINGS versus VVV Esports. But don't worry, guys. If your team's not here that you want to support, everyone will have their chance to be on the live, guys. So don't worry about that. We have 1 month of tournament, guys. So just stay put, guys. If your team's not here, maybe the next day they will be.
Yeah, I love seeing the fact that the esports scene for Call of Duty Mobile is just growing little by little within Garena itself, and we have hit a point where the prize pool is just super duper awesome, where these teams can now the prize pools of the past as well, they were quite sweet to fight for, but when you give the winners $10,000 out here to really motivate them to step up their own game, it's going to be pushing all of these players quite far. But even as we say that the 4 invited teams in the competition, Jericho, how do you think the other teams are going to fare against them? Because it's going to be quite tough fighting them for the 10,000.
It's going to be quite tough, if you're in that group with Almighty and Black International, you got to pray to God and hope that something happens, like in game. Like that's what you have to do. But other than that, all these other teams, they're all going to be at the same level. It's going to come down to who can execute it better, because we've seen a lot of these teams, they know the strategies, they know what to do, but it's just that small details, having that extra confidence, having that more motivation, just winning more gunfights. It's really going to come down to that kind of play, and we've seen that a lot of these pro teams, that's why they're being separated from these amateur teams, is because they have that extra level that they can always kick into it. And we're gonna see if these other teams that have stepped up in this major tournament, are they ready to step it up, or is it just gonna be the old guard taking it over again?
I hope they are not only going to be able to step it up, but they are going to be able to take the throne away from the Kings. They're going to be able to take the show away, take the limelight, that spotlight away from these 4 invited teams, and show that the young ones, the juniors, are now here to step up. It's maybe, as we move on to a whole new, face of the esports scene for Call of Duty Mobile, maybe that also deserves to have a few new brands up there who will be able to reign for a long, long time. But of course, talk is cheap. It's easier said than done. As all of these teams step out there, it's going to take a lot of mechanical capability to be able to overcome your opponents. After 2 years of Call of Duty Mobile being around, I have finally gotten serious about sharpening my own skills in multiplayer. Yeah, it's not easy, man. I've got so much of respect for all of these guys. You know this for a fact, Jericho. Knowing the strategies, knowing the strats, the rotations are so different from executing it out on that little mobile phone, match after match after all of these other crazy stacked players.
Yeah, it really comes down to that one. You're on point with that one. One point is having game sense, but other one's also being mechanically sound. And that's what you've always been saying, because we've seen a lot of players, they don't have the best game sense, but when it comes to 1v1 gunfights, they're just hitting every single shot. But that can also bite you in your butt if you just keep on winning gunfights, but you don't know what's the outcome of that gunfight. Is it going to be good for your team, or is it going to be good for the enemy team? So that's why game sense is really, really important in every single game, in every single moment of this tournament, actually.
Absolutely, man. Almighty is going to be a whole new brand of threat in the competition. They've got Jeff Pro and Alip now in the mix. If the existing players weren't already dangerous to all of these other squads, with the addition of Jeff Pro and Alip in here, this brand has just taken it to a whole other level. Because, so far the Philippines has been not only untouchable, but just supreme titans that even the Almighty go toe-to-toe with sometimes, but not be able to finish off against. But now with the lineup of Alip, Heaven, Ian, Incendio, Irfan J, as well as Jeff Pro, I think they're ready, Jericho.
The second best team in the region, and then you dropped, I don't know if they dropped if he left, but and then you added Alip, Ian, and Jeff Pro. I mean, they're looking pretty strong. I mean, you still have those that god duo of Heaven and Incendio, and then you got the Clutch King, Irfan J.
Oh yeah.
Sky's the limit for these guys, and they're definitely aiming to win that Eastern Finals. They want to get through all these tournaments and just, you know, go back to that Eastern Championship again. So I feel like, you know, whoever's going to be facing them, which is going to be Rampage, they better be prepared.
Oh yeah, I mean, being prepared is one thing. Rampage has most definitely met this team not once, not twice, multiple times now. They've gone in there, they've scrimmed against each other, they've learned from each other, but it came down to one thing most of the times. Every single time this squad of Almighty took on Rampage, it was down to the mechanical capabilities, right? And I have to say, even with the strategy, it was always the squad of Almighty that were just a little bit sharper, a little bit better, always one step ahead of their competition, especially when it came to taking the fight up against Rampage. So this one, my prediction is probably going to be a 3-1. Rampage might be able to pull one game away from them as they fight really, really hard. But to be able to make that solid prediction, we have to take a quick peek at the maps, picks and bans a little bit later on as well. Because the ones who win that coin toss truly will be able to play a little bit of momentum for themselves, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. But here is the lineup for Rampage game. We have MIB, Psycho, Zarif, Azmal, Nachi, and Speed. You know, definitely a lot of household names, AJ. You know, MIB and Zarif as well. They've been in the scene for the longest time here. But can they spread that veteran leadership to the to Azmal and to Speed? You know, these two, Psycho, I mean, you know, two new names that we haven't really seen. They're gonna be stepping up in their first major tournaments here, first major tournament. But it's not gonna be easy task. You know, like we said, going up against Almighty, you need to have all your cards ready, because, you know, trying to win one game is hard, but trying to win a series against Almighty seems impossible.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why they were called Divinity Uprising at one point, and when they hit their full stride, they were known as Almighty. It's a fitting name for a squad that absolutely brings destruction upon whoever they meet. I guess except Blacklist International. Yeah, I mean, one might argue, but there's another chance, man. It's a whole new competition. Who knows what's going to happen this time around. But for the lineup of Rampage, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing MIB and how he has stepped up some of his gameplay. You know, Zarif is most definitely going to be a good anchor for the squad. With the addition of Speed in there, Nochi most definitely needs to step up for the team as well. It's going to depend on the maps that they play. I want to know which one of these maps can they outplay the squad of Almighty at, because Almighty's just been the team that has gone on mastering one map after the other to a point where there's no playground that they don't know their rotations on.
Yeah, I mean, they pretty much know every single map here. So, you know, going through that ban in the map and modes, AJ, I don't know what kind of mindset is Rampage happening. You know, we do see them being very happy here. I don't know if they're laughing because they know what's gonna happen, or they're confident that they can actually try to win a round. But I feel like if you are Rampage, you gotta focus on each game. You know, even if you're down by a lot, try your best to still try to make that comeback. And now we're gonna be on the maps and modes, AJ. Rampage wins the coin toss, AJ. And now let's see what will be that banned map.
I mean, Lady Luck is just smiling at Rampage right now. They will be able to ban the first map. You want to be taking off. I mean, there's just no way of saying what can you take off against Almighty, right? Because they've just, like we talked about, mastered every single one. So Rampage just has to take away their weakest map in here. It could be Takeoff, it could be Hackney Yard, but then again, if you've not really mastered Hackney Yard by now, it's going to be a GG. So no telling exactly which way Rampage is going to be swinging this to. Ooh. They remove Crossfire. I feel like it is a good one to be taking away from this mix, right? Hardpoint Crossfire is going to be a GG. You throw it into Search and Destroy, Heaven's just going to smash you to the wall. So it's good pick from them. Almighty, on the other hand, might just drop back to removing Takeoff from the list. There you go. And we will go in here for Hardpoint number 1. I highly doubt they want a one-sided map, so I don't expect to see Summit in the mix. But my goodness me, they go straight in for it.
No one really won that game number 1. That map won. No, even if RG won that first the coin toss, it's still like anybody's map. It's no one's advantage. Like you said, AJ, one-sided map here for Summit. I mean, they should have at least went for a standoff or even a raid, you know, have a little bit of range, have a little bit more control on the map. But since they want to go for those money hills and those controls, it's going to be anybody's game, that game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, quick rotations are key here. You need to be able to get there and sustain your fight in such an open battle like we talked about, a one-sided map. If you do not have the teamwork running like clockwork, you are most definitely going to suffer. And hardpoint number 2, this is a response coming through from Almighty. They will drag the boys into Hackney Yard, and this is most definitely going to be not a huge challenge for Rampage. I've seen them at Hackney Yard before. They most definitely know the map, but it's going to drop back down to the mechanical capabilities of this team. But the question is, will we even get to map number 4? Will we even see Hackney Yard? Of course, Almighty, they will pick the first search and destroy. This is going to be down at Raid, and the snipers, a double snipe setup coming through for the Singaporeans, might just push the Malaysians down the drain.
Yeah, the Raid, just a very, very common pick for Almighty. They love this map. You know, Heaven in that blue van on defense is very aggressive, getting those early picks. Always deadly with that one. And as well as what you said, AJ, that double sniper setup on A, when you have Heaven and Shut Up, just covering all those angles, it's going to be really hard for them to cross. And now let's move on to the 5th map. It's going to be game number 5, Rampage. They're going to be going up against on Standoff. I mean, like what you said, AJ, I don't even know if it's going to go through that game number 5, but if it is, then I think that's a good pick for Rampage. I believe that they're really good in Standoff. Maybe they have something up their sleeve that Almighty might be surprised, AJ. And finally, game number 3, AJ, firing range and domination. Just good old-fashioned domination and firing range, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Sparrow and Annihilator probably going to be the operators that are off of the table. But that machine taken out, Almighty! All right. I don't know, man. I don't know if you're going to see a match number 3 here. Sorry, match number 4 here. But hopefully, fingers crossed, for the sake of Rampage, we most definitely do. It is not going to be an easy battle. Now, the way we are setting up this story, it just makes it seem like it's a David versus Goliath in the first match. It most definitely is in my eyes. And if Rampage manages to get this win within the series over Almighty, you know we're gonna lose our minds for sure.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's gonna lose our mind. I mean, looking at the operator skills, AJ, Annihilator, you know, Rampage threw the bait. Almighty said, okay, we'll ban the death machine. Let's use the Sparrow. But at the same time, I've seen a lot of pro teams been using the Purifier, AJ. So it might come into meta here. So that could also work. But then again, the Sparrow, it can take out a whole team. So definitely see 10 Sparrows in every respawn game.
I love the fact that the Purifier has been buffed up again. I use the Purifier personally because I've got 0 mechanical capabilities within the game. So I just cut the distance, I spray all of them down, I burn those guys out. But you definitely want to bring in the Annihilator or the Sparrow in some of these games because you've got that range, right? And that's most definitely needed because in a competition of this level, the last thing that you want is to get too close to your opponents who will be able to spray you down, especially if those opponents are the likes of Almighty. But of course, as we start things off, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's going to be Almighty starting on the strong side. Second floor will be taken over first, but it will be Speed who looks up to that second floor as well. Thumper sent off first, but it is going to be a solid start for the Singaporeans as expected.
Yeah, you know, solid start indeed. You know, if you look at the new styles of Summit, AJ, everyone's just hopping on the hill immediately, not even getting control of that second floor anymore, just getting kills. You know, you don't really need to stack that. It's more of, let's just stack that hill, get the points that we can. And now that's what Almighty's doing. But RG immediately breaks the hill, and now they have that control, getting all those kills. Now they take the lead.
And it's going to be the one and only MIB holding on to the points for the rest of his squad. Notchi holding on to the corner, but unfortunately spotted out by Almighty. And it's a 17-10 as Rampage, they take an early lead on in here, holding on to the hard point, really stunning their opponents. Almighty, MIB with the spray. The CBR will be able to get the job done in that sort of a distance. Almighty struggling to break this hill that Rampage seems to set up for themselves. Heaven can't get it done. Speed as well as Zarif. And now the contest comes through for the Singaporeans, and we will have to round it up to the second hard point. Speed actually trying to break the place from Jeff Pro, but unfortunately it is not going to be possible. Irfan J's there for the backup as well. The Clutch King for the side of Almighty. Now they need to make their way into the second hard point, but the spawn is held on by the Singaporeans.
Yeah, and everything's going so good for them. You know, Zarif gets that 2-piece, and now 40 points to 10. Pretty good stuff coming in from them. And Zarif, if you look at him, he's closing up on streaks there. He's really playing for his life, but he's still alive here. So he has to beat his teammates here. Zarif, big gunfights, what are they getting taken out? So no streaks for him. But if you look at it, Almighty struggling and everything right now, but finally breaks the hill. Can they get more points here? brings out the Sparrow immediately, speed very, very early. Sparrow just to prevent that time from Almighty, but rotations have come through now, and here comes Almighty getting that scrap time.
IrfanJay finally holding down to his corner, but Rampage takes that hill right back. Early rotations coming through from a couple of players from the side of Almighty. Yes, Shut Up is there, holding on to the next spawn. They want to be able to win cable cars, but MIB breaks Shut Up's hold, and now he might have gotten the spawn over for the side of Rampage, but no, Almighty, they still hold on to the spawns. They win their gunfights, and that's a huge one for them, and cable car platform will belong to the Singaporeans for just a little bit. Shut Up now, try to move on from the back. The defense is solid, 35 to 56. This is not out of Almighty's hands just yet. Shut Up with the spray. CBR getting the job done from the back as well. Nobody's going to be able to touch this from the cable car edge, but there's one player, Azmal, with a good play, and he walks right in, but unfortunately shut down. But he does have the Sparrow activated.
Yeah, that play by Azmal actually gave enough time for Rampage players to come in. The MIB and Nachi inside, but Incendio is there to clean it up. And it's a good response if you're on the side of Almighty. You were down by a lot in the first two hills, and then you just came back with that P3 money hill, and you actually let Rampage burn a lot of their operating skills. They used at least two or three there, and you also forced to rotate. Now they have those rotations intact here, but Heaven's already in the new one playing for those streaks. So RG, they have to take out Heaven, because if he does get those skills, the Goliath and Cluster is going to come through.
Yeah, IrfanJay managing to hold on to the scrap points as well, but unfortunately, as Shut Up drops, he spawns all the way towards the water tower and has to literally has to cross across the map. Oh my goodness, Heaven all streaked out, but the Sparrow doesn't really hit its mark. Nochi from the back, CBR will not be able to find that one player, but will be able to spot his head out. Heaven shut down whilst he was going in there and bringing in the breath missile. The Thumper won't be able to find a kill, but Speed quickly moves on in. Rampage 69, Almighty right in front. Will the Singaporeans break this hill now? They pull in the pincer push, but unfortunately, cable car edge gets won over, and Rampage, what a stab!
I mean, they answered really well. You know, from that P3, they didn't get much time before they got all the time. Most of the time, there are 20 seconds left, but here comes Incendio. Gonna get that scrap time. Again, scrap time going to Almighty. Just really, really good. Always just hanging out. You know, even if Rampage gets that huge lead, Almighty, they always answer back really well. Now, IrfanJay on the rotation. We do see him all alone here. He has to win these gunfights. 93 to 84. Almighty gets that lead. And here comes the break from Rampage. But then again, the setup is through from Almighty.
And, you know, now you see exactly why Rampage brought the play in for Summit, right? They are well prepped for this map. They can take the fight up to Almighty. But this is exactly where we see some of the mechanical capabilities coming into play once again. Almighty winning a bunch of their gunfights. Jeff Pro now, the timing's just not on his side as Azmal manages to spray him down. But Incendio's there for the trade. Nochi drops back with the CBR. Will be able to find the one and only Incendio. And this is a great play from Rampage to control the fight on that second floor. But nobody's playing the hard point just yet.
Yeah, no one's really playing the Hardpoint indeed, and now they're struggling here. But look at Almighty. All players set up, all players watching an angle, and they are just running away with it now. 123 to 84. Finally, someone contests the hill. But then again, those are just trades coming through from Almighty. All angles just being covered, AJ. And this might spell GG here for Rampage unless they can pull out something. But then again, they burnt so much operator skills that they don't have anything to break it. And this will be one.
I'm actually quite impressed with what Rampage has been able to do so far. I see a little bit of the 21 Huntsman here. I see a little bit of Yudu RSG in the boys of Rampage right now because they've managed to just improve so much in the past couple of months from the last time we spotted them, right? Rampage 89 to 135. Now, are they going to be able to make a strong comeback in here? Cluster Strike being brought in as well. And that's going to be a GG for the boys in blue and Rampage as they try to fight this back. Almighty looking for the finisher. 10 seconds for the hole, and with the cluster strike for the early play, they were able to break that hill. Nochi will be able to bring out the Purify in this situation, but he gets backstab, and Almighty now, they lose the hill, but 30 seconds to go. Anything can happen, Jericho.
Yeah, anything can happen indeed, but one good break can end the game here. And we do see IrfanJay actually gonna hop on the hill. He's gonna get contested. Last player alive. And that's going to be one more, but IrfanJay, he gets taken out. MIB still on that hill and still back and forth. Last point alive. Can he stay up? And Senio takes down two. There's going to be one last player alive. He's going to get taken out as well, but the rotation, you see number 5 is Jeff Pro already on the new one, but Shut Up ends it. 150 to 114. Almighty takes game number 1.
I'm impressed. I am super, super duper impressed with how Rampage were able to hold their own, not just in certain segments of this map, but all throughout, right? We saw the very strong hold of Control Room number 2 as the game opened up. And when we went on to the second hardpoint as well, Rampage had quite a good showing. It was at the third hardpoint where the players of Almighty made a really, really strong comeback. Yes, Incendio was holding on to the spawns. It got broken, but for some weird reason, the gods of RNG just gave the spawn right back to Almighty, and that was a blessing in disguise for them. They had 3 players on spawning out of their cable car platform. Was an easy takeover. It did go back and forth a little bit, but the mechanical plays finally coming into effect. But look at the amount of impact Speed has brought in here for his side of the team, Jericho.
I mean, strong start from all of them, but Speed was really that MVP for the RG team, but it just didn't translate towards the end, AJ. They started really well during the first 4 hills, but once that reset hit, that P1, we saw Almighty, that setup was really, really nice, and none of the players from RG had an answer. They were pushing one by one, not together, and it actually costed them that game, because after Almighty got those streaks, they just had to hop on P2, drop that cluster, and pretty much ended the game.
There's an insane number of kills overall throughout the board. I feel like all of these players most definitely stepped up. The combo between Heaven and the Clutch King Irfan J most definitely brought on the fight to those players of Rampage. And Summit, that one-sided map, is unfortunately played against the players of Rampage. And, they just have to make a stronger play when we move on into Raid. But this is a map pick of Almighty. We've seen them dance here one too many times, and we know their plays and rotations are absolutely solid. What sort of a strategy will the Guerrilla squad Rampage pull off? They've got the bomb in the initial stages. They will be able to take the attack, kind of dictate the pace a little bit. Is it going to be a slow one, or are they going to be rushing these sites down? They have to be careful if they do, though. Once again, that double snipe setup that Almighty will be able to bring out on this map, just not the easiest to take on.
Yeah, not the easiest to take on, indeed. And if you're Rampage, you're gonna struggle here, just entering that A side, AJ. And if you go to the B side, you have Heaven there, so a lot of angles that you have to clear out if you are Rampage. But like what we said, middle is always clear, and Raid, maybe try to make a play from middle, get that kitchen control first, and pick them one by one instead of just barging in as a team.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I just want to see some of these stronger plays from the side of Rampage. And now with a slower pace match, well, hopefully slower pace match, and, the boys of Almighty don't step things up in a crazy momentum sort of a way for themselves. Hopefully they will be able to find some of these shots. I mean, you're on the attacking side, and when you start off at the Guerrilla base, you really have the choice of whether or not to move on to that B or A side, or just pretty much just hold the base down first, allow your opponents to over-aggress, send your sniper out to find a couple of those very, very important kills. But the response on the other side is going to be one that you don't really want to allow that setup. When we're talking about this double snipe, I highly doubt they're going to send both of their snipers to the exact same side, right? You're probably going to see one going off into laundry room. Another one's probably going to be holding on into basketball court or dropping back into garden watching kitchen. And either way, it just seems like it's a winner for Almighty even before it starts. It's all going to be about how the Guerrilla side of Rampage breaks these plays and the defense of Almighty, Jericho.
Yeah, it's really that adjustment, per round. And once you lose that first round, you got to adjust immediately. And I think that's what Rampage has to do. Even on the fly, the start of the game, if let's say you're in the offensive side and you see these kinds of information, relay that fast to your teammates, because they need that as fast as they can. And we do see Almighty starting on that defensive side, and they actually like defense more than offense, AJ. But then again, guys, information for defense is very, very key here. We're gonna see that Heaven spot again. They're gonna blow up that blue van, let Heaven get that snipe, but Rampage gonna be rushing through the side of A. Shut up with that sniper. We'll get that information. He's gonna get smoked out. So very good smoke if you're Rampage. You just cleared out that one area, and now you only have one more area to clear, which is the bomb site. That's gonna be Incendio's bomb site. He's gonna be head glitching on that bomb, and Rampage trying to get a pick with that sniper. Zarif gonna get tagged up as well, and now that's gonna be actually Rampage taking a lot of time here. They're letting Incendio set up with shot up here, AJ, and even though they cleared out money room, they're not actually pushing up middle, AJ.
And And that is the problem here, but it doesn't really matter because it's a slow pace push that we want to see from Rampage. Secure a couple of kills first and then take on that numbers advantage to the faces of Almighty. That's going to be one of the best setups. Notchi now, opportunity to spot out the one and only Irfan J. Clutch King spots him out as well. 3 fires and gets that warning set up. Asma, very low on HP. One grenade can sort this out. Notchi comes out over aggressive. Hit glitch tries to be played, but Irfan J now bagged out by Asmal. Heaven will be able to respond. Laundry room is taken over by one of the best snipers in the whole of Garena. And Heaven now with a beautiful shot on Desire, but traded out by Speed. It's a 3v1. Rampage with Speed will not be able to bag this as his thumper finds him square in the face. 1-0. Almighty in front.
I mean, that opening start, AJ, was pretty good already. You know, they smoked out Money Room. They were all in poolside waiting for something to happen. They didn't get a pick. You know, shot up left kitchen already, and they ended up, you know, just rotating over to B, which is a waste of time because what was for the smoke? And there we go. Heaven gets one. Try to get that second player. Will get away with his life. But now it's going to be a 5 versus 4. Man advantage goes to Almighty, and that just stops the push from Rampage.
Oh, Heaven now shut down by Notchi at 25. Magnetic Engine on for the strike. MIB finds Irfan J as well. The numbers on the side of Rampage now. They have to be careful to go in here for the plant. They're not going to get caught out by any one of the other players just yet, but Shut Up is on his way. And you can see that if he takes over Laundry, it's going to be a GG. Central Garden sees 2 other players from the side of Almighty. Not really coming in for the push just yet. Incendio actually gets the thump onto Asmal. Speed shuts down Shut Up. Jeff Bro still with the pressure with the thumper. These guys are just firing down from Central Garden. And finally, they will go in here for the flank. And you do see Jeff Bro traveling through kitchen in towards Garden. Laundry, the challenge will be between him as well as the one and only Speed. Morningstar in hand. Let's see what this M13 can pull off.
Yeah, he does spot one, but Speed has that CBR4, not the best weapon you want on that head glitch. There's a lot of ammo. He's going to get tagged up, get the rip off the heady. That's going to be a 2 versus 2 now. Incendio spots 1, 2v1. It's all up to MIB. He doesn't know there's going to be a person behind him. He's going to try to nade Incendio first. He's going to push down, actually. And this might be beneficial for him. MIB still alive, but finally gets taken out. Second round goes to Almighty 2-0.
It's just a little too solid, man. I mean, Almighty, they're not just sending a strong message out to Rampage, they're sending a strong message out to the rest of the competition in here as well, right? And once again, to emphasize, with the addition of Jeff Pro on their squad, dude, this team kind of is starting to look untouchable, right? Heaven, as usual, shining at the very top. And Jeff Pro, this has just been the second round. They are really stepping it up. A lot of pressure now set up. Heaven taking the outside of Laundry with the pre-scope in there as well. Not going to be able to find anyone just yet. And let's see if he does get lucky through the smoke. Manages to spot one finally, but unfortunately that shot will not get accurately. 7. What a play.
Yeah, no adjustments from Rampage. I mean, they're just throwing in their bodies, AJ, again. And it's already 3 rounds straight that Heaven has gotten a pick with that sniper in the same spots over and over again. And now he has Shut Up here, but MIB gonna be that first one in. Doesn't matter. Heaven shuts him down. 4 versus 2, AJ. The flank's gonna come through from Jeff Pro. Gonna take down that player. Zarif goes down. Last player alive. Speed again. 1 versus 4. Round 3 should go to the side of Almighty.
I mean, even if it is a 4-player of Rampage going up against one Almighty player, it's still, you know, a tough situation at points. But now, 1v4, unfortunate as Incendio finds Speed. He did not have exactly that to get away. And Almighty 3-0 now. Is this going to be the first wipeout of the day? Look at Heaven just aggressing on with the number of kills that he rakes up for himself.
6-2, AJ. And it's just the same spots over and over and over again. And now Shut Up hits middle, takes him down in zigzag. Zarif finally spots Shut Up, and that's the opening they need. A is going to be clear, but number 3, Jeff Pro, you do see him lurking. We'll spot him, we'll tag him up, but no takedowns yet. 4 versus 4, AJ. And now finally Rampage is finally adjusting to the play of Almighty. You know, just playing it slow, get those picks, you know, but it took them 3 rounds before they can actually adjust, AJ.
Yeah, but, you know, can they sustain this? Because they've just got a one-man advantage here now. They cannot over-aggress. They cannot let one guy drop to the side of Almighty, get the numbers even again. They need the numbers advantage. And now with the bomb, they are moving in here towards the B-bomb side. Irfan J, with the toss of the nade fest, gets that information, sees the hit mark, and you know he's going to get ready for this next battle. Irfan J, all prepped up, but the rest of the players from the side of Rampage, they back away. Information gets sent through as well, and you can see Jeff Pro coming in there for that slow wraparound from Central Garden, and he plays his pressure so well because he's not going to be leaving from that corner, and it's not going to allow any of those Rampage players to step out. The player Jeff Pro as well as Irfan J, they've cut off that entrance already, and a good decision coming through from Rampage now to circle around towards basketball court. But look at this, man. Heaven. Question is he going to be able to catch them out?
I think he's going to be able to catch him up. Zarif, the scopes out, unfortunately. Will spot one, takes him out. Spots another one, takes him out. Spots another one, takes him out. Last player alive, takes him. Nope, not yet. And Jeff Pro takes him out. But, you know, I wasn't even surprised anymore after that first kill. I already knew what was going to happen, AJ.
Yep. And that is the unfortunate situation here, right? Rampage, although they do have that game sense, although they do have that map awareness to pull off exactly what strat at which point, they have to go up against the tremendous mechanical capabilities of the players of Almighty that a lot of other teams throughout the whole of Garena, even at the world stage, have struggled with.
That is true, and finally they've been doing what they should have done since the start. You know, smoke out money and push from there. Incendio takes one down. Nachi takes one down as well. It's gonna be a 4 versus 2. Incendio takes down 2. Last player alive is gonna be Zarif. They're lone man. He's gonna run away for his life, and he's gonna get sniped by Shut Up. He takes him out, and now 5-0 match point for Almighty, and Rampage no answer for S&D.
Hardpoint was a game where Rampage really did put up a strong fight, but towards the end, it was Almighty just exerting their dominance. But in Search and Destroy, it's such a different story, isn't it? It's just Almighty through and through all the way. And now, Almighty on the attack. How are they going to bring this bomb in? One player's already tagged up, and yes, they do manage to respawn. Incendio takes Nachi out. Asmal plays the head glitch, but Irfan J, Clutch King, still bags him with the CBR. It's going to be Shut Up now with those scopes. Zealous not going to be able to hit hard speed from the other end. Punishes Shut Up. That's the kind of opening you need, but he's not able to sustain. One final round in here. It's all left up to Zarif, and he goes in with the thumper. Unfortunately, Incendio will not be able to get that kill. A perfect S&D for Almighty.
6-0. I mean, first donut for the day. First donut for the tournament. You know, Rampage, they had to take it, and just had no answer at all. You could see it in the body language, you know. When they started losing those rounds, they tried their best to adjust it. And then after Heaven got that triple sniper kill, I mean, lost momentum, you lost your morale, and you just lost the game. You're down 2-0. I mean, that's pretty hard for Rampage. But game's not yet over. They can still make that comeback, but they got since they have that map pick, they chose that map. The next one, AJ, for domination. Maybe they have that sort of advantage, but as we saw in that game number 1, even if they pick that map number 1, Almighty, they just mastered pretty much all the maps in Call of Duty Mobile.
And that's the problem here, right? Not just for the side of Rampage, but for all of the other squads. They are being put on notice. Let's take a quick look at the performance of these players in here. Quite surprised to see Incendio not picking up the MVP for himself. 9 kills overall. Incendio nicks that off of him. Good plays because of that one defusal. He's got the extra few points on him. On the other side, we do see Speed with the 4 kills, but it's just not enough of an aggressive side for Rampage as they take a very soft approach against the players of Almighty. Be it on the attack or the defense, it just wasn't a very convincing setup for Rampage. But it's not all over just yet. We still do have firing range domination for the play. A comeback most definitely is possible, and maybe, just maybe, we can take a quick peek into Hackney Yard for the first series itself.
Hopefully we do see a game number 4, AJ, because, you know, we haven't really seen the full force of Rampage. Besides that game number 1, AJ, you know, with Speed leading the way there as well. Here leading the way, you know, just a lot of good gameplay coming in from them. But in that S&D was just a very, very atrocious, AJ. And now we're gonna see. Are we gonna see 3-0, or are we gonna go to a game number 4? But the map's firing range, and it's a very legendary map for all the teams, and everybody knows how to play this. You know, you get Steel House, you get Trailer, you get Barracks Control for everything, and you win the map. But let's see if Rampage can string up some kills. You know, that's been their problem. Their slaying power is not on point.
And I guess the saving grace here for Rampage is it's a map that they most definitely are very, very familiar with. But we saw, like you said, how familiar they were with Summit, and it just didn't really pan out in the way they wanted, right? Every single time they had a solid play that they wanted to execute there for themselves, it was just a solid response that came through from the side of Almighty, who won their gunfights and just reset the whole thing. Now, when we go in here for domination, firing range, those power positions, like you mentioned, most definitely going to be super important. The second floor of Barracks Hut, as well as the White Warehouse, super important if you want to get a hold onto that B flag. And what Rampage just needs to focus on is just that, right? Get your home flag, get that B flag, and then hold on to the game. Don't over push, don't over aggress. Just lock down each and every single one of these positions. It just needs to work like clockwork, and the communication just needs to be solid from them. They need to win each and every single one of these gunfights. And as I'm saying all of that, I understand exactly how difficult it's going to be for this squad. And I don't blame them, man. I mean, for anyone taking on Almighty, it's going to be a pain.
It's going to be very, very difficult, you know, from the start. You already know. I mean, we thought that Rampage had that momentum in that game number 1. They did at the start, but Almighty, they managed to adjust mid-game, and now it's going to be domination of firing in fire range here. Heaven with that SVD takes one down, spots another one's going to give that call out. 3 down already for the side of Rampage, and just like that, B is going to be captured by Almighty.
No, but look at this. Rampage actually teasing that A flag, but unfortunately, the player doesn't really do much. He just teased it just a little bit, and he backs away from it, over-aggresses, and the players of Almighty punish him. And now the B flag as well as A. The B flag's just going to get teased upon a little bit as Rampage now tries to clear up that marker. Speed does a lot for his squad, but needs to play some of his utilities as well. Perhaps a smoke in there. Unfortunate that the Storm Ball is not available or allowed in the competitive scene at the very moment. It will be making quite a huge difference. Just a little too OP in some of these matches.
Yeah, it's going to be OP indeed. But now 10 of 5. No one has captured B. And, you know, even with Almighty with that opening play, they did get a lot of kills. But, you know, Speed was there for the help. And now MIB as well getting a lot of kills in the middle. As soon as we said that, Almighty finally captures B. And now they're going to go for that triple cap. Rampage overextending towards to A. Now Almighty, they have that setup that they want. C and B being captured, and the spawn trap should begin.
Yeah, solid plays from Nochi. Just pull this B flag right back, but as Nochi tries to win each and every single fight of himself, SVD pulled out by Heaven once again upon all of them, and it's a GG, man. I mean, you put a DLQ in the hands of Heaven, he's a pain. SVD, he just gets to spray everybody down with the accuracy of his usual snipe, and it's just unfortunate for the side of Rampage, but now they're doing a good job with so much of pressure played onto that B flag, but nobody's there for the response to complete the hold. And here comes Shut a double man hold now to clear off the markers of Rampage and to secure that B flag for themselves.
Yeah, very good play from the side of Almighty, you know, focusing on that objective instead of, you know, getting all those kills, you know, let Irfan James overextend, and now they're gonna go for that triple cap. Incendio defending C on his own. He's gonna spot one. He's gonna get taken out as well. The Pred comes through, no capture. Actually, no, did not take out the players on C. The trophy system actually prevented that, and now 44 to 30. Almighty, they are losing B as well. Finally lost B, but can Rampage hold it long enough? But no. They're going to be going for that push now, and here comes the players from Almighty. The Predator missile comes through as well, but all the players of Rampage are spawning very far from the map.
Yeah, big kills coming in here from Zarif, but unfortunately, Zeph Pro will be able to bag him out. Teases that C flag as well, clearing area. Asmal drops by with the Sparrow, takes Zeph Pro out of the equation, but now in front of him, Asmal will be able to take a shot against Incendio, but unfortunately shut down by his M13. Nochi, on the other hand, holding on to the White Warehouse. A good pre-scope and the pre-fire will be able to find him, Jeff Pro, as well. And all of a sudden, Rampage making a good comeback in here to equalize on the point. points. They just need to hold on to this for a little bit longer. But Shut Up now, getting the impossible done solo, and he has a little bit of backup as well, and they manage to sneak away that C flag.
Yeah, sneak away indeed, and Speed brought out that Sparrow, will get one, has full streaks as well, decides to bring out the Pred, not the best way to use it at the moment. I think that's a waste for me, AJ, because round's about to end. You could have just saved that Predator missile, but we do see Jeff Bro on our screen, gonna be trying to make a play over A, and Rampage, they should be able to win that half, AJ. So good answer, good adjustment from Rampage.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Jeff Bro just needs to reposition himself. MIB with a good double takedown. Heaven and Incendio shut down, and the B flag still being held on. Jeff Bro making his way there as well, just to make sure the players will be able to pull away that B flag. Notchi cannot make much of a play in there as he drops the ball, tries to find a kill for himself, and it's just a little too late. 75-71, not too shabby at all as Rampage wraps out the first half in front.
Yeah, good half for both teams, you know. But now let's see. I believe Zarya still has that Sentry Gun as well as Speed, so that's a double Sentry Gun from them. And for the side of Almighty, no streaks yet, but a lot of operator skills here. So it's gonna be very, very huge what kind of plays we're gonna see here. And for now, Almighty, they wanted to go for B immediately, and Rampage, no one's actually pushing trailer here, and that's gonna be a free push in for Shut Up. Gonna get through top barracks, but he's gonna get taken out. So good trades coming through as well. But now B is gonna be captured by Almighty.
Oh, Zarif shut down by a good Sparrow out of Incendio, and now Jeff Pro backs him up with his own Sparrow as well. Almighty getting a lot done. Jeff Pro just pre-aiming with the Sparrow, will not be able to find Zarif. Good takeover by him. 81-81. The boys equal up all of the points. And now here comes a three-man push from the side of Rampage. Heaven going in here for the prevention as well. Will be able to find Speed with the thumper. And onto that B flag defense, he will be able to play it to perfection as well. You can see the cluster strike in the hands of Heaven. He's not really bringing it out just yet because it's not dire situation for the side of Almighty. They don't really need the score streaks, and you most definitely love to see the discipline coming through, I'm sure, Jericho.
Yeah, that discipline's really needed. You know, he's not going for the kills, he's going for that win, because once they drop that cluster, it's pretty much on that closing marks of the game, AJ. So 191 here. Nothing's really happening for the side of Rampage. They've been struggling to just get a kill or even get inside the power positions, because all the players of Almighty, they're just stacking everything, getting those trades that they need. Instead of getting another kill here, Notchi gonna go down as well. But yes, MIB finally gets one, but here comes the Pred.
It's going to find just one for him. Shut Up doesn't really need to do much in here. Can bring out the Dragonfire in a little bit just to play a little bit of extra information for himself. But it's not like the Almighty squad is doing any bad than they expect. They are expecting a strong fight from the side of Rampage as they lose that flag, but it's overall a great play. Irfan J backs two for himself. Shut Up finally brings out the Dragonfire, gets all of this information sent back to the rest of his squad, and he will be able to bring in the Pred missile in a couple of seconds as well. Heaven, as usual, just ripping them apart with the SVD. Shut Up tries to make a play at that B flag, clears off the rest of the marker. 128-104 now. It is getting out of the hands of Rampage. They need to make a play ASAP.
Definitely need to make a play ASAP. 133-106 now. Nothing is happening for them, and it should spell GG in a while. Yes, they do have a 2 cap here, but I think they just need to hold that 3 cap for at least just a minute or two. Maybe just even 30 seconds, AJ. Just get those 3 points that they need and prevent them from getting that C flag. But as soon as we say that, Almighty, they captured C and B, and I think this should be a GG, and that's going to be our first 3-0 for the day.
Yeah, that's a triple cap for a finisher as well. And
wow.
Yes, the players of Rampage are trying to make a comeback at that A flag. They pull away Barracks Hut, but how much is that going to do for them overall in the game? Nothing much at all. This is a done and dusted one. A perfect opener of the day for the side of Almighty. They serve a super duper donut up to the boys of Rampage.
Super duper OP donut indeed. Almighty, they're going to take that first series, and they're going to be able to rest now. That's going to be their series for the day, AJ. And like what we said, Almighty's group, it's pretty easy for them. And right now, they just asserted their dominance, show them why they are that second best team in the region. And they want to get through all this group stage and move on to that playoffs.
I mean, for any of the brands out there who do make gaming beds, I think this is the perfect opportunity for them. They should sponsor Heaven, man. This guy just get everything done, and he just sits down on his bed like absolutely nothing is happening, right? World Championship whatsoever, he doesn't care. He's just chilling on his bed, getting stuff done. Clutch King Irfan J, he steps up for the squad, manages to bring in 32 kills. But on the other side, when you look at Rampage, I'm not going to hold it against them at all, man. We expected the mechanical supremacy out of Almighty, and we get exactly what we expected. Rampage just needs to find a way to, at the very least, be that number 2 team. And on top of that, they just need to learn from this one series, hope they win the coin toss again, and try to bring in those adjustments and show us that they are able to grow within a short span of time the next time they meet these guys.
Yeah, I definitely agree. You know, RG has the best shot to be that second team in their group, AJ. But if they're gonna be able to play like this on other teams as well, it might work. But you know, against Almighty, they really need a different kind of strategy because they just got outgunned, out strategized, and out positioned by them, and they were just really struggling from the start. You know, you can't go 10 and 26 in domination, AJ. You got to go positive or make an impact by making plays for your team.
Absolutely, man. And you know, I'm not going to hold it against Rampage because, like I said, it's easier said than done, especially against a supreme squad like Almighty. I just want to see I wanted to see how much have they stepped it up from the previous time we did lay eyes on them, and I feel like they did manage to prove a little bit of their worth in that hardpoint matchup. And even at domination, they didn't get thrashed, man. This is not the Rampage of all. This is most definitely a whole renewed Rampage. So do not make your judgments just yet, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Witnessing this 3-0 early donut of the day, Rampage most definitely have stepped it up from the last time we laid our eyes on them. Summit as well as Firing Range is the proof for that. They did not allow an all-out domination from the usually dominant Almighty.
Yeah, I mean the respawns were a little bit closer, but that S&D was just one-sided from start to finish. You know, Almighty, they just ran away with that one. But you know, valiant effort from them. But that just sets the tone for that group A, AJ. Like, you don't mess with Almighty. Like if but you know, if you have that adjustment immediately and that momentum, might as well run on it against Almighty. That's the only way you can beat them, because outgunning them is pretty hard because they are very mechanically sound. So if you are the other teams in Group A, you gotta play smart against Almighty.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, playing smart against Almighty is something that you can most definitely hope for, but whether you can execute it out there on the battlefield to perfection is most definitely a question, because it's just a game of, you know, mind games at points. But I've never seen anyone bring on the strategy that's better than Almighty, because Almighty brings on one of his best strategies in there already. But the times where we have seen Almighty get slain is when they are outplayed through those mechanical plays, right? And, you know, Blacklist International clearly are the squad who have already accomplished that. You know, I'm just curious as to which other team within this competition can achieve that exact same factor in here to overcome the mechanical capabilities of Almighty, which very clearly set them apart from their competition.
Yeah, that's you know, that's like what you said, AJ. Easier said than done. A lot of stuff to study in Almighty. You pretty much have to study how they play and how they move, and you know, and it also depends on the map picks. You know, that map pick by Rampage was really I had to scratch my head with that one. You know, Summit Hardpoint. I think it bit them in the in the end. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. You know, it should have been a standoff for a raid.
Exactly right. I mean, standoff, you most definitely have a little bit more of ability on your side to play a little bit of cover on a one-sided map against a team that you know is going to be mechanically supreme. You are most definitely asking for it. But I was quite surprised, though. I was surprised with the way they were able to fight and hold on to those initial points. But at the search and destroy at raid, I just didn't see the tenacity out of the players of Rampage, right? Domination was a back and forth just a little bit, with Almighty really pushing hard in the first half, but not really able to play their usual flair, as we clearly saw Rampage stepping it up. Heaven, as usual, being annoying with his SVD. This is the new weapon within the game that has just changed some of these respawns for players like Heaven, because he doesn't need to depend on their assault rifle anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Heaven with that SVD, he's that guy that can pretty much master any gun. If it comes out today, we will probably see it in the tournament the next day. So, he's just really a gifted player. He knows
Yeah.
what to do. He's that damn good, and and it's just really hard to answer that one. That's just pure skill right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really nice to see that there's a balance of, different guns that are being used by these players as well. You're not just seeing all of them running to that just one meta setup. You do see that M13 being played. The Type 25 is out there for the Prowl as well. There's a clear balance within the game itself as to how these players are holding on to each and every single different position within the matchup. I haven't really seen the Holger much out here for the respawns, but I'm very sure as the day progresses, we will be able to catch a quick glimpse of it. But Jericho, a 3-0. I have to say I expected it, but I am not super happy that I saw this 3-0. I wanted Rampage to at least be able to pull away one map from ALMGHTY. It didn't happen this time round, but in the first ever time we are having a double round robin, hopefully the next time they do meet, we will see a better side of Rampage.
I mean, hopefully we do. I mean, and definitely we are. They should be watching the film for this one. Just learning what went wrong. And they could have won that S&D. I believe just those small mistakes that they were doing was just it was too prominent. And in the end, ALMGHTY they took over.
Yeah, and I think the best situation here, or the best, game type for them to actually be able to win is that search and destroy. Because when you put these players into respawn, I mean, having picking up the soldier of the game title for himself, the most valuable player throughout these 3 games, and I most definitely do agree. Search and destroy, he was a wrecker. You drop him into these respawns as well. He brings out the SVD, and he's just thumping all of the players out. 21.33 average kills, drops about 11 times. We're going to ignore that. Average assist 3.5. Most of the time, you don't see this number very high for Heaven, is because he finishes the work that he starts.
Yeah, he finished it most of the time, but I guess most of his teammates as well were shooting at the same thing he was shooting. But look at that KD, AJ, 1.83. So this man is just staying alive all the time, getting all the kills, even with the worst guns in the game, like the ones like what you said, you wouldn't notice being the pro scene. He can use that one, and that is why he is the soldier of the game for this series, AJ.
Yeah, it's just an absolute crazy player to be going up against, an absolute crazy squad to be taken on in the early stages of the competition, because it's going to be breaking your spirit. But that's exactly how things are, right? You can't really be choosing your opponents all the time. And it's unfortunate for the side of Rampage that they couldn't really cut it against ALMGHTY this time around. But that has just been enough to set the right tone for the day in here. Are we going to see all out donuts, or will we be able to see a little bit of a fight back from some of these squads as well? That's exactly what I want to know. We are going to be taking a quick short break, 5 minutes, and when we come back, series number 2 for all of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Garena CODM Masters presented by Garena. I am VV Jericho here with Mustachio AJ, and we just started off the day with Almighty versus Rampage getting that 3-0 first donut of the day, AJ. And now we're going to move on to a match number 2, a very anticipated matchup. The return of Smart Omega as well as the return of Huntsman. And might see our first game 5.
I don't know how to break this down, right? Because Smart Omega, they are a team that have evolved, and Huntsman, they are a team that have taken a couple of steps back. They have evolved into their previous form. Hopefully, they will be able to find a better aim in this competition, though. And taking on Smart Omega, who most definitely have a lot to prove to the Philippines, I do not want to be Huntsman right now. But at the same time, through all of that, if the Huntsman actually manage to slay Smart Omega in their first encounter itself, it immediately puts the team in everybody's eyes, right? Everybody will want to be watching out for them. Once again, a little bit easier said than done. Taking on Smart Omega is a challenge of its own.
I mean, it's going to be very, very challenging. But let's take a look at our schedule before we start talking about that series, guys. And like what we said, guys, the first series we did have Almighty versus Rampage. Almighty taking out 3-0. And right now we're going to have Omega versus Huntsman. Right after that, we're going to have Aguila Esports versus Team Fury. And then 7-9 versus Gaijin to close out the day. But at the same time, guys, our Offstream matches, we have 2 of them. C8 United versus TYRANT FINESSE. And 420 LOWKINGS versus VVV Esports. And guys, don't worry. Every after break, we're going to update you guys with the off-stream matches, who's going to get that 3-0 or not.
Absolutely right. And we obviously would love to bring you all 6 of these series. But as you know, we are pushing for best out of 5s here. And it's just a little too risky to be producing 6 best out of 5s back to back, because then it just extends into a unfathomable time for some of these pro players as well. And they most definitely need to rest up, man. These game days are very, very testing, and it's very, very challenging for them as well. And we want to make sure the audience is always going to be refreshed when they jump on back in here. But for series number 2, Omega Esports, as they take on Huntsman, the biggest question here is, are the Huntsmen ready for this challenge?
Yeah, that is true. Are they ready for this challenge? That's going to be the question for both teams, actually, AJ. Not just for one team, but for both of them. So what kind of Omega are we going to get? Are we going to get that Omega that was defeated by Black International? Or are we going to see that Omega, you know, the former NRX Jeremiah, AJ? So that's going to be very, very interesting. But also for Huntsman, are we going to see that RSG that was defeating Almighty in all those battles? Or are we just going to see a fallen Huntsman in today's tournament, AJ?
Yeah, I don't want to see that, right? I want to see a brand new side of the Huntsman. I want to see the aggressive side. I want to see a Huntsman squad that wins. Crush, Indra, Jay-Z, Candy, Kevs, as well as the one and only Whoopi, representing Omega Esports. The kings of old for Garena Call of Duty Mobile. Right now, they're just another team, just another squad vying for the top spot, just like anybody else. And they do not have the opportunity to meet their nemesis Blacklist International Ultimate just yet. They will have to just wait a little bit more before that can happen. But in terms of the amount of promise this squad brings in, they might be able to achieve a lot, Jericho.
Yeah, they might be able to achieve a lot. You know, ever since that addition of Kevs, their aggression has been doubled a lot. You know, even also benching Crush as well. You know, Kevs picking up that role, you know, it's changed a lot for them. But, you know, like what you said, AJ, they are looking to get that top spot, AJ. You know, they were the OG kings of the Philippines, but, you know, they've already been dethroned. And now it's going to be very, very difficult for them to get back to that throne. And we do see the boys here with their coach. Their coach also. Well, let's see what kind of strategies they do bring here to this tournament, AJ.
Yeah, I'm absolutely delighted to see them in action again, but curious as to what sort of a play are we going to see. Just like you said, right? What sort of Omega Esports are we going to be able to get for ourselves in here today? And as Omega Esports have continued to win the hearts of a lot of the Philippines in the past, they have managed to reach out to other nations as well in terms of a fan base. But when you look at the Huntsman squad, Alfari, Dub, Eds, Glowy, as well as Raven, the addition of Glowy from the side of Gaijin, I expected to do the Huntsman squad a lot of good.
Yeah, a lot of good indeed. I mean, you do have that core four, of Alfari, Derp, Eds, and Raven, that veteran leadership, and then you have Glowy, a young gun, up and coming, a very fast player, and a lot of these days, AJ, the young guns, the 18 years old, the 19 years old, those are the ones that are doing a lot for the team. Just doing a lot of damage, getting a lot of kills for them. So I think Glowy, he has a lot on his shoulders. But with that being said, who's going to be that IGL for them? It used to be Ranger. Someone has to step up for them and be that Ranger type of leader for the Huntsmen.
Yeah, and that's what I'm most curious about, right? Are they going to do better or worse with the loss of Ranger? Are they going to be able to find a new leader who can step up to that spot? Who's it going to be? Is it Derp or is it Eds? Who has the best of capabilities to lead the squad within the game itself? Because, the leadership does not stop with the mechanical capabilities within the matchup itself, but it also goes a little bit beyond that, right? In terms of keeping your team motivated every single time they get hit down, every single time they get pushed down. Because if you as the leader, if you do lose your mind, if you do allow some of your confidence to be wavered, it's most definitely going to rub off on the rest of your teammates as well. So a lot is resting on the shoulder of that IGL like you talked about. Hopefully we get to see the crazier side of the Huntsman this time around. Huntsman also winning the coin toss, which means the momentum is on their side. They will be able to ban the first map in here. And I don't know if they're going to be going on their weakness here, but they take Hackney Yard out of the list, which is a surprise to me, because when they were U2RSG, they most definitely love to play around in Hackney Yard.
I think that's just because Ranger isn't there. I mean, I know it's just one player, AJ, but having that IGL really changes the game, because he can tell you where to go and what kind of position you're going to be on. But I guess you could also say that Omega, they actually wanted Hackney Yard to be off, and I believe these two maps, Hackney Yard and Takeoff, both of the weak maps of both teams. So I guess they just helped each other, AJ.
Yeah, and that is hopefully going to be good overall for the side of Huntsman. And I keep saying that because we all know exactly how lethal Smart Omega can be in these sorts of competition. Garena CODM Masters, as we set up series number 2, Hardpoint, match number 1 from the side of Huntsman. Hopefully we get to see Standoff. Thank goodness that we're not going to go to Summit this time round. But I anticipate Smart Omega dragging us through that map in the first one.
There you go.
And they respond with Summit. And that's expected, right? I mean, one-sided map, Smart Omega wants that for that specific reason.
Yeah, they want that advantage, AJ. You're right. Just like that first game as Rampage Almighty, that we did see in Summit, it was just really one-sided the whole time. But I like Huntsman. They pick Standoff, a little bit of range, mid to long. You got those Money Hills as P3 and P4 as well. But can they hold it down? But that's gonna stop the aggression for Omega. Not gonna be very aggressive with those shotguns. You need to run those Type 25s, those Holgers as well, because up close and personal, not gonna be that game. It's not gonna be really helpful for you.
S&D, potentially Crossfire or Raid, and Raid will be the selection for the side of Smart Omega, which is quite the curious one. Very recently, their option has changed from Crossfire to Raid. It's not the first competition that we are seeing this, but it is one that validates and confirms that their choices are a little bit skewed towards Raid this time around. And it's going to be quite exciting to see Smart Omega take this fight up against Almighty later down the competition.
That is true. And Search and Destroy, firing range for game number 5, and Domination Crossfire for Huntsmen. And I feel like if you were Omega, they just had to choose the lesser evil, because if they pick Crossfire S&D, AJ, they're both good in that maps. Huntsmen and Omega, they're both good in Crossfire, so might as well have that 50-50 game mode, which is going to be Domination, and that's going to be Crossfire for that one. Purifier is going to be banned for Huntsman, and the bait has been thrown. Are we gonna say yes? Okay, no Sparrow, AJ. So it's gonna be a very equal game. Annihilator, Death Machine gonna be in the game, AJ.
Yeah, That's one reason why I don't use the Annihilator personally, is because once again my mechanical capabilities are trash, and hence why I bring in the Purifier. The ban of the Purifier is quite a curious one on the side of Huntsman. Although it has been recently buffed, I do not think it supersedes the amount of impact the Annihilator brings into these matches, right? And you're taking the game up against Smart Omega, a team that is not only mechanically supreme, but a team that has most definitely gotten their teamwork all sorted out, not just now, but from the get-go of the competition. And Huntsman, the one struggle that I anticipate here for the team is they just got together very recently. I don't know exactly how solid this teamwork is going to be. I hope they don't get 3-0'd, man. And for their sake, I hope they will be able to push this into a map number 5 and potentially just leave it in a limbo down to that search and destroy. I know it will do a lot of good for their morale, but I feel like it's just asking for a little too much.
That is true, AJ. But, you know, here we go. Game number 1, Huntsman versus Omega. It's going to be Hardpoint in standoff. Honestly, AJ, we got to watch out for Glowy versus Kevs. You know, those two young guns, the youngest players on the teams. We have to see what kind of strategy and how many kills are they going to be dropping here. And we do see that Huntsman very aggressive already, and Omega losing those initial gunfights. Huntsman going to hop on that heal immediately and try to go for that immediate flip, but Omega, they answered right back, and they still have that P2 spawn.
I love what Huntsman is doing right now. I mean, initial thumpers out of Derp are super solid, but now Omega Esports, they fight back for the hard point. Edge brings out his own thumper once again. Alfari wins his gunfight, and that gives them the hard point for just a couple of seconds. Challenge comes through from Kev. CBR for the pop, gets a double for himself. 15-6 as the Huntsman win it back. It's just going to go back and forth, but this fight cannot stop. Through the convenience store and through the hotel shortcuts as well. From the back door of that hotel, Edge takes that fight up to the rest of these players of Omega, and Huntsman won a play on this first hardpoint. Early rotation in as well to make sure the warehouse is not controlled by Smart Omega. All of the team members, they abandon it at the very same time, giving away scraps to a Smart Omega. Huntsman, I love this side of the team early on in this matchup.
Yeah, just starting off really, really strong. You know, everyone getting the gunfights, everyone's getting those positions, and now Obi's gonna get taken out as well. Alfari, look at him, not even over-aggressing, just trusting your teammates, and this is what you have to do in these kinds of situations. Trust your teammates and getting those kills. Glowy gets that KRM down, takes down the second one as well, and just like that, the opening gunfight gets another one. Glowy on a 3-kill spree, Hunter Killer available. Ed's gonna be on gas station, gonna get taken out, but Idra pushing in on his own, not the best situation. He's gonna get taken out by the Hunter Killer. Glowy still on a streak, teammates are still there, and everything is going well for the Huntsman.
TYRANT Malaysia 62-12, holding Omega Esports back. Huntsman really putting the hurt on them. That early rotation most definitely got them all of the dividends paid. And now early rotations once again, sending 3 players whilst one holds on to the scrap point at the warehouse. And at Granny's house now, the attack is on. Whoopi holding down with the Type 25. And it will be Alfari who brings in the gravity spikes and puts my son out of commission. And they will be able to open up Granny's house as well. The Malaysians are making me super proud. This is a side of Huntsman nobody expected to see out here today, especially against Omega Esports. 89-12. Are they going to be able to shut them down all the way through? Glowy with a double, the KRM for the pop, and 96-12. Huntsman ripping apart Omega Esports.
Yeah, ripping apart indeed, AJ. They're just getting decimated, eviscerated, whatever you want to describe it. Nothing's happening for the side of Omega. Not even winning gunfights here. Glowy all alone now. Finally breaks the hill, but Glowy's still alive. Takes him out. No one is contested. 112-12, AJ. And if you are Omega, you gotta just barge in at this point. You know, you're in panic mode, AJ, because you need to get these points just to make the comeback. Kebs finally breaks it with an Annihilator, but it had to take with an Annihilator. Finally getting their first point after P1, AJ. It took them 2 whole hills before they got their next point. But look at that, Huntsman. They're not even gonna force that. They're just gonna be on that rotation. And now, but at the same time, Omega, they have to go through as well for this rotation. So biggest gunfights for Kendi here. Can he make the play?
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, if we asked this question, was it good or was it bad that Ranger left the squad? I think we've got our answer already. We have never seen Huntsman this sharp. We have never seen Huntsman this dangerous. Raven annihilates all of the players right before him. He plays the guy who is roaming around, getting all of these kills, while the rest of his players, with such an early rotation, map awareness most definitely there, but it is the decisions of that rotation, that early one that is pulled off as a squad that is holding them all of these points, and then momentum as well. 141 to 32. Omega Esports, they have nothing. Cluster being brought out as well, and it looks like the Malaysians have gotten it done. Huntsman, what a comeback!
150 to 32, 50 point club, 100 point club, whatever you want to call it. Omega, they got decimated in that game number 1. And AJ, that is a good sign if you're a Huntsman fan. And if you're an Omega fan, things are not looking well ever since the PH Championship, AJ. You know, I mean, I hate to bring it up, but ever since the PH Championship and the roster switch, it's been really, really tough for them, AJ.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm not hearing it because I'm just thinking Huntsman. What a comeback, bro. What a comeback to the pro scene for this squad. These boys deserve it. They've just been, you know, absolutely stonewalled by some of these squads in the past. The morale of the team was down in the gutters, and we were expecting someone to step it up. I want to know who's the in-game leader that is able to bring out this version of the Huntsman, because this is what Malaysia deserves, and this is what they deserve from day number 1. And I most definitely am confident that it's not going to be long before the Huntsman gets picked up by another brand and they get sponsored. But Smart Omega, on the other hand, are they playing possum? My goodness me. Edra, Candy, Jay-Z not even going past that 10
double negative.
Huh? What's happening here, Matt?
I mean, probably first game jitters, but then again, they've been through so many tournaments. Or is it me? I just really don't know. I don't have anything to see, because there's nothing wrong with their strategies and the way they're moving, their positioning. I know what they were going to do. It's just they're just losing all their gunfights. Like, that's pretty much like the number one thing. And like, losing gunfights, it's really hard to say, because it's all up to those players how they play the game. You know, if they start strong, and then they'll start strong. If they start flat, then you know they have to start flat.
Yeah, and you know, but Huntsman, they cannot get overconfident just yet. That has just been one match. This is the best out of 5. They need to keep their heads down. And this is one more part where the Huntsmen have fallen in the past. They have gotten cocky. They had gotten a little bit overconfident at points. And hopefully it does not get to their head. Very happy that they have found this momentum for themselves. But when they move into Search and Destroy, they have to anticipate once again the very best out of Smart Omega and take the fight to them. Can they now put this into a 2-0 situation? 150 to 32 against Smart Omega for Huntsman, who took 2 steps back, versus Smart Omega, who has been a supreme brand in Call of Duty Mobile for a long, long time now. This is one of the biggest achievement for these boys.
Yeah, it's a pretty good achievement for them. You know, 150 to 32. You don't see those numbers against a pro team like Omega, but it is what it is. It happens to the best of us. But now Omega, they do have their map pick. It's gonna be S&D on Raid, and we do know that they love Raid. They love Raid S&D. But can they, manage to leave that game number 1? That's what you have to do now. If you're the coach, and as well as the players, let's just leave that. Okay, we already lost. It is what it is. Let's just focus on S&D round by round. Let's make the play. Let's make the comms here. And I believe if they can do that, they can force that game number 4 and then win those next 3 as well. So it's going to be very, very interesting what kind of mindset, how do you get through this mentally? And at the same time, how are you going to win gunfights if you're struggling mechanically as well?
I'm surprised to see that. I mean, initially, my prediction was that Smart Omega was going to be winning this. Let's see if we can pull up the caster's prediction here for you guys as well. God. And we do have a small little poll going on for you guys. Who do you think is going to be winning this series, right? And, for the future series as well, the ones that are coming up, we will be showing you, we will be giving you the option to vote a little bit later on as well. Smart Omega picked up by the one and only Jericho. I had to go with Huntsman because, well, you got to support the boys sometimes, right? But it doesn't really matter as to who we go in here and pick. This one was just a playful pick from us. You can see that we agreed on a lot of points in here. But at the end of the day, Jericho, it's just an absolute shocker once again as to what we have just witnessed between these two squads. And now the onus is upon the Huntsmen to continuously prove themselves.
Yeah, they really have to prove themselves ever since that that game number one. But they've proven themselves recently. That game number one, it just sets the tone that they are a different kind of breed. Even though they lost Ranger, they picked up Glowy, and I feel like that addition of Glowy is really huge. That shotgun hasn't been missing a lot here, but it's gonna show up on this S&D because without that IGL again, I know we keep on bringing up the IGL, but it's gonna be very important for S&D because you need to look at all the positions here, all those angles where you need to check it out to check. That's gonna be very important, especially in raid against a team like Omega, which is very, very aggressive on S&D. Holding down these certain lanes as well as rushing on defense. It is going to be very important to go up against a very fast team like Omega.
Absolutely, man. And, my heart is now thumping out of my chest. You guys on YouTube, you will be able to vote as well. Do cast your votes to tell us exactly who you think will be winning the series overall. Smart Omega, that was a very soft side of them in that first match, but I am not the type to fall for these clownish tricks because we know Smart Omega is way better than that mechanically, right? These guys are clowning around, and when they do hit their high strides, I believe Huntsman will start to struggle. So the Huntsman, they just have to keep this momentum on their side. I mean, if Smart Omega does not want to show their best side, take advantage of it and bring it all the way to Raven with a very early grenade at the search and destroy. Looks like the trophy systems are not malfunctioning on the side of the Filipinos.
Yeah, not really working, but they got in the site immediately, and we do see Huntsman gonna play for that retake. Glowy with that QXR will try to spot anyone. 4 versus 5. Whoopi with that sniper. Glowy spots one. That's information for them. The retake should come through, but Whoopi takes out Eds. Now it's going to equalize things. 4 versus 4.
Nice.
Takes down another one. Alfari goes down 3 versus 4, but Raven trades it out. 3 versus 3. Still winnable on the side of Huntsman, but Glowy going to be pushing on his own. He's going to get slide child by Kevs. No trade whatsoever. Last player alive, and Omega finally answers back at the start with that first blood. And now let's see what happens next.
Kevs with a perfect slide challenge there after he spotted Glowy out. And, this is the kind of play that we expect out of Omega Esports. And Huntsman, this was the warning that we served them up earlier on. They cannot get overconfident. They just have to keep their heads down and continue their slays as Whoopi brings out the perfect slide. And it's just the muscle memory that catches Derp off guard. Whoopi now still holding on to that mid segment of this map, spotting out to see if or not he can shut down a player from Kitchen. And he will be very lucky if he chooses to play this patiently. Because player number 5 on the side of Huntsman, Raven, just looking around Kitchen, but he has to back away now towards Laundry as the bomb gets planted. 2 players come in there for that long rotation. Kevs might be able to catch Glowy out here, who anticipates that. Very good movement from Glowy to catch him up off guard. And Eds takes Whoopi out of the equation. 4-3, the numbers advantage have been turned.
Yeah, and this is a pinch, but they have to move now. We do see Huntsman, they're going to be rushing in at the same time. Eds, here comes the pinch. JZ, Idra takes down 2. Eds takes down 1. Last player alive, 1v1. 10 seconds left. Raven spots him, and if you are Omega, you just have to play time here. 7 seconds left, and that should be a round for Omega. Very good round for Omega there. Huntsman, it took them a long while because they had to rotate from pool to the side of Omega, AJ, and now Omega looking good in S&D.
Anticipated, but they just have to prove us that Huntsman will be stepped up once again. Again, holds on to Kitchen. Very bad angle as he got punished by Whoopi earlier on. And Whoopi once again tries to pull off the exact same sneaky shot. Derp with a very good grenade to the front. Will not be able to find anyone at that corner though. And he repositions himself. Whoopi on the other hand with the grenade out. Bomb gets planted at Bravo once again. And that full-on rotation this time through needs to come from Huntsman as Ed shuts down Idra. The numbers advantage on the Malaysian side. Whoopi! Oh, does not take that shot quick enough and gives away that information. Has to reposition himself, and that gives the advantage to the players of Malaysia. The one and only Huntsman, and the spray from Eds does not grab it. Will be able to take Whoopi out. What a quick reload. Raven shuts down Candy, and that's about it. What a smooth play by the Huntsman.
Yeah, smooth play indeed. And the retake was just like everything. Everyone just went down immediately. AJ, one by one, they fall. And that's the Huntsman that we need as well. You know, that kind of Huntsman that can pretty much clear out a whole group with just one retake. But Omega still leading by a round here. And so far, all their offensive tactics have been working here. And now let's see what kind of strategy they're going to do. They're going to go for that A rush. But look at that setup by Huntsman. Now they're going to set up inside the site. So it's going to be a double setup crossfire. Raven's going to be on that cutout. But here comes the push. They're going to spot one. Glowy going to try to take down one. The Eds and Glowy take it down. They just two-man power play that. Raven gets another one. And just like that, Derp gets Dwuppy. Idra, last player alive, he gets one. 1 versus 4. Can he clutch this up?
This is the Huntsman that Malaysia has needed for such a long time. Yeah. Tries to spot out ALMGHTY. ALMGHTY's MX9 bags the guy. 2-2. They equalize. And we have not gone in here for the switch of sides just yet, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. As all of these players very patiently, they want to carry that bomb on. Sorry, this is the switch that we will be expecting them to go for in here for the next round. Whoopi will not be able to find Derp very early on this time around, and the grenades popped in there as well. Derp finds 2 of those players. Whoopi, on the other hand, he will try to reposition himself. Cavs with the very aggressive push with the KRM finds Raven, but will be caught out by Derp. The 3rd kill in this round. Whoopi punishes Derp. That's a very good one for the side of Omega Esports to even out the odds, but still down on the numbers though, Jericho.
Yeah, still down by the number. 3 versus 2. Whoopi trying to find a pick as well. He might be expecting that, but the timing, AJ, that timing, Call of Duty timing at its finest. Whoopi just decides not to look at that at the last moment. They're gonna get pinched, and look at that, Huntsman down 2-0. Doesn't matter. Let's adjust per round here and get the retakes working. And so far, Huntsman, they've been working out pretty far here in Omega. They've stopped on that round number 2.
Let's see what else the Huntsman can bring in here. Will be hopefully he doesn't take a nap. And Derps was just one of those players that just needs to keep his head down a little bit, right? The guy has got so much of potential in him, but winning sometimes will get you smiling a little bit too wide. But if he can keep his head down and in moments his chin up, he will be able to bring the most for the side of the Huntsman. ALMGHTY opportunity, MX9 Whoopi catches Glowy off guard, but it doesn't really matter. Numbers are now all equal. Kev back up, but Raven punishes both Kevs and Whoopi. What a play by this guy. Jay-Z finding the back, will not be able to spray him down just yet. Derp gets away with a sliver of his health, and Raven right in front of him now. Jay-Z might get pinched by both. Will be able to find Raven, but ends with a punisher from the back. 1v3, Idra all alone, and the bomb goes to be planted at the B side.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the small details that the Huntsmen are doing, you know, checking every corner, hard clearing all the areas, AJ. It's mattering to that, you know, it really matters to their win here. But look at this, AJ. Once Idra pops out here, yes, you can get one, but the trade's there immediately. And, you know, holding hands in S&D is the best thing to do here. You know, Idra spots one, the jiggle pick comes through. Eds, he's gonna take him out. 4-2, AJ. And Huntsmen, they just look different now in S&D. They look really bad in those first 2 rounds, but they managed to crack the code here. And now Omega, their plays are being very red here. It's getting really exposed here, AJ. And, you know, that's where Huntsmen, they are just adjusting every time.
But, you know, I hope the Huntsman enjoys this run that they're having, because if I know Omega Esports well, I know that they always like to set up the most craziest of comeback for themselves. So the game is not over by any means. By the way, for all of you who are tuning in from Facebook, you now have the ability to cast your vote as well. Let us know, who do you think will be able to pick up the win of this series. Jay-Z now with the spray. CBR4 right in here for the pop, and will be able to find ALMGHTY. Unfortunate for the Malaysians, they are now down by 1 man. Bomb has to run away from its spot, and lucky that Eds gets away with his life as Whoopi gets they shut down on Glowy. Jay-Z, the timing is perfect from him to avoid the shots, but the backstab by Raven, though, not quick enough to catch him, but does have the angle with the pre-scope.
Yeah, that pre-aim working it, but now Omega slowing things down here on defense as well. Not a little bit too aggressive. They're trying to find a pick as well on pool side. He does know Idra is going to be there, but Does he scope out at the wrong time here? 3 versus 4. Omega now just slowing things down, which is very good. They're getting those gunfights that they need. Ed's with the bomb as well, working his way towards B. Has to find a pick here just to equalize things.
With the opportunity to turn things around, he needs to be able to sort out the one and only Idra. He's playing all of his angles well. Derp right in front of him. Eds and Raven shut down by the one and only Whoopi. Derp all alone, and Idra takes care of that. It's all gonna be 3-4 as Omega Esports tries to catch right back up. Huntsman, can they finish this off? 2 more of these rounds. If they take a good solid attack at the B side, it's gonna be a GG for the Filipinos. Omega Esports, they need to hustle. Whoopi once again will be able to position himself, this time at Kitchen. Catches Alfari with a wall bang, but unfortunately with the flash, he will have to get away from his own spot.
Yeah, and I like what Omega did here, you know. They're really slowing things down here, just playing all those angles where you get that advantage. Whoopi gets another one on Glowy, 5 versus 3 here, finally trades him out. And now Kitchen is going to be very, very clear here. Raven spots 1, Idra, he's going to get tagged up, but Idra takes him out, 4 versus 2 now. And now Omega, they have the advantage here. They can tie it up with this one. Eds goes down. Last player alive is going to be Derp. He spots 1 player, but there's going to be 4 players of Omega just swarming around that bomb. They should be around for Omega.
All of those angles now covered. They all are waiting for Derp. Nobody's looking for Derp. And this is what you have to respect about Omega Esports. And Derp with a very good turnaround shuts down Idra. Information gets passed on through. Derp anticipates that. And now all the way at Kitchen, but that information does not get played to its advantage. Derp not really over-aggressing, one by one, checking each and every single one of those peak points to all of those corners. And now over at Garden, he just has to play this a little bit safer. Goes in there for the jump as well for the spot. But the Garden entrance towards Kitchen, you will have 1 player standing right there. Derp not really going in for that over-aggressive push, but he has to take this fight. Does not go in there for the full peak, and Kendi takes him out.
Yeah, I thought Derp was gonna be able to take those 2 guys, but you know, the pinch is there. 4-4 now. Good adjustments coming in from Omega. I like it from the start. You know, slow things down. Let's just get some picks here, and then Whoopi, you know, just let Whoopi do his thing here. You know, this early wall bangs and zigzag. He's gonna do it again one more time. This time does not hit anyone, but here comes Huntsman. They're gonna be stacking the rush. They're gonna be stacking it. No more picks for them. But Omega, they're gonna be taking over for that flank. We won't play in the middle. Raven takes him out. Glowy takes out Idra. A is gonna be clear. AJ 5 versus 3.
Everybody's waiting. I know everybody's waiting. When is AJ gonna scream, the best sniper in the Philippines? I don't know. Wait for it. Whoopi's been hitting those shots hard, man. 10 kills in here so far. The guy is just aggressive. And a good grenade will not be able to take any players down, but he gets that information. Whoopi still with a lot of pressure through that smoke finds! And so was planting the bomb out in the open. Unfortunately, the smoke not giving him cover for that perfect duration. Kendi, is he going to be able to get the spray? Whoopi, as he tries to position himself, not going to be able to get the takedown. Kendi, on the other hand, over-aggressive, shuts down Alpha Re. Kendi shut down by Derp. Jay-Z takes Glowy out of the equation. Derp still standing. Whoopi has to manage him. He goes in there for the slide, but Whoopi will not be able to take that shot. And in the meantime, Jay-Z gets dropped. Whoopi out of nowhere. He pops his head out. Derp punishes. 5-4. Huntsman in front at match point.
I mean, if you were Omega, you did everything you could there, but you know, Derp was just there at swimming pool. You know, I think that one player that tried to pinch didn't check that right side, and now they're gonna be on match point. 1 round away to get that 2 and Omega. They need to tie it up 1 more. Now we do see a slow push here coming from Huntsman. Just a very, very slow one. You know, just trying to get that pick. But look how aggressive Jay-Z is already, AJ. He's gonna be in that top part. If someone pops out, he's gonna get triple pinched by the players of Omega here. This is also very, very scary spot for Jay-Z. If he just mistimes the look, he might just, you know, die immediately there.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? But the guy with his mechanical capabilities, he should be able to get at least 1 kill if he does get rushed. But it all depends on luck as to how it pans out for him. But they do know with a thumper shot towards the passageway that the players are all over at the B side. Whoopi with the patience, trigger discipline, shuts down Glowy, and now look for another as well. But he will not be able to find that one player who backs away from bedroom. But if he is just a little patient, he might be able to find Derp there, though.
Yeah, he might be able to find Derp indeed here. Now we do see the voice of Huntsman struggling, but Derp gets that equalizer. No more sniper for the side of Omega. And the middle of a rush is gonna come through. Ed's gonna be the first one in the middle. They spot that player, but here's gonna be another. He's gonna have help from the back kitchen. Kendi's there. Kendi takes down 2. No trades or whatsoever. Raven gonna be 1 player there. He's gonna get double challenge. Does take down 1, still alive. He's gonna get pinched from the middle as well. It's gonna be a huge kill if you are Raven. You need to get some kills here. He's gonna get tagged up. Derp still alive. Gonna get thundered through the wall, and unfortunately, 5-5 now. If Derp had a different weapon there, AJ, it could have been a double kill there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it was a good sound double challenge coming in there from Omega Esports. And at the very end, they just ran their numbers against Huntsman. But now both teams on match point. This is round 11, something that not a lot of Malaysians would have thought possible, as Huntsman, they lost their captain. Captain Ranger no longer part of the squad, but it just seems to have done the team a lot of good, because look at them run through Omega Esports and push them to boundaries which they have struggled to in the past. Whoopi displaying all of his corners really well, anticipating a push from the side of Huntsman, but nobody on the Team Blue will be over-aggressive. They leave the B side out for the taking. They want to play retake, but they lock down basketball court, awaiting Omega Esports.
This should be an early flank for them. Another retake pinch here, but look at number 4 on your screen, Jay-Z. He's going to be playing all the way to the back, and I think they spotted him there. They probably heard the glass break, and look at that, Jay-Z, that timing. They don't know he's going to be... He gets spotted. Jay-Z gets that first blood. That's all you need if you are Omega. You already got that first blood. Jay-Z gets away with his life. Kev's going to be very close. He might get taken out, but he gets glowy. 3 versus 5. 2 versus 5. And this is looking like Omega's going to get this game, but Alfari on that flank as well. Derp gets 1. Still a winnable. Derp almost gets that second one. Alfari gets 1 as well. So still winnable if you are on the side of Huntsman here. Has a sniper to use here. Derp bomb is down. 20 seconds left. But look at that flank, number 1, Kendi, trying to make the play as well. He's going to get spotted. Alfari gets 1.
Big one.
Derp gets taken out to 1 versus 2. Alfari trying to make the play here, but Kev takes him out, and Omega ties it up 1-1 in a thriller of FINESSE and D. It had to go to around 11, but finally Omega gets that game number 2.
Yeah, that's an insane matchup at Search and Destroy. You know, Omega Esports thought Raid was going to be slightly easier than that. They did not expect that sort of a challenge to come out of the Huntsman. I'm pretty sure, man, because they definitely stepped up their gameplay. They changed the way they were moving in these matches. I mean, Whoopi was not going super aggressive down mid anymore. They were trying to bring in those adjustments to make sure they had the numbers to sustain towards the end of these rounds. And it's good that they brought that adjustment through, because they made a solid comeback in here. Mega Esports not allowing Huntsman to run away with the day, but Raven really showing up for his squad along with Derb, who did a lot, right? 10 of those snipes he hit, and he hit hard. Whoopi on the other side was able to pick up 12 of those kills for himself, but it was Kendi and his very smart progress onto that bomb side all the time, right? 4 of those plants he manages to pull for himself, and it's that pressure that was mounted upon the players of Huntsman that threw off some of their gameplays.
Yeah, that really threw it off. You know, just being annoying on the flank. You know, 3 versus 2. Kendi, he made the play by just flanking around Art, and it took out Derp before Derp could take out another player there. So very huge play coming in from him. You know, 10 and 12 from Whoopi as well. Those crazy snipes at the start of the game. And if you're on the side of Huntsman, you know, Glowy and Alfari just really struggling on those gunfights. You know, but Raven, Derp, and Ed's holding the fort down. But if you are Omega, yes, you should be happy about that game number 2. But now you got to focus on game number 3. And because that game number 1, AJ, wasn't even close. So, and it's going to be respawn again on Crossfire. Will it be the same story?
I don't know, man, because, you know, this game was just a little too close for comfort for the players of Smart Omega. And as we move on back to domination, Crossfire is just... I wouldn't say the home of Smart Omega, but they're most definitely very comfortable every single time they step on in here, right? You've got such a long distance between the 2 spawns, and I anticipate to see maybe the SVD played here by Whoopi. I will not be surprised if Derp brings it out. It will be quite the weapon of satisfaction for both sides to pull off some of these long-range shots. And, you know, when we talk about domination over at Crossfire, it's not going to be a super straightforward matchup, is it? Because over at Shortcut, in order to hold on to that B flag, a lot needs to be played. You need to make sure down middle lane, Butchers is all clear. Central building needs to be locked down in total. But many of those access points, and, you know, it will be going back and forth quite a little bit here, Jericho.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very back and forth, you know, especially who's going to control those Butchers, AJ, that middle building as well, who's going to be aggressing over to that bus, working on that spawn trap.
Correct.
Who's going to be getting those streaks. You know, streaks going to be very important, especially the Goliath. That Goliath is pretty much that 6-man, that's extra layer of armor that's hopping on B, the cluster strike as well. A lot of factors are coming in here, but the biggest one for me is just winning gunfights for both sides. You know, if you're Omega, you got to focus on winning your gunfights, not even the positioning anymore, because you know what to do with your position. You know how the map plays out. It's about winning those gunfights for both teams. So it's going to be the biggest thing here for both teams. So, I mean, if you're Omega, yes, you have that little bit of momentum, a little bit of boost from winning that round 11, but now you got to come back down to earth. Let's get this 2-1.
And Huntsman, they were so close. Hopefully that doesn't really break, you know, the momentum that they brought in from that first Hardpoint matchup. And they will be able to deliver a solid respawn down here at Domination. The whole of Malaysia is most definitely counting on them. But it just seems like it is a case where the Huntsmen now are being pressured, right? And I'm just afraid that they might crumble under this pressure. We've seen them under pressure in the past. And this is where, once again, that in-game leader will become responsible. As the leader, if you yourself allow yourself to be pressured by the situation, allow it to get to your head, and, you know, your emotions reflect upon the rest of your team members, it's going to be quite the tough time to get anything done out there on the battlefield. So as the leader, you most definitely at this point need to be pumping up the spirits of your team members. If you are Huntsman, that's exactly what you're going to be doing, because they've been doing everything else right. It's just the mechanical plays that, you know, it just swings back and forth between the two teams, Jericho.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it really came down to those last initial gunfights for me in that S&D. So it was nothing wrong with Huntsman. If you lost it, just focus up on the domination, because you know you've been dominating in that respawn. Just keep on doing what you do. You know, immediately get the kills that you need, capture the points, and if you're Omega, work as a team. Don't just barge in as one. You know, trying to make a play on your own, trying to make those highlight plays. Work as a team. You know, you got to call out, communicate well, coordinate it as well. So I think, you know, it's just the same factors for both teams. There's nothing really much. But if you're Omega, I think the biggest one is you got to be consistent.
And not, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
My apologies. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, and being consistent as well as just trusting your teammates. I feel like there's that trust that's not really working out. Like, oh, I mean, I don't trust you, Candy, on looking at this angle. Let me do this for you. And then it just boils down to the team composition. The composure is gone.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, man. I mean, if you look at Huntsman on the other hand, it just seems like they have got this solid teamwork going, right? And that was something that I was not really 100% sure of, because with the departure of their captain, it's not a departure of a team member. You have your captain leaving the team, and that just puts the rest of the team members in a very unfortunate situation, right? So somebody needs to step up to the plate, but it looks like Eds, Raven, as well as Alfari, they most definitely have a lot of it under control in here. And Derp, he has been a solid guy all throughout. Just some of the things that he needed to fix for himself, I believe he has focused on, and he is bringing the best version of himself. Look at Indra holding on to the barrels and plays the timing for himself. Absolutely smart, just waiting for Huntsman to aggress upon him, and they take those important kills. And these are the kind of strategies that are going to be keeping Smart Omega in front.
Yeah, those strategies, you know, those early gunfights there, but they managed to capture B. It's going to be the last player alive. It's going to be Edra again. He's going to get taken out, and that's going to be a good push coming through from Huntsman. You know, that's an easy B flag for them, unless Kendi can make the play. Brings out the Thumper, but Raven takes him out. Kev takes down another one, but no trade whatsoever, and Kevs gets 3 kills actually, and no one is near from Huntsman to capture B. But look at that, the flip happened, AJ, and you know, Omega going for that trip gap immediately, but they stopped the bleeding, and now it might have just costed them that overextension.
Oh, nice.
They might just have lost B there, AJ.
Oh, what a play coming through from Huntsman, man. I mean, I just love this from the Malaysians. It's a Huntsman that we have never seen in the past. and I'm just so proud to see them working in unison out there. They are giving the rest of the Malaysians something to hope for finally, and I have to say, I think it is for the very first time in a long time that a Malaysian team is getting me this excited once again. So hopefully they can take this all the way through. Omega Esports, on the other hand, cannot be trifled with. They cannot be underestimated. Look at this push coming through from Kenji once again. They immediately tease that C flag to play the distraction, but Eds, bro, solo takes a triple for himself. What a blaster as he gets the play done for Huntsman, all on his own.
Yeah, just making the play all on his own, indeed, AJ. And now 40-34. Huntsman, they started really slow here, but so far it's been working out for them. As soon as you say that, Omega going for the overextension again, AJ. They want to do it again. They want to get that trip as fast as they can, but so far it's not really working out for them. They managed to cap B, but see, about to work now, and here we go. The trip cap is on, AJ, and Omega finally grabbing that momentum.
Well, Ed's now just doing a lot for his team, but he cannot just jump onto that B flag just yet. He wants to be able to play Rome and shut down the other players who come in here to challenge that B flag. But unfortunately for him, he was not able to do that to perfection. Whoopi will be able to avoid the shots coming through. ALMGHTY shuts him down, takes a double for himself, and will be able to pull back that B flag. Solid on the play. Hunter Killer Drone can be sent out there for the kill in a little bit. Glovy's already got his Annihilator on that activation, waiting. It's on standby, but he shouldn't be pulling it out just yet because Smart Omega about to hit that 75-point mark.
Yeah, about to hit that 74 mark indeed. Here, Jay-Z just trying to get more points here before the end of the half. And ALMGHTY trying to break it through, and they get that final B cap. And Jay-Z working towards those score streaks as well. Raven with that SPD takes down 2 players. 75-56, a good half for Omega. That trip cap definitely changed that first half. And now Huntsman struggling on this side, but now they have the good. I think now they have the they do have the good side now. Omega, they do have some streaks here. Jay-Z working towards that Predator missile. If he does get that cluster, it can be that game changer.
Out bag any kills with that. He will not be able to find anyone, but it doesn't really matter as the rest of the players now aggressively on the side of the Huntsman, picking up that A and B flag instantaneously. And this is such a good push, but Omega, what a break. Whoopi himself steps on in with the Type 25, but the fight is on as the players from Huntsman, they move right on back in there, but they are not able to sustain. The numbers are just too great for the side of Smart Omega, and B and C flag now held on 83-66. Kendi drops in with the Annihilator, trying to take out all of those players. Will be able to find just Glowy, but from the back now as he tries to spot yet another, will not be able to get it. Annihilator expires, and you know, it's not his fault, man. The other team members on the side of Smart Omega, they just bagging everything.
Yeah, they're just bagging everything one by one. And this is a Smart Omega we know, AJ, just dominating from start to finish, AJ. 96-72. Huntsman, no answer yet. Omega about to reach the 100-point mark. But can they manage to break B? There comes the Hunter Killer. It's going to be that opening that they need. Whoopi going to be inside Butchers. He's going to get taken out. Kevs takes down 2 more players. And Huntsman just struggling to get in the B flag at any... nothing's happening. But Jay-Z takes out Chloe and Eds. And that's just going to stop the push. ALMGHTY just waiting for his teammates here. But finally managed to get one. Can he keep on going?
Will be able to find the back of the one and only Whoopi. 112 to 80 now. ALMGHTY getting a lot done for himself.
Ooh.
Finds yet another one for him. Kendi shuts down ALMGHTY. Jay-Z taken out by Eds, but it doesn't really matter as Eds backs his second one as well. The most important thing here is, can you get to that B flag? Can you cap it for yourself? Eds patience, waits for his team member to catch up with him as well, and will be able to take Kendi out of the equation as Derp gets dropped and the B flag finally back in the hands of the Malaysians. But is it enough though? Because as the clock keeps on ticking, Smart Omega, they're already at 126.
Yeah, they need that triple cap, AJ. They need it just to make that comeback. If they don't get it, it's going to be a GG already. But as we can see here, Kendi pushing up to B as well. He's going to get taken out. Eds takes out another player. That's a huge kill if you're Eds. You need that kill. And there you go. That's the kill that they need. Well, he's going to get taken out by Whoopi by that Thumper. He's going to get tagged up as well. 131 to 101. They have to make the push. Glowy has that cluster strike. Are they going to use it at the start now, or are they going to wait for it later?
They have to use it eventually, man. I mean, because the players of Smart Omega now already running away with this. Glowy shut down by Kendi. 134 to 107 now. I don't know, man. My maths has always been my weak point. I don't know if it's going to be possible for them to catch up, but it might just be possible here if at all Glowy does manage to hold on to that B flag. Cluster does not need to be played as ALMGHTY is there for the save, and that was just a little bit too close. Finally, Glowy brings out the cluster strike that is just needed so much. But once again, like we talked about, the game of math, all that Smart Omega needs to do is very smartly hold on to that C flag and win this match.
Yeah, that's all they need to do. But here comes Huntsman. Their final push. ALMGHTY brings out the death machine. He's not going to try to take out anyone there. And I think that's going to be at 5 or more points here. Any players left from Huntsman? No one's going to be near. Jay-Z going to hop on B as well. Last player alive. He's going to stop that. And that's going to be game. Omega Esports taking game number 3. And now we are seeing that Omega Esports that we know, AJ. 150 to 135, 2-1. Omega one away from winning this series.
It was very close. 15 points more for Huntsman to catch up on, and Omega Esports, they just stepped up their gameplays, right? I mean, winning all of those fights, Candy with huge kills there for himself, and Omega Esports managing to clutch this towards the very end, and they play the game really smartly, right? They understand the game of mathematics when it comes to domination. How long do they have to hold on to those points for? And at a certain degree, they back away from that B flag. They don't really want to play it anymore because they know that as long as they've got that one flag held onto their side, they have got this game already. And 5 players protecting one flag, yeah, it's a GG. There's no way you're going to be able to get it. Even if you do break their hill, they respawn on the opposite side and they grab your flag, right? The only way you can win that sort of a situation is if, you know, you send in 2 or 3 guys who are able to slay that full squad. But obviously, it wasn't that sort of a game. Mechanically, the players of Omega Esports really took it off in this fight.
Yeah, they really took it off that fight, you know. And if you are Omega, that's how you have to play, consistent and very coordinated. You do see the pushes there, AJ. You know, over aggression was really working out for them. They were getting all the spots that they need. And then if you're the side of Huntsman, you started off really flat. You know, derp 7-70. You can't be going 7-17 in Crossfire. You know, you got to be consistent like your teammates. They were doing a lot there, but I feel like that last play, AJ, where Glowy had that cluster, I believe you just put it on C. If they put it on C, it could have been a different story towards the end of domination.
I absolutely agree with you. As a matter of fact, the guy was fully streaked out already. If I'm not mistaken, he had a sentry on the second and the cluster on the last, right? He could have set up the sentry on that B flag, like you said, brought out the cluster on the C flag, send the rest of those players in. They don't need everybody there if he could bag the numbers with the cluster. But, you know, Smart Omega, they kind of anticipated a situation like that. You didn't really see all of their players sitting down on the flag, holding on to it, but they were sitting down in their own little small corners within that C flag itself, just waiting for the players of Huntsman, right? And that was just a smart play from them. So although the cluster wouldn't have been able to take them out, it would have given the side of Huntsman the best opening that they could have had to perhaps make a comeback in that matchup. But once again, though, Jericho, it needs to be pulled off with a combination that you don't send all 5 players in there, because that's just going to make your opponent spawn on the opposite side. They're going to get a flag. It needs to be a triple cap situation, which unfortunately the Huntsmen just could not find themselves.
Yeah, that is true. And now, AJ, game number 4. Is it going to end here?
GG.
Or will Huntsman force a game number 5? We do see a disconnect at the start. ALMGHTY, I think all the players from Huntsman are going to reset. Technical pause coming through, guys. You know, we don't see that often in Call of Duty Mobile, but it does happen from time to time, guys. But yeah, game number 4 in Summit, AJ. One-sided map again. Coming into this, you got to go with Huntsman here just because it's Hardpoint.
Yeah, and by the way, you know, just to address the disconnection there, because some of the audience, they really get worked up in situations like this. It does happen, guys. Disconnection issues most definitely does happen. It is within the rule book. As long as they do not reach that first hard point just yet, they can most definitely remake that match. So no love lost at all. Nothing much has happened in there just yet. So, you know, they will be able to proceed. So, sorry, Jericho, go on with your point.
Yeah, guys, just relax, guys. No one has killed anyone, so you know, take a breather, guys. I know the Omega fans, you know, you guys were really riled up after that game number 1, you know, 2 and 3. They went away from winning this one. But then again, guys, it's Hardpoint. We saw what happened in game number 1. They got twisted, turned, and thrown in the trash. That's pretty much what you have to say. But now that they have momentum on their side, could be a different kind of Omega here. You know, we did see Kevs popped off, even Jay-Z was popping off, all the players, everyone was popping off. But now it's in Hardpoint, one-sided map. It really comes down to those close engagements, in my opinion. No, you know, Glowy, Kevs, those kinds of players, they have to pop off. You know, they have to be the first one in, first one out as well, getting those skills for them. It's also the usage of the operators. When are you going to use it? Are you going to risk investing 3 in one hill, or you're going to save it for breaking the hill, cutting off for rotation? There's a lot of possibilities in Summit, and that's why a lot of teams struggle in this map, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, when we look at this matchup, as usual, Summit, a very one-sided map, but it is the side of Huntsman that starts off at the strongest
better
side,
side,
we have to say. Yeah. They get to take control of the second floor first, but like you've rightfully pointed out in the previous Summit matchup, it's not really a game of the second floor most of the time. These players, they just jump in straight on into the hill and just fighting for their lives right down there, right? The mechanical capability for them to be able to sustain a fight like that, although it will be going back and forth, a little too chaotic, but they are able to bet on a little bit more there. When you spend your time up on that second floor in a chaotic game like this, you never know when your team members are going to get killed off and lose those precious points. The least that you want to be doing is contesting for that hard point at all times. And finally, Smart Omega, as they manage to get that hill break for themselves, the players of Huntsman throwing their bodies in one after the other. But here comes the mechanical supremacy as they fall one after the other, back to back.
Yeah, it worked out at the start there, AJ, for the side of Huntsman, but you know, I think I saw Alfari in the corner, you know, kind of choked up those shots. But now, you know, Huntsman, they got that 21 points. Omega, they're slowly getting the scrap time, and now P2 battle for P2. Whoopi gonna be last player alive. If you look at the map, you know, Huntsman, they're controlling that underground as well as that second floor. Huge kill on the map happening. Derp takes out Jay-Z, so spawns are gonna go for the side of Huntsman. And now, but see, Omega, the comeback is coming through, the kills that are coming through as well. They are getting everything that they need. And so far, Huntsman struggling on the gunfight department.
Yeah, second hill, and it'll be Smart.
Wow.
Played so early with the sentry setup coming out from the one and only Whoopi, and that's going to be the kind of pressure that will be very hard to deal with. Huntsman now shutting down Whoopi, which means they can jump on right behind that sentry and take it out of the equation first. Those plays spawning out of the gorilla base still, so that sentry on the shutdown should be quite convenient and easy for them. But look at that, man. The gunfights are just not being won, Jericho.
It's just not being won indeed. 21-61, and now it's a different story. It's just like game number 1, AJ, but this time Omega is the judge during the executioner for this game number 4, and everything is going well for them. Rotation is also going to be given to the side of Omega, and Huntsman struggling right now to make the play. Well, let's see what happens here. Idra takes down Eds, and now here comes P3.
Now, I mean, it was a little too good to be true in that first matchup when you saw some of the players from, not just some, right? 3 of the players from Smart Omega dropping the double negative. It's something that is super duper rare, but Huntsman this time, as they break the hill, they have an opportunity now to take this all back from the side of Smart Omega. They cannot lose a single gunfight. Alfari, opportunity, gets the first one, does not get the second as Candy smashes him with the one and only thumper. 75-47, Huntsman now struggling to push right back into cable car platform. But now with the hunter killer drone being sent out by Alfari as he takes the water tower from that wraparound, he might be able to break the spawn.
Yeah, he might be able to break the spawn there, but Edra just took down 3 of his teammates. It is going to be a huge kill for Edra if he gets this. There comes the cluster strike. 100-point mark reached by Omega, and Huntsman struggling right now. And, you know, if you're Huntsman, you gotta hit that rotation fast, and so far they are already in the new one. But remember, Edra fully streaked out, has that cluster to invest. Oh my god, Kebs. How do you win that gunfight? Edra brings out the Predator Missile, takes down 2 players at the back. Nothing actually get hit, but the information is given. And now Edra pushing on his own on the left.
I mean, I've always doubted the range of the CBR, but Kevs just makes it look like it's absolutely nothing, right? Dive 25 out for the play, but it doesn't really matter because a grenade comes flying straight to Raven's face out of the ammunition from the one and only Whoopi's Dragonfire. Jay-Z with the Annihilator steps right back on in, but he will be punished by Alfari with the MX-9. 113-63. Huntsman finally fighting back for this hill, and they have thrown in their men in there as well. They've got the spawns. Everything is going right for the Malaysians. They win their gunfights. Chloe Annihilator shut down. Eds needs to be able to sustain a little bit longer in here, but things are getting out of hand for the Malaysians as they stick on in. Dragonfire can be brought out, but it's just a little too chaotic at this very moment.
A little bit too chaotic indeed, but that's going to be a full 60 for the side of Huntsman. They're just they're back in the game now, AJ. And now P1 is going to be the battle for that P1, and Glowy going to be the first one in as well. Kev's going to try to play for that scrap time. 5 seconds left, and now Huntsman set up in that first floor, but Glowy misses that shot. And now we do see JZ being a nuisance, takes out the player with the dev machine. But look at the map, AJ. It's going to be a pinch from all sides of Huntsman. Lucy number 1, Raven brings out that Annihilator. It's going to be very, very huge. He takes down. No, he missed that shot. You actually missed that shot if you're Raven. Actually still alive here. Raven trying to make the play with the Annihilator. Spots one, misses again, and does not hit anyone with that, AJ.
That's a GG, man. I mean, in situations like that, Raven should have just brought in the Purifier that he banned out. will be able to bag Glowy for himself as Huntsman finally break the hill once again, but they need to be able to win these 2 gunfights. Kev's making it very difficult for them as Smart Omega 125 to 105, trying to wrap this game up at the very first hardpoint on reset, and it will be possible if they can hold on to it. But Huntsman, they come in there for the challenge, but broken once again by Smart Omega. They're not allowing this to fall out of their hands, and the Malaysians, they struggle. This is the Smart Omega of all that has come back in here to smile upon Huntsman, but it's not going to end here. We have to move on to the second hardpoint. What do the Malaysians have for us there?
Yeah, but remember, Cluster Strike from India is going to come out anytime soon, so that's going to be a very, very huge one. They got to win all their gunfights here just to cut some time off here. They take down 2 players. Whoopi brings out that Annihilator, but the second floor control by Smart Omega is going to be in there. JZ brings out the nade. 3 more points. Cluster Strike is in. GG. And Omega Esports, they take home that series 3-1. After a fluke game 1, it didn't matter. Smart Omega, they take it 3-1.
Valiant effort from the players of Smart Omega, from the players of Huntsman. They were getting almost everything possible done out there, but it came down to the mechanical capabilities of Smart Omega, which they forced everyone to doubt after game number 1, right? Once again, they kind of bombed that first standoff match, and the Huntsmen really proved themselves on that game. Even at Search and Destroy, we did see the Malaysians try to run away with that matchup, but it was Whoopi who was just absolutely stellar with all of those shots that he was hitting back to back. And that game got saved, and they pushed it all the way down to the T. Whoopi picking up the MVP this time round as well for himself. 150 to 109. He bags a KD of 20 to 12. Solid with the performance. And as you can see, the Malaysians, they weren't really doing all that too bad, but it just came down to those gunfights individually.
Yeah. It just really came down to those gunfights in the end. You know, it was a perfect hold by both teams. Pretty much they had all their moments. You know, P1 went to the side of both teams. P2 went to P2 and P3 went to the side of Omega. And then P4, we just saw Huntsman held a full 60 there. But in the end, the cluster strike was really a huge thing. You know, Idra held it down. He let his teammates do their thing. And everything was popping off them, clicking back and forth. Trades were coming through. And then, you know, Huntsman just really struggled in the end. You know, that play by Eds, that last one, AJ, I feel like if he hit those shots, would have been a different story, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. But, you know, he just has to suck it up, and he has to just remain confident through the other series that he has waiting for him in the competition. Because, once again, it is all about how they manage to maintain their own confidence as they take on the rest of these squads. In game number 1, we saw those huge smiles on their faces, and I'm very sure those smiles paid dividends to their win as well. 150 to 32, as they stepped on in confidently, they were able to smash it. But when they dropped it at the very final moment with that Smart Omega making comeback at Raid, Search and Destroy, it seemed to have broken their confidence just a little bit. We did see Crossfire as well. It was disappointing for the players of Huntsman as they were just 15 points away from grabbing it. But it was just pure IQ out of Smart Omega, understanding domination through and through as to how much they need to push and at which point they can back away and just play full on defense that just really gave them that win. And over at Summit, one-sided map or not, we saw the Huntsman really make a good play for this multiple times. Again, I have to say multiple good plays, but it just wasn't enough as the mechanical capability helped the Smart Omega overcome them pretty easily towards the end.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. And if you look at the scores, AJ, besides game number one, everything was close.
Yes.
Everything, all the 3 games was close. So
Yeah.
you could just say that Huntsman, they just played. I mean, game number one, they just played better. That's I mean, that's the bottom line. Game number two it could have went either ways. Game number three, that's when Omega really turned the switch up for me. You know, because S&D they really struggled in S&D, but the last 2 games, that's when they turned it up. You know, showed them why they are Smart Omega, and now they are going to be 1-0 in that group stage, AJ.
It's just insane as to how they pulled this off after showing the weakest side that they have shown the community in a long time. And I'm pretty sure Smart Omega players are smiling from year to year because, with all of that fan base comes a few haters as well, right? And the moment they would have lost that match, I'm pretty sure the comment section would have been going a little crazy. But it is what it is as they make their comeback in here. Smart Omega does what Smart Omega always does, shutting up mouths as they continue winning. 3-1, they take it right back from the Huntsman. But I love what the Malaysians have been able to prove on in here. If they could take such a dominant matchup against Smart Omega, I feel like they can achieve a lot in this competition. Once again, they just need to make it into the top 2 to make it through to the playoffs so that they get a bigger slice of this pie. $25,000 on the line, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. 25,000 indeed. And they're just taking a look at the highlights. And, game number one, I mean, nothing to analyze this. It's just Huntsman doing Huntsman things. They're just hunting for everyone, getting all those one-shot kills. The shotguns were on point. And it just, I guess when it came to game 2, game 3, and game 4, none of the luck that they had on game number 1 popped up anymore.
I mean, it just seemed like Smart Omega wasn't shooting in game number 1 at all, right? Every single time they stepped up front, it was the Huntsman just firing down upon them. You barely see those hit marks on the players of Huntsman. But in game number 2, I feel like they didn't fully activate from the get-go. It was the initial 2 rounds that Omega Esports took aggressively, and the Huntsman, they just made a solid comeback as they tried to turn things around. They took 4 rounds in a row, but it kind of stopped there for a time being as Omega Esports, kind of pushed them back to the wall as well.
Yeah, they pushed them back immediately. I mean, there was at least one. They had one round where they could have closed the series. Closed the S&D where Huntsman won 5-4, but unfortunately, they were just really struggling. This round right here in particular, I mean, look at that. Where I don't know why Eds would have planted there with an angle, but they ended up winning this round. But after that, the next round was just really a bad one where they could have closed it out. But unfortunately, Omega, they had an answer.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And this was the shot by Derp, which was just absolutely solid on Whoopi. Anticipation, knowing the position of your opponents, anticipating exactly where they're going to be popping out of. And that was the good parts out of the Huntsman. But Omega Esports, they showed exactly why they used to be called the Kings. Whoopi proved exactly why he used to be known as one of the best snipers in the Philippines. And they just went juggernaut kills right after that, right? They made that solid comeback. Even as Derp was trying, it was a much slower paced match from the defensive side of Omega Esports. They held on. Derp with a good opener initially, but at the end, they just didn't have the numbers to sustain.
Yeah, they just didn't have the numbers to sustain. Pretty much, that was pretty much the S&D story. And unfortunately, in the game number 3, they pretty much did the same thing as well. I mean, just back and forth they go. But Omega, once that that triple cap came through, AJ, the momentum was just on their side.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And it just seemed like Smart Omega, they knew exactly what to do and they didn't want to do too much. They did exactly what was required to get in front a little bit, and they did exactly what was required to stay in front without over-aggressing, without, showing those flashy plays, which was the exact comment that you actually made, Jericho. Don't go out there for the individual, tremendous plays, all of your highlight reels, but just focus in here as a squad. And when Smart Omega started playing in that style, they were quite unstoppable.
Yeah, they were quite unstoppable indeed. When everything was clicking, AJ, when everyone was pushing in together as a team, just challenging together, they were unstoppable. And our soldier of the game is Omega Kevs at 15, 14, 60.67 assists, a score of 1.8, and a KD ratio of 1.11. Definitely a a big boost to the team. And remember when we I did tell you, AJ, this is the player that we have to watch, him and Glowy. So he's doing his job right. Let's see if he can keep it up.
And it is just a situation where Kevs just need to continue stepping out there and proving exactly why he, deserved this spot on the roster in the first place, right? One of the most decorated players now serving the Omega Esports brand, and what a player to pick up. This guy alone should be able to handle any squad, in a solo versus trio, so versus a four-man in front of him. It really doesn't really matter for Kevs, but at the very end of the day, it is a team like Huntsman that riles me up in a competition like this, right? A team that shows exactly how low they can go in a competition of old and then rise back up confidently. Without their captain, it clearly was a tough fight, but they proved themselves in here, and I cannot wait to see more from them. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, series number 3, and I anticipate that one to go up all the way to game number 5. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the biggest event so far in the Call of Duty mobile scene for Garena. This is the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Coach Jericho, bringing you guys all of the hottest of action. And so far, when Almighty took on Rampage, it was no surprise of a matchup. But Omega Esports going up against Huntsman. Huntsman managed to prove that they are not down and out yet, even without their captain in here. They did manage to take one game away from the Supreme Kings of all. And now, as we drop into series number 3, are we going to be able to get the first match number 5 of the day? It's a little tough because Aguila most definitely, they're quite a strong squad. They've made quite a big name for themselves so far in here. But our first time checking out Team Fury, I want to see exactly what they're made of. So I'm assuming they're going to be able to push Aguila down to match number 5. But that's just me being hopeful, Jericho.
Maybe they can do it, but they're going up against a champion of Phase of War recently, an up-and-coming team. A lot of these kids are very, very hungry. I mean, I shouldn't say kids, but I should say these 18, 19 years old. But before we talk about them, here's our day 1 schedule. Like what you said, AJ, we started with Almighty 3-0, Omega 3-1 against Huntsman. Now we're going up against Aguila versus Team Fury. And right after that, to close out the day, it's going to be 7-9 versus Gaijin. And then Offstream, it's already happened, guys. C8 United 3-0ing TYRANT FINESSE. That's going to be that was a very, very fast match. And after that, M4020 LOWKINGS will happen at the same time with SEM9 versus VV ESPORTS, guys. So stay tuned for that one. But now back to the topic at hand, AJ. Aguila Esports, sorry, versus Team Fury, AJ. We don't have much information about Team Fury here, AJ. But they can make some noise here in this first series.
I hope they do, man. I hope they do, because this is the one match that I'm anticipating to go all the way down to game number 5. And SEM9 versus Gaijin, yes, it's a potential 5-game matchup as well, but SEM9 has a lot to prove on their side, right? They most definitely have been stepping it up, competition after competition, and now that we see them right in front of us, with the addition of Bingo after they drop Sia, I anticipate them to have a little bit of a shaky start. So Gaijin might be able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, they might get advantage of that one indeed. But it's going to be very, very interesting. But here is the Aguila lineup. We have Captain, Jarps, Mickey, Shadow SV, Yuki, and Zunex XV. Aguila Esports, Sovereign Reborn. Very, very strong lineup here, AJ. But can they keep up their fire? Ever since winning that Waves of War, can they keep it up? Can they keep that momentum going?
Yeah, I'm expecting them to be able to pull this off. And, they want to fly up high like an eagle. Maybe in this competition will be their opportunity to do exactly that. And I'm most definitely looking forward to seeing exactly how much of impact Zunex SV will be bringing into these options. Captain, I wonder if he is actually the captain of the team, hence why he's named captain. But
no, it's actually Yuki. And fun fact, actually, I got to talk to the owner of Aguila Esports, and he told me that Yuki, even though they're winning scrims, but they're doing it very sloppy, he gets mad at his teammates. So he demands perfection, and perfection he gets. So I guess that small trait from him actually shows, and it might show up in these games here. So let's see if that perfection can pop off in this best of 5 here. And they're going up against a team with no information, which is going to be Team Fury. So it's going to be very interesting on how they're going to be playing this one. And this is the lineup for Team Fury: Frostfire, Hamfer, High, Killa, Knight, and Pasir. So very new names into the scene, and I'm liking this. New names in the scene. We're seeing a lot of new players as well as we might even see new kinds of strategies from this team.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what they can bring to the table. But if they are able to push this into game number 5, that's all I want to see, right? Be able to take a couple of matches away from Aguila. But it might just be a little too hopeful. We, once again, have never seen them in action all that too much to be able to identify exactly how much of an impact they will be able to bring into this competition. So this is the first series where they will be able to prove exactly what they're made of. And I want to see exactly how far they can push Aguila Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you. I want to see how what this team can do. And I mean, not gonna lie, I've experienced this, AJ. You know, the younger the competition is, the harder it gets. And you know, these kids, I feel like they can just go out there and pretty much just wreak havoc here. I mean, you know, look at them. They're already no smiles, just a straight face, AJ. And here comes the map in Mose. Aguila gets that coin toss. They're gonna be the first one to ban the map.
And this is going to be a pain for the side of Fury.
Take
But
off.
Aguila takes
Okay.
takeoff off, which is a good pick if
Yeah,
you
it's pretty
ask
good.
me. Hackney Yard is nice to remove from the list as well. It's a little big, but not too much of an issue on those rotations. But when you bring in the Hardpoint matchup in there, it gets a little bit tough, right? And obviously, as both of these maps get removed from the list, we are left with the 5 usual ones that we have within these rotations. Hardpoint, Aguila, I anticipate this being Summit because they will want to take a furious
Ooh.
fight, but instead they bring it into standoff. They want to play it a little bit more safer, and I like this safe play coming through from them.
They probably watched Omega versus Huntsman and be like, let's just play like Huntsman. I think they're probably gonna do that one. But you know, good point on that one, AJ. You know,
Yeah.
they don't want to go for that one-sided map. So standoff, you know, mid to long range, AJ. We did see what the Huntsman can do here. So a lot of long range shotguns going to be very effective in those inside the hill. And now let's see what Fury picks for that game number 4. It's going to be Raid Hardpoint. Okay, very interesting pick of a map here. You know, Raid Hardpoint, it's a very popular map, but at the same time, it's a very, very hard map to actually master it because the way it's built, it's when if you die, you're gonna spawn all the way to Narnia, and it might be a difficult time for one of those teams.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. So let's see exactly what Fury will be able to bring in here. They are able to decide that search and destroy, and they bring us
Ooh,
into
okay.
firing range for a setup, which is not too bad of a call from their side, right? So it's good as long as it was not Crossfire, because you know Aguila is super confident and comfortable there. For the final search and destroy, Aguila will be able to decide, and there you go.
There
They
you
bring
go.
in the Crossfire for themselves, which leaves us with Summit, which gets dropped into
Wow.
domination.
That's a very interesting domination that we haven't seen Summit domination in such a long time. We've always seen it in Hardpoint.
Correct.
And every time we see Summit domination, that's where the second floor strategies come through. But you know, before we go there, we do have the band operator skills, Purifier and Sparrow. You know, Aguila, they threw in the bait, but Sparrow is going to be banned as well. So Annihilator, Equalizer, Death Machine, Gravity Vortex, all going to be ready at the disposal, AJ. And just to point, I remember when we were casting Waves of War, AJ, Aguila, they actually won in Fire Range S&D convincingly against, I think it was C8 United. So I think, you know, all these maps are actually catered towards Aguila, AJ.
And this is the annoying thing about the Filipinos. If you are coming from Malaysia, Singapore, it just is no longer a situation where Smart Omega is that one supreme Filipino brand where, you know, you've got to be really careful with them. I mean, each and every single brand stepping out of the Philippines for Call of Duty Mobile is one to be reckoned with. I mean, they, as a nation, you guys have just stepped it up to a whole other level, and it's all on the side of Fury now, right? I mean, the only reason why you're able to make that comment is because we've seen Aguila in action.
Yeah,
So we know
seen
what to anticipate. We know what to expect out of them. And the fact that we have not seen Fury out here for the plays in the past, it just makes me a little uncomfortable, right? But at the same time, keeps me hopeful, keeps me hoping that they will be able to, you know, bring in some sort of a miracle play that will be able to put the players of Aguila on standby and on notice. Let's see if or not that will come through at standoff as we open things up at Hardpoint. It is going to be a furious fight for sure.
Yeah, I think we can just say that Fury is that underdog team, very underrated. We don't know what they're gonna bring out here, but as we can see at the start, they're gonna be the first ones in the hill. But as soon as we say that, Aguila actually already inside the hill as well, getting those early kills. But look at that setup, AJ. That setup of them, they got 2 players on that hill, 2 players watching middle as well. So they're trusting their teammates watching over that. They got that trade, so no one's on the hill, but they still have control of that spawn, AJ. So pretty good stuff from them. And here comes the push from the side of Aguila, but Fury managed to get on the hill as well, but no trades whatsoever in Aguila. They're gonna be breaking the hill.
Yeah, Zunax now gonna focus on playing the statue and tank once again. Earlier on, he was keeping quite a good hold on it before he got dropped. and he steps right back in there for the exact same position. But the rest of his team members, though, not really playing the objective smartly. Gila will be able to fire up against Captain, but a good KRM shot comes through. Pase fires right back to hold on to the hard point, and Fury giving up quite a good fight in here against Aguila Esports. Knight with a good slide out will be able to take control of that hard point right back in here. Mickey finds him 22 to 18, and an early rotation in from Aguila Esports towards that warehouse.
Yeah, I mean, I like what they did there, AJ. You know, Aguila, they didn't want to get a lot of time to that P1. They wanted to keep control P2, and now they have that as well. Mickey drops the Predator Missile, takes down 2. Basir is going to be going all the way back to the side of Staples, but he's going to get taken out as well. But look at that. Aguila, they still have control of everything. They have everything stacked up, and I like this play for them. And if you're Fury, you got to push together as a team here, you know, make your way through, and there we go. That's what you need. Push together as a team. They finally managed to break it 47 to 21. Aguila spawns out, and now Fury, it's now their turn to make that setup.
But he has to play this patient, but steps out without waiting for the rest of his team members, and he pays such a high price for it. And here Fury is picking up each and every single one of those scrap points, and an early rotation from the rest of the 4 of them to go and break Granny's house before the hard point moves, right? And this is just a solid approach from the side of Fury. Killer is securing the spawn for his side as well, and now the next is going to be the break of Granny's. And as all of those players throw their bodies in one after the other, Aguila Esports, they are able to hold on to this house. They are able to hold on to their fort, not really dropping at all. The spawn finally given up, and Aguila Esports has control of this third hard point.
Yeah, you know, Aguila Esports, just the rotations, the setups are on point, AJ. Just winning all those gunfights as well. Captain inside, trying to make the play as well. And look at that, they're all going to be stuck in back alley, but Captain just waiting for that pregame. He's going to get taken out. Killer pushing up on his own, but still, the backup is there for the side of Aguila. Everything is going well for them. Jarbs takes him out with a KRM, 78 to 50. Nothing is going well for the side of Fury. The punch comes through, a haymaker takes him out, and now rotation is going to come through, but look at that. Another player's already there. Mickey with that Holger making the play. Has to Goliath. Will invest it as well. Jarbs takes him out as well. Scrap time, and P3 has been completely taken over by Aguila.
Oh my goodness, and they bring out the XS1 Goliath as well. Beautiful. Just for the fun of it. And now Bakery on the takeover. Mickey with so much of pressure. They need to be able to take down this Mr. Goliath. And yes, one good shot of that FAJ comes through. Mickey very low already, and just like that, XS1 Goliath shut down. This is the furiosity of Squad Fury. But Shadow now on the side of Aguila brings out the Annihilator. Annihilates everyone that steps on before him. Shadow with yet another, but the CBR does not go in there for the pop. Marseille brings out the thumper with the KRM now. Tries to go in there for the break of the hill, but needs the backup. The rest of his team members step on fourth. They die before him, but they are not making a good push on in here. Finally taking this hill back. They will be able to play 29 seconds, but can they now make a hole for their life?
Yeah, they have to make the comeback here. Good time for Fury here, but here comes Aguila. Mickey with the break. Zunix starts it. Mickey sprays it down. It's gonna be 3 players on the hill, but here comes the pinch. Zunix unfortunately gets caught reloading. No break for the side of Aguila, and the rotation is gonna come through. Here we go. Fury stuck. Actually, they're all stuck in P4, but there's a player number two spawned over at P1. That's a big gunfight there, but Jarbs takes him out. And now Aguila, they have control of that P1, but Fury, they have spawns for P2.
Yeah, this is a solid play from Fury, man. I mean, they're just coming out here and making a name for themselves, holding Aguila Esports back, not letting them run away too far with this matchup. And now, Knight, he is not fully streaked out, but does have that red missile there for the play. Will be able to bring out the Dragonfire in a couple of seconds as well before we move on to the next hard point, and that will be able to pay them a lot of dividends. 92 to 117. Finally, the challenge comes through, but Knight wins his gunfight and will be able to hold down the fort for the rest of his team members. And now 10 points between the two teams. KRM for the pop. Knight will not even need to do much as his team member settles the rest of it for him. A double man push comes through, and finally Knight falls, but Fury still has the hard point.
Yeah, Fury still has that hard point, and if you're Aguila, you can fight for this time right here, which they do. Shadow, he's gonna get taken out as well, but the rotation should come through now. Here comes Aguila. They're gonna give up this last hill unless Captain makes the play. He does make that play. 10 seconds left. That's huge time if you are Aguila. Get that time. They're not actually hopping on the hill. They wasted at least 4 seconds there. Knight is gonna be the last player alive on P2. He's gonna get taken down by Jarbs. 121 to 114. AJ, this is gonna come down to the wire, and here we go. We do have 3 players of Aguila set up on the hill. Make that 4. They take down that player in gas station. They have the hill now. Now they just have to win the gunfights.
Yep, and now this is a stronghold for them. Gas station shut down as well, and Mickey now just holding on to the spot. Captain will be able to find him, and another one at the gas station. Goes on, continues the spray, but now here comes the break from the side of Fury. Base's already made it up. KRM needs to look to the left, will make the right decision, but unfortunately does not get that shot positioned on time. Zunex with the M13, 140, 10 more seconds on for the clock. This is potentially game already, Jericho.
Yeah, it should be game, but Knight's gonna try to make a play here. He will contest that hill. He's gonna get sucked in by the gravity vortex. 4 more points. 3, 2, and 1. Aguila Esports struggled, but they managed to get that victory, 150 to 114.
They just didn't know exactly what to expect, right? Just some unconventional methods of an approach coming through from the players of Fury, which they very easily adapted to. And it was a concern for me as well as they abandoned Hotel Yard for that very early rotation into Warehouse. But it's once again a game of mathematics, right? You go in there for the early rotation. Yes, you're not going to be able to pick up the 10 points. But if you do hold on to that money hill of Warehouse, you're going to be able to win the game right there and then itself. And it was a great solid bet coming through from Aguila Esports. And they picked the win up for themselves in the most fashionable of ways. 1 minute and 4 seconds spent on those hard points for the side of Jobs. A lot being done by this player who picks up the MVP.
Yeah, that's very, very good for them, AJ. I mean, I feel like how they played that was just very, very methodical. They had to play for each hill. They had to play for each rotation. They had to play for each setup. And for the side of Fury, they were the one catching up, so they couldn't do their coordinated plays. AJ, they just really had to barge in and contest and trust their teammates in the trade system. But it did work. But in the end, that's where the coordination came through for Aguila.
Oh, yeah.
The triple stacks on P2, the push up of one teammate as well. Just holding down in the lane, just being annoying there. It was really the plays that really made them win the game.
Absolutely, man. And at the end of the day, Fury most definitely proved exactly what they can bring into this game. And what they can bring in is a little bit of a hope, right? They will be able to take a solid fight up against Aguila later on at another respawn. Hopefully at Summit, it goes their way a little bit more. But now at firing range, as we change the pace up just a little bit, will Fury be able to show us that their rotations as well as master plans that they bring out into Search and Destroy be enough to overcome quite a solid Aguila Esports so far?
Yeah, it's really, really solid, But, I mean, I would say Fury, they showed up pretty well there, AJ. They didn't get dominated in that Hardpoint. They managed to make that comeback. They managed to make a comeback on where Aguila brought out the Goliath, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, I was shocked to see that the Goliath being dropped so early on. It just shows exactly how furious that player was on the side of Aguila Esports with the kills and, with making sure he does not fall that many 2 times. But with the takedown of that XS1 Goliath, it was quite a methodical approach from the side of Fury. And it was very nice to see exactly how they managed that situation, right? It wasn't like that XS1 Goliath managed to bag a lot in terms of points nor kills, Jericho.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of points and kills, it was pretty equal for both teams. But it was just really that the timing on the timing of those kills. Because sometimes Aguila, when they get those kills, they make Fury spawn all the way out of the map.
Correct.
And they were getting all the teams, the time, I mean. And now, game number 2, AJ. It's going to be S&D on firing range. Fury picked this map. But Aguila starts on defense and Fury on the offensive side. And let's see what happens on this offense. Yuki almost opened things up with a sniper, but that's information for them.
Yeah, what to do on the setup. Yuki super aggressive, will not be able to find the second one in there. Passe, on the other hand, will be able to try to send a few of those responses back. Yuki, what an angle that he holds onto. Is he going to be able to find this wall bank here? If he does, it will be quite the disheartening moment for the side of Team Fury. He has the player right under his crosshair. Just needs to get a little bit of luck on his side as well.
AJ, I've been playing Call of Duty my whole life, and I've been seeing fire rate, but I've never seen that spot in my 15 years of playing Call of Duty. Like, I mean, I thought, oh my, okay, thank you. Yuki opened things up with that first blood. That's going to stop that rush, AJ. And they're gonna be forced into rushing A here because one man down. Here comes the rush. Trailer is gonna be controlled by the side of Aguila. And Captain, he's not. It's just a little bit off there, but he will get spotted. Number 5 Trailer spots one. Shadow gets one, gets 2. And how do you make that happen if you're Fury? I mean, yes, you get the bomb down, and Shadow peaks when he was one shot. He's gonna get taken out 3 versus 2.
Yeah, Kira, really good play so far, but it's a 3v2. The numbers are not on the side of Fury. Bomb on the ready. 29 seconds. Thumper comes out for the pop. Good reposition from him, and Miki knows exactly what is going on. He anticipates the situation there. He does not see the players squirm around, but the reposition from Killer this time round on the second play is not as solid as Aguila maintains their pre-man push for this first round. They pick up round number 1.
Yeah, I think whoever was on the bomb, AJ, could have played it a little bit better, just a little bit more passive, get inside that trailer, play that time, because you remember, if you plant the bomb, pressure is going to be on Aguila. So, play a little bit less aggressive for my liking there, but good round overall for both teams, but Aguila just a little bit better on that retake.
Captain now. Those jump shots to the but will find absolutely nobody. Passe, on the other hand, very patient, trying to get a shot towards the D bomb side. And they are making quite a lot of noise in here, so I anticipate a rotation, a backstab for setup from Jobs already towards that barracks. That's coming in here for the push. Mickey gets a double. Yuki will be able to find Frothy as well. Jobs now with the backstab shuts down Passe, and this is a GG as they go in there for the final kill on
Killer, last player alive. Can he make the play? He's gonna spot one, takes him down. 1 versus 3, still winnable. We'll spot him, takes him down. 1 versus 2, very, very winnable. And now Shadow and Captain, no trades are gonna come through from Aguila. So if this guy gets taken out, it's gonna be a 1v1 immediately. But look at Killer, he has bomb, a minute left. He could just go through the middle, doesn't have to peek this side. He's gonna get spotted, but doesn't pull that trigger. Very good trigger discipline from Killer. He's gonna spot Shadow, but Shadow takes him out. Woo. Oh my god, that was a very scary round for the side of Aguila, because that is a winnable round if you were Killer.
Yeah, Killer almost got that 1v4 clutch, but it's just a little unfortunate for him. I mean, in terms of anticipation, in terms of positioning, he knew exactly where to go and where to peek. Lucky he didn't get shot down as he peeked the trailer container, but he just was not as lucky as he tried to wrap around. Frothy takes Shadow out of the equation this time around. Aguila hurting from the get-go. Captain's not able to get his wall bangs on point. He will not be able to pressure the players of Fury, but he continues on to see if he can find one for himself.
Let's see what happens. He spots one, takes him out, doesn't need a wall bang, just needs to see an enemy. And now Captain, very go! My god, Parasir says no. And now that play from Fury action from the start, AJ, they rushed inside trailer, takes out Shadow immediately. Mickey takes down Harm. Now 3 versus 3. Bomb is down, trailer control given into Fury.
Goodness.
Jesus Christ, someone send the ambulance, but not for me. Darbs takes down Darbs trying to spot one more. Mickey takes down that last player. Frothy still alive, 1 versus 2. He's gonna get knifed by Yuki. The disrespect, 3-0. AJ, snipes are just getting better and better.
Look at Yuki. Just standing around, just looking at the scenery. I mean, it's not always that you get to, look around and enjoy the scenery in firing range, right? It's always a heated moment as you're running up and down on the battlefield. But Yuki, just taking in his time. At the end of the day, Fury unfortunately has to go up against a very, very strong side of Killer Esports. And this search and destroy just seems to be absolutely one-sided at the moment. And if Yuki is continuously hitting some of these wall banks in that way, and Captain just finds his scopes in that way, it's going to be tough for Fury to make a comeback. And yeah, my God, Captain won't be able to bag a double with all of that wall bang. And now repositions his scope just a little bit for Shadow now to take advantage. But Frothy shuts him down. Captain hits the third, and he will be potentially the MVP by the time this is over.
Yeah, 4-0, AJ. Look, things are looking great for the side of Aguila and Fury. They've been struggling on this S&D, and Aguila, a good counter plays everything. The way that they're adjusting mid-round is just really, really good. And if you're Fury, maybe try to find something else. Maybe try to hit middle, get that lurk coming through. How do you hit that? How do you hit that?
I complain about the exact same thing when I see people killing me on the kill field, right? How did you kill me? It's the exact same feeling the guy had. Jobs. the
Look at that.
opportunity. Killer with the unfortunate position that he held on to. Yuki will be able to join some of that kill feed. Highlight.
Perfect
Bags
round.
2 kills in here. And yeah, man, Yuki's on the way for that MVP.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Aguila, they just have the whole momentum. You know, a sloppy hardpoint, but a perfect S&D, AJ. And now, if you're on the side of Fury, you're down 0-5. What can you do here? You gotta win one round at least to, you know, get that boost going, momentum. But this seems like a GG. But anything can happen in this S&D. Yuki will spot one player on that American side. Yuki, the thumper might come out. It will come out, but it's not gonna reach it. Now Bomb is down 5 versus 5. Here comes the setup.
That is shuts down. The one and only harm. Passe taken out by Mickey as well. Captain finds the back of 9th, and this is a GG for Fury. Could it be yet another perfect round for the side of Aguila Esports? No, just a small little scathe on the mark sheet here, but it doesn't really matter. 6-0 is still super impressive.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you call an ambulance, but not for us, guys. Look at that. 6-0 perfection, AJ. Like I said, you know, Yuki, he's been telling all these people, you know, his team to make it perfect. And there he is, you know. Okay, well, he's showing off his girlfriend. That's good for you. But they still need to win one more game, guys. But AJ, so far, Aguila, very, very impressive, AJ.
Yuki's really good in the game, but he's terrible at picking the right photo to show off his girlfriend. We could barely see anything there. Yuki,
all I saw was a floating red jersey.
Yuki, try again, man. Get the next match and try again. The captain picking up the MVP. 8 kills overall. Solid stuff out of this sniper. Yuki right there behind him. A double snipe setup on firing range. Most definitely does Aguila a lot in this match against Fury, who really couldn't find their furious side. Knight literally not picking any kills at all up in here. Passe and Harm 1 each. You cannot be performing in that manner at this stage. And Aguila will just take that any day, anytime, man. You bring on a performance like that, we'll bag you all the way home. Summit now, a one-sided map after what we have seen. It looks like I can kiss my match number 5 goodbye.
Yeah, AJ, your game 5 predictions not really looking well here. But then again, Summit domination. Whoever controls that second floor pretty much can not seal the deal, but have that better advantage of the map. And we did have you know, a sneak peek on that respawn. You know, Fury can hang on respawn. Like that, we're not gonna lie about that one. They can hang on respawn, but Aguila just a little bit better on that coordination plays here. But let's see what they can do here in domination.
Let's see exactly what they will be able to pull off here for themselves. So far, Aguila Esports has managed to prove themselves worthy of all of your love, as they have been proving all this while. But as they drop on into Summit, will they be able to make the Philippines even more proud? Another donut here being served up to join the ranks of a team like ALMGHTY earlier on, as they bagged Team Rampage 3-0. And I guess I have to depend on Sem9 later on to bring us to map number 5 then.
But I don't think Sem9's gonna go for a map number. I mean, maybe. You know, I'm not holding out on hope for that one. You know, I would love to see a game number 5. Man. It's Gaijin. Yeah, Gaijin is a pretty strong team. And, you know, if it does go to a game 5, then that's good for you, AJ. But, you know, let's see this one first. I mean, Fury, they can make the name for themselves by starting now, like winning this domination, this Summit at the start. You know, they have the good side, AJ. Remember, C and B, a pretty good side here. If they just get that first setup, and then they can just snowball effect that, just, you know, spawn trap immediately, they can pretty much hold it down and win this game.
Let's see what they will be able to achieve here at Summit. This is gonna be the play for domination. Captain with the early opener on that second floor.
No.
Good stuff as they just drive right through to steal the home flag of their opponents, and they're fighting tooth and nail. Captain does not manage to pull it off, and the steal does not come through. Passe will be able to clear off those markers, but enough of that attention has been pulled away for that B flag to now be grabbed. But Fury They were able to take that A flag whilst all of them were being super duper aggressive on the C flag. And now the B1 being picked up by Aguila as well. Killer needs to be able to make a play from the top floor, but unfortunately he does not. Waits for the rest of his team members. Killer finally gets up to that point. Dropped. Are they going to be able to prevent this B flag takeover? Fury now teasing that C flag. They will be able to take one back for themselves. Passe, what a play. Now all of a sudden Fury stepping it up.
He missed all the shotgun shots, unfortunately, but 10 and 14, AJ. And if you look at the play of Aguila there, it just pretty much flipped the spawns 300 times or something like that, AJ. And they ended up not even getting B there. And Fury holding it down with 17 to 13. Second floor control will be given to the side of Aguila. And now another flip's coming through again.
Let's see what they will show us on in here as Fury. Now they need to protect their C flag. Unable to get there. The one and only captain gets it done all on his own. And Nunes shuts down Passe 24 to 19 now. As Aguila holds on to 2 of these flags. It's all out defense. But one overextending Killer will be there for that C flag tickle. And now as he distracts the players of Aguila, this is the opportunity for the rest of his team members to go in there and take that B flag away. But it's just the mechanical supremacy of Aguila holding all of them back. Gunfight after gunfight, they win.
Yeah, gunfight after gunfight, and they're just winning. Their positioning's always on point here. And now the trip cap's gonna come through, and there we have it. Aguila Esports holding it down with a triple cap, 39 to 31. AJ Killer trying to capture B as well. They finally take him out. They finally get A as well, just to get some points on the board. But the Predator missile is gonna come through and might stop the push for a while. It's not gonna get anyone there, but Jarps brings out that annihilator. Unfortunately, will not get anyone. But look at the score, AJ. Damage has been done, 50 to 34. Shadow is there for the trades. And Aguila Esports running away with this first half.
Timing for Killer as Shadow finds his back. And Aguila Esports, they most definitely will be able to hit that 75-point mark confidently. Passe brings out the death machine. Poor boy gets annihilated before he can even make use of it. 59 to 39 now. Fury really making a comeback, or an attempt to make a comeback in here, but it's just not possible. Frothy shuts him down. Fury holding on to that A flag for the time being. Now they need to overextend at the very least. The final 10 seconds in here for the side of Aguila to just run away with this first half as they continue setting up all of this defense. And Captain's just ripping through them, Jericho.
Yeah, I mean, if you're getting killed by Captain like that and you're having no trades, you're just having a bad day if you are Fury, AJ. And I mean, they were just barging in one by one and towards that middle, the last seconds of that first half, AJ. I didn't see any plays from the side of Fury. You know, it kind of felt like they were kind of giving up there. I mean, yes, you're getting demolished right now, but you know, might as well, you know, regain your focus and try to make the play.
Let's see if or not they will be able to make a solid comeback this time around. Team Fury, they're not too far behind, but this is domination. Let us not forget that B flag immediately on for the capture from the side of Aguila. Nobody there for the prevention. Finally, one kill does come through, but Captain just finishes it off. Frothy from the back, Annihilator shuts down each and every single one of those players. Will be able to make a solo push here for that flag on the tickle. C flag now, the one and only being attempted by Team Fury. They come in here for the push. Frothy with all of that chaos still bags that kill.
He's still alive after the Knight comes in. Takes one down. Can he take the second one? No. Jarps brings out his own Annihilator, takes him down as well. Has the sentry gun to use. And now here comes the setup from the side of Aguila. They have a double sentry setup, one on the opening stairs and one on the right side of B. 94 to 55, about to hit that 100-point mark. And if you are Team Fury, you got to start capping flags now if you want to make the comeback.
Yeah, Mickey, 9 kills so far in comparison to Captain with 20. It is quite the stone's throw away. Harm FR drops in the trophy, will be able to buy himself a little bit of time if at all any of those nades comes flying in, and they will be able to secure the cable car platform for themselves. But as you can see, Aguila, they are not about just holding on to these two flags. They are continuously overextending, continuously keeping Team Fury busy, and that is just going to be giving them the win at the end of the day. Team Fury, they do not know how to manage all of this chaos, and now they're going to trade flags with each other. And oh goodness me, cluster is not gonna hit on point, as it's just brought out a couple of seconds too late. And Team Fury, they do manage to pull away that C flag, but now a solo play from Mickey can pull this right back.
Yeah, that is true, but here comes Knight as well in the middle. We'll take down 2 players, so that's going to be a free cap for the side of Team Fury, and here we go. Is this going to be the start of the comeback? But Mickey's still alive in that second floor. You know, and I mean, even if he's making the play here, Team Fury, they're just struggling to make their way towards B. You know, they keep on trying to wait for their teammates. Yes, you are, but they have to be on panic mode and try to capture it already, as Shadow shuts them down. 133 to 76, AJ. Is looking like a 3-0 for Aguila Esports.
Shadow now, CBR will be able to find Killer from afar, and now the D flag not pulled away by Team Fury just yet. Profi trying to make a play here for himself. Those sprays are absolutely useless if he gets taken out of the equation. Thumper gets sent by Shadow, and all of this pressure, it's a GG already. There's no comeback from this point onwards. Okay, from quite a while back, there was no comeback. And Aguila Esports will be able to wrap up Team Fury 3-0. A perfect donut once again, second time of the day.
Yeah, second time of the day indeed. First and third game, AJ. That's going to be the 3-0, and Aguila Esports, they bring home the victory. Very, very good, impressive victory in my opinion, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it was just such a dominant play all throughout. And there were some questionable moments on the side of Team Fury with the decisions that they were pulling off here for themselves. But it is anticipated, right? It is their first chance up here on the major stage. And some of these mistakes most definitely are acceptable, especially when you've got a double round robin for a group stage. You will be able to have another go at Aguila Esports later on within the competition. And they just need to show up stronger at that point, potentially even grab a win for themselves if they can. In terms of the mechanical capabilities, when you compare the two teams, although the side of Fury could hit its mark, Aguila Esports was just ever so better on each and every single one of those fronts.
Yeah, I think, but their worst game mode for me was probably Hardpoint. There's a little bit sloppy. You know, they almost threw it in the end there, but you know, the final plays made it through. And if you're a Fury, I think this is a good what can I say? Maybe a welcome to the pro scene kind of moment, AJ. You know, like wherein maybe their plays of freestyling all their game modes were working before, and now they really have to dig deep and actually learn, you know, enemies. You know, watch film and actually do more strats, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, just focus on your own strengths for the time being within the competition, but you know, at a certain point, like you said, Jericho, you need to start focusing on the weakness of your opponents as well. And as you continue in this journey within the competition, you will have to watch those games. You will have to analyze your enemies, your opponents of the future very, very closely to see exactly where they falter, because that is exactly where you want to bring them in when you get that win on that coin toss, when you are able to decide some of that momentum for these games. Because if anything, you know for sure Fury needs that sort of a momentum on their side, because once again, the mechanical capabilities of Aguila Esports at the moment just slightly better. Those rotations and obviously the team composition, the communication from the side of Aguila Esports, they've spent way longer time with each other in comparison to Fury in the pro scene, so they have that advantage over them, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree with you. experience is a huge factor, and that's what I know. Aguila, playing in Waves of War. I know it's not a major tournament, but it's still, it's still like a main stage for let's say it's like a secondary tournament, and Aguila. They've been through a lot as well. They've been facing a lot of top Filipino teams, so they have that experience. In Team Fury, like what we said, AJ, we don't have that much information, but we do know that they have that heart. I can see it from them.
Yeah.
They are not taking this lightly. They're taking this seriously, and I hope in the next days they can polish up their strategies and actually take down a top team.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Aguila Esports, I'm just waiting to see that search and destroy highlights, because many of the highlight reels picked up by Captain and Yuki, just absolute amazing snipes. Those wall banks were pulled off to perfection. But at Hardpoint, like you said, Aguila Esports at a certain point they were letting it slip, but they managed to find some of their rhythm right back, Jericho.
Yeah, it kind of slipped down when the Goliath came down. I feel like that was a premature drop of Goliath. I mean, I
Correct.
think he could have used it in P2. It would have been better
Mm,
because in P4 it was just an easy jiggle peek of an FHJ. You can FHJ, you can get away with your life there.
yeah.
So it was very, very unfortunate. But here comes the S&D, AJ, your favorite
Yep.
highlights. So take it away here.
Yeah, and obviously it's because of those sniper plays coming out of Yuki and Captain, right? But of course, nothing can take away the shots from Mickey. The guy was hip firing to Kingdom Come when he got caught out there. And I mean, sometimes you just got to, resort to that. And if it gets it for you, it gets it for you. It got him 2 kills in that situation. Captain, on the other hand, as he tried to bag all of these sneaky kills, he was able to hit one too many times from the exact same position. And Team Fury did not call him out on it.
Yeah, Team Fury never called him out. Just very, very unfortunate. It's a miscommunication. And like what we said, AJ, if you freestyle your S&D, it's not going to work most of the time.
Yeah, and when you drop into a search and destroy against a team like Aguila in here, it's just demoralizing at time, right? 6-0, they just really couldn't make a play at all, and that momentum was brought into this domination map. And, when you play Summit, Hardpoint, one-sided, when you play Domination, it's pretty much the same way as well. You really want to focus on flipping the spawn. You want to take control of the Guerrilla base. You want to control that second floor of control room number 2 as well, because that gives you easy access to that B and C flag. And I didn't really see Team Fury, force the case of a spawn flip all that too many times. And even the few times where the gods of RNG actually delivered the spawn directly to them, they didn't really make an effort to keep it for themselves.
Yeah, they didn't really make an effort. I agree with you. No effort whatsoever. It was just once they saw the score was a little bit impossible to make the comeback. Don't want to say they gave up, but it just felt that they were just really flat. They just tried to make something out of it already. Just make a play on your own and let's see what happens. I think that's what really that was the mindset coming into that second half.
Yeah, and I don't feel like at any point at all Team Fury tried to flip the spawns. They continuously tried to go in there and force the capture on that C flag within the first half itself. And in the second half, it was just Team Fury playing out of the spawns that they initially got. They weren't really controlling the map, and that's exactly what gave Aguila Esports the game itself. Jobs SV picking up the MVP for himself, hitting a KD ratio of 1.53, average kills 15.33 versus the average deaths of 10. The guy picks up an average score of 2,735. A lot being done in here, but on the side of Team Aguila, I'll have to say each and every single player, they contributed almost equally here, Jericho.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, if there was soldiers of the game, it'd probably be the whole team. But I mean, the one takeaway here is probably the KDA ratio, 1.53, very, very high for a player very aggressive like Jobs, because we've seen him all around with the shotgun running around in S&D as well in domination. So, you don't really expect that. You expect him to have the most deaths, but I mean, fortunately, 10 deaths for a shotgun user, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good stat line.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, we want to see more from him, and we will be able to do exactly that. Make sure you guys mark your calendars for each and every single play day of the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters. We are taking esports for Call of Duty Mobile to a whole new level. 25,000 US dollars prize pool.
25.
I am shocked, and I'm absolutely loving that we have reached this stage already, man. I mean, we've come quite a long way in the past 2 years, Jericho.
I mean, long way, from what, probably $1,000, 5,000, 10,000, and now 25,000. A lot of moolah, and it could change your whole life, but you got to work your way through it. So, and this is the first stage, the group stage, AJ. And so far, teams are not disappointing. I've been loving the action ever since it started, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, the opportunity for a team to step out here and shine most definitely is there. For the final matchup, we have got Gaijin going up against the one and only Sem9.
Your Sem9.
Yeah, the current kings of Malaysia. Are they going to be able to finish this off 3-0? I don't want that. I want a game number 5. And I feel like Sem9, I mean, these guys are friends. They know each other so well. They scrim against each other all the time. So I'm expecting Sem9 to take it aggressively out there, but I'm also anticipating Gaijin to call out on a lot of their plays and really be able to take this matchup against them, right? So hopefully we get the very first game number 5 of the day in here. I think the audience are looking forward to that as well, Jericho.
Yeah, they are. They are actually looking forward, and actually they've been asking what's happening with VVV production. Can we just get a quick update for these fans? You know, I've been seeing a lot of what's up there. Oh, guys, they're about to play right now, but
Yeah.
you just have to wait, guys. So with that being said, guys, we'll be right back with a quick short break. 7-9 Gaijin coming right up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Garena CODM Master presented by Garena. This is one of the biggest tournaments for Garena for this year, AJ, and it's only the beginning. I am VV Jericho here with the Mustachio AJ. We just witnessed 3 games, and now it's time for our final game, AJ. Sem9 versus Gaijin, and also at the same time, M420 LOWKINGS is happening versus VVV Esports on the Offstream. We'll keep you guys updated on that one.
Absolutely, man. And, we know exactly how you guys have been anticipating that matchup. I don't know if it's going to finish on a 3-0 or not, but this game most definitely is not going to be a case like that. The one thing I am very sure to bet on, we will not see a donut.
Are you sure?
I'm very sure.
Probably a breadstick, probably a 3-1. But AJ wants a game 5. I'm gonna go with 3-1. Sem9 taking this one. Obviously, the Kings of Malaysia, like what AJ say, they've dethroned a lot of great teams, AJ. But they came up short during the regional qualifiers, I believe, or during the qualifiers for the Eastern Championship. But it doesn't undermine the fact that they are still a top team. They've gotten some other players. I think they've revamped their roster a little bit. But so far, they still have that core players. I think you got to look out for Smokey. One of the top players for that team.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And as we look at Sem9 and Gaijin taking each other on in series number 4, everything is in limbo as to how that'll go on. But of course, as we take a refresh of the schedule for the day, ALMGHTY, they beat Rampage 3-0, the first donut of the day. And then later on, Huntsman managed to grab a breadstick within the first matchup itself in the most astounding of fashion before Omega Esports trumped them out 3 matches in a row. Aguila Esports went back on to that donut serving Rampage as they took the fight to Team Fury furiously, as a matter of fact. And Team Fury, there was just nothing much that they could do. M420 LOWKINGS on the other hand. M420 LOWKINGS on the other hand has opened off against Triple V Esports, bagging the first match. Now, that was something I was not expecting.
That is definitely a shocker, going up against a legendary Philippine team, VVV Esports, M420 LOWKINGS, making a name for themselves, getting that first victory against VVV. Or will it be the same story, just like Omega, lose that game 1 and then win 3 straight? But so far, M420 LOWKINGS looking very, very good.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. More than good, man. You step into the pro leagues, first time, big stage, and you take on one of the top dogs and bag a matchup against them. Yeah, you are most definitely nervous, sweating right now, but at the very same time, you're sweating because, there's so much of adrenaline pumping through your veins, right? Hopefully, they will be able to see this through to the end. But as we switch on right back to the play and game of Sem9 going up against Gaijin, like we discussed, man, it is most probably going to be a tough fight for Gaijin, but it is not an impossible one.
Not impossible, but indeed, this could really go down to the wire, like you said, AJ. It could go to a game number 5. It could go either way. If Gaijin gets that extra level, that next gear that they can hang against the Sem9, because we know Gaijin can hang. We've seen them in major tournaments. They've proven themselves here. But going up against a juggernaut like Sem9 with Smokey and a Jasmine X3, all those players, if they are on point, they're pretty unstoppable, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Gaijin with Riz, Kasso, Mythil, Cisco, as well as Flash. Now, this is that one team that I am very much used to seeing on the Ways of War platform, and they bring that firepower, man. They most definitely bring the quality when it comes to Call of Duty Mobile. But they're going up against a team like Sem9. Once again, really good friends. I'm very... Is that a piece of chicken in the hand of Cisco's hand?
That's Jollibee.
Probably Jollibee.
I mean, hey, if it brings good luck, then I think it's good. And I was about to say, Cisco, he's from the Philippines actually, and that import, maybe we're seeing a lot of diversity in teams now. Straying away from the single country kind of team, and now they're bringing in a lot of foreign talent here. Cisco, he is a top sniper, AJ. I've seen his montages. He's been doing a lot of crazy snipes. So expect that in S&D, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And I like seeing, some cross-border action here, right? I mean, with Jeff Pro joining ALMGHTY, why not? These imports most definitely will be making a huge difference for these teams. And Gaijin, if they've already been dangerous in the past, with the addition of Cisco, I believe they will be able to bring on an extremely strong fight up against M9. But let's take a peek and look at this lineup of Bingo, Concept, Sir T, Smokey, X3, Jasmine, as well as Zheng Yu. Yes, sir, it's not going to be an easy fight at all for the side of Gaijin.
Yeah, definitely not going to be an easy fight. You know, we've seen these players, and it's been the same team so far, actually. But you remember, Bingo did not play. I believe he didn't play the qualifiers for the Eastern Championship, so he's definitely going to be that huge player. And expect X3 Jasmine, AJ. I think he's one of your favorite players. They just call him out on firing range S&D all the time, hitting those snaps as well. And also Smokey, one of the top IGLs in my opinion, definitely needs more recognition in this scene.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Sem9 is what it is right now because of Smokey's leadership, right? Because he had the vision. I mean, he saw the Malaysian scene. He realized that it was not as tough as a lot of people think it is. He stepped on in with the confidence that he will be able to rise up to the top, and he brought his team up to that spot, right? They replaced the ex-Kings Yudu RSG. They took the throne away, and now they rally on with all of that momentum. And with X3 Jasmine on their side, this was the guy who initially, as he stepped on into the pro scene, he wasn't hitting those perfect snipes. And very clearly, very, very, very quickly, I have to say, he showed that those were just the first-time jitters. Because the moment this guy got comfortable, he didn't miss at all, man. Yeah, Jasmine's definitely the sniper to look out for.
That is very, very true, AJ. And now on to the maps and modes. Gaijin is going to win that coin toss. They're going to be able to pick first, ban first as well. And let's see what's that first map. Gaijin should be banning I was about to say Crossfire, and then they took it out right of my mouth. Crossfire will be banned, and 7-9 should be a Hackney order to take off here. Let's see what they ban.
Yeah, Sem9, usually these guys get creative, but hopefully they they take out Raid, but I believe it was, you said I called out Jasmine. I believe I called out Jasmine quite a number of times at Raid as well, and that's where he instantaneously started showing off some of his skills. I'm quite surprised with this ban, but once again, these are the two teams that really, really know each other super well. So, they most definitely know the strengths of each other. Not surprised there at all. So with Crossfire and Raid out of the mix, Hackney Yard as well as Takeoff going to be in. And as we talk about Takeoff, it's the very first matchup. And Gaijin, they want to go big from the get-go.
Just ban Takeoff, please. I don't like casting Takeoff. I don't know the map, for the love of God. But Gaijin, they take Takeoff. 7-9, game number 4. Let's see what they pick. They're gonna go up to firing range. Okay, interesting pick. I thought they were gonna go for firing range S&D there, AJ, but a different kind of pick. It should probably go to Standoff, and yes, they do bring it over to Standoff. So another long range map for 7-9. The snipes, Jasmine gonna be the big factor here on that S&D Standoff.
Yeah, it is quite a surprise, right? Looking at their drafts in here, and it just seems like in the months that we have missed 7-9, that we have not been seeing them in action, a lot of these adjustments are being made in the background. And hopefully they are able to show us exactly why their ideation is such, right? But we also have to acknowledge the fact that they did not win this coin toss, and it was Gaijin that initially brought in all of these power plays. But that firing range being dragged into Hardpoint, I'm just curious as to what is the justification for that. Search and Destroy will be map number 5 as decided by Gaijin, and Summit is that one map that's not picked by either side, which falls into Domination. So it's a GG. This is the second time in a row we're seeing this. Quite rare, but we get it twice.
Yeah, that's quite rare indeed. Summit Domination going to be that last map for Domination. And now the operators are going to be banned. Sparrow and Purifier out. Annihilator, Death Machine coming into play. And before we talk about this more, AJ, I just want to... I think I might change my pick, AJ. I think I might just go Gaijin here, because I actually forgot about their roster. And then when I saw their names, when I saw Caso, I remember what he did in one of the tournaments. So I'm going to switch my pick here. Production, I am going Gaijin.
Okay. I'll stick by Sem9, and maybe by the end of the day, you and I will be equal on the predictions.
No. I'm winning this. I'm winning this. I am winning this. I would never miss.
Okay. Dude, you missed so many times, man. But it's okay. I'm not gonna hold that against you. It's okay. I'm glad you have switched sides. So, because I started off the day thinking, oh damn, Jericho's now gonna have a clean streak before me. But it's all right. It's all right. I'll catch up. But it looks like you're gonna allow us to end up equal by the end of the day. I'll take that, Jericho. I'll take that.
We'll take it. But let's see. Hopefully, it does go to a game 5. But this is a game 5, like in the making. Like I really agree with you.
Yeah.
We might just go all the way till 12 a.m. here. But it's just the start now. Take off Hardpoint, AJ. Here we go. Gaijin Rogue versus Sem9. It's gonna be a good one.
Sir, I don't know what you're talking about. 12 a.m. is guaranteed at the moment. I hope it doesn't go to 1 a.m. That's all. My neighbors aren't going to be too happy with that, man. Fountain for the opener. Gaijin, the first one's there. And nobody's on scaffolding just yet. We did see Sem9 step onto it. But unfortunately, those players weren't really able to sustain from the get-go. And Midfield just playing the objectives to the T now. And nobody's really coming in here for the challenge. Finally, he gets shut down. A good play from Bingo. But Bingo gets traded out by Cisco. 13-0. Sem9, they struggle at takeoff from the get-go. How will this break come through as none of those players are forcing that scaffolding play? Finally, 2 of them jump on in, and they will be able to play more pressure and finally take over the hardpoint as well.
Yeah, that is true. No, not enough pressure for Sem9, but finally switching up that strategy, more pushing over to that scaffolding, setting up for that P2. But look at Caso on that P3. Top Aurora, AJ. Very, very huge power position there. But so far, Smokey making huge plays as well. Gonna get that scrap time. Gonna be tied up for that P1, but now it's the fight for P2. Cisco gonna get taken out by Bingo. And now it's a little bit slow for the side of Sem9 here, but they managed to get that P2. They have control of they don't have the control of spawns actually, but they have that hill control. But as soon as you say that, Gaijin breaking it with ease.
Oh yeah, and this is just going to be a neck-and-neck match all the way through. Sem9 just needs to hang on a little bit longer. Midfield falls prematurely, and the side goes to the side of Sem9, and now they just try to cover all of their bases here. And the spawn just being held on by the players of Sem9, the one and only Zheng Yu not letting go of the cranes area, and that is the kind of play that's just getting Sem9 a lot of this momentum at this hardpoint.
Yeah, a lot of momentum, and Flash on a 4 kill spree. Make that 5 in a row, AJ. 5 kills for him. Make that 6. Can he make it 7? Working towards those streaks. One away from the Dragonfire. That guy's one shot. Oh, but he gets taken out by the SVD. 1 shot, 1 kill here. But now look at Sem9. Already set up the new one. Scrap time will go to Gaijin. Caso gonna take out that power position. Huge kill from him. But there's gonna be a trade from behind as well. Riz gonna be inside all alone. Does not spot the player on his corner. And Sem9, they have that setup in the new one, but 2 of their players are very far from that P3.
Yeah, it's a surprise that they weren't able to hold on to the spawns that well, and the gods of RNG protecting the players of Sem9 as well. Although those players were already at generators, making the one and only Zheng Yu spawn out of Visitor Center that's so far off the map, and all of the traveling that he needed to get done there. But thankfully, the rest of the Sem9 players already at the hardpoint were able to win all of their fights, and Zheng Yu playing so much of pressure from the back, and the SVD strikes a hole in all of their hearts. 61-41, a 20-point lead right now, but technically it makes no difference. It doesn't really mean anything in hardpoint. One good hill can change everything.
Yeah, that is very, very true. But look at Zheng Yu. He is not moving an inch, AJ. He's just working on those streaks, and all the players of Gaijin just running through the flank, and one by one they fall. And now Zheng Yu working towards those streaks, but finally Gaijin, they managed to break the hill for a while, but Sem9 just breaks the hill. Bingo takes down Cisco, and that's going to be 80-46 now. And for the time being, Gaijin struggling right now. They had a good start, but finally they take out Zheng Yu. No more SVD, but the rotation is a little bit late.
Smokey annihilators for the pop, but finally will be paying some dividends to his opponents as well. One quick shot, but Smokey himself gets annihilated. Midfield, oh, what in the world? Does not get Zheng Yu with the first shot, but he does correct his aim a couple of seconds later. Will be able to get the backstab onto another opponent as well. And now setting up the hard point for himself inside of control room. Gaijin now trying to make a comeback and run away with this matchup. Hunter Killer Drone gets sent out, will not be able to find anyone, and Bingo comes in for the break. break, but shut out by Riz from the back. 67 to 88, and here comes Gaijin with that comeback.
The comeback is going to come through. 18 seconds, huge time for them. Smokey trying to make the play as well. Riz brings out that operator skill. They invested 3 here, so that's a lot of operator skills for the side of Gaijin. But they needed all this time just to, keep the game close here. But again, Riz trying to make the play here. Just spraying it out with the dead machine. No kills for him yet with that dead machine. But so far, he's getting a lot of information. Finally takes one down. One away from a Predator missile. Yes, he will get it. And he has to play for this cluster. This is very, very huge.
Yeah, Gaijin now taking the lead. Sem9, they need to hustle up towards that first hard point on the reset if they want to be able to make their way back in here. And they do exactly that. One player up onto scaffolding. The rest of them just trickling in from the gas tank area. Nobody's holding on to the Aurora launch. Sends out the hunter-killer drone. Surti taken down. Surti now, unfortunately, he will not be able to catch up with the rest of his team members. Sem9, they fall behind one after the other. They all die, but nobody from the side of Gaijin were playing the hard point, and the objective was just left unattended for a couple of seconds there. Sem9, all of this fight just continuing for Sem9 to just step right back onto the point.
Yeah, it's just a back and forth. Trades are really, really good. So good trades coming in for both teams. Now off the hill again. Finally, Gaijin gets that final second. Zengyu with the SVD just being annoying, holding all these angles for the side of Sem9. But rotations to come through. I don't know if Riz got that cluster strike, but if he did, that's going to be very, very helpful for the next couple of hills.
He did manage to activate SM9 once again with the hole, and this time Zengyu is not holding on to the spawns, but as I say that, Zengyu takes position, shut down from up top on the hill itself. Mythil now for the backstab, but Smokey works, hustle, gets a double for himself, and now challenging for the hard point, but broken either way. Gaijin, this is a tough fight. Sem9, they don't want to give up as well. Bingo with the sprays, but it will be a good response from Surti and that thumper. Zengyu from afar, SVD for the control, but he's not able to stand as Cisco shuts him down, understanding that the play is to hold on to the spawn, but Zengyu's right back onto that spot as he holds on to the side for his squad. But the rest of them, they are having this place overrun by Gaijin, and now 17 seconds left on this hard point. Can Sem9 close this off?
I think it's gonna be enough here, but one contest could just stop the hill here. Flash trying to make the player here. It's gonna spot one, takes him out. One more player behind him. He's also not. He's gonna get taken out. 2 more points. 1 more point. Sem9 1-0 in this best of 5, 150 to 112.
And, at a certain point there, it was as if Gaijin was going to be able to run away with the matchup, right? Because as things started off, Sem9, they weren't really playing the power position super aggressively. Scaffolding, they just sent one player in there. The guy drops, and a lot of the players on the side of Gaijin, they were just going in, fighting tooth and nail. But on this reset of this hard point, is where things got a little bit weird, because Gaijin, they hyper-focused on getting the kills. They hyper-focused on getting this gunfight, just, clearing out the surrounding area, but nobody was hopping onto the point at all, and they just lost a little bit of momentum there, and Sem9 just very quickly picked up that momentum and ran away with it. Zengyu picking up the MVP for himself, and it's quite a surprise if you ask me, right? Because this guy, he was not on that hard point. He was just sitting down at that spawn, making sure nobody else gets the backstab on his squad, and nobody takes away that power position from his team, especially at the second hard point. And it is at that spot where he bagged a lot for himself. And then later on, when we went into the third hard point, you didn't see him playing for that objective as well. He sits down very, very far behind, and he just continues spraying them down, trying to activate all of his score streaks. I mean, smart plays overall from Zengyu, Jericho.
Yeah, smart plays from him. He was just literally holding down angles, didn't even care about the hill. All he had to do was watch all those angles of the flanks, like what you said, AJ, was holding down the anchor spot. And, for the side of Gaijin, all the 4 players were doing well, except for Mythil. You don't really expect Mythil to drop 8 and 20 in a hardpoint takeoff, AJ. You need a lot from them. If he probably got those kills instead of dying, I feel like Gaijin could have gotten that game.
Yeah, and it just felt like Gaijin was a little stronger, and something went wrong, and I guess you clearly just pointed out exactly what, right? You cannot have Mythil in a situation like that, and that sort of a performance, if it continues in here, I'm going to be disappointed, because I'm not going to have my match number 5. Sem9 will wrap things up quick. And as we move into standoff, I'm waiting to see whether or not Jasmine will be able to hit those perfect snipes once again, man. I mean, in the previous matchup, obviously it was just way too fast-paced of a matchup, and we had Zheng Yu picking up things for the squad in terms of the SVD. And, that just puts it into another question. Is it going to be a double snipe setup coming through for the side of Tem9?
It might just come through as a double snipe setup. Jasmine and probably maybe Smokey could pull out a sniper. Just throw off the enemy team. Not expecting a different kind of player sniping for them. But if you are Gaijin, you do have, I think Gaijin, this is their strong point. S&D with Cisco pulling out that sniper, a lot of spots that he knows. So it might be a difference changer as well.
Yeah, and here's exactly where Cisco will be able to prove his worth out there on the pro scene, right? I mean, I've seen the clips from Cisco. The guy hits fantabulous shots. He makes me cry every time I watch some of his clips because I wish I could be like that. I wish I could play like that. But, when you drop into a competition like this, it's all about the teamwork. It's not about those individual flashy plays. It's all about how you as a squad can overtake some of these situations. And in Search and Destroy, everything is down to the sniper for these initial moments, right? He needs to be able to find these kills and, just down the forces of the opponents in the safest way possible. So it's all going to be on his shoulders. Let's see how he pulls it off. On the side of the one and only Sem9, it will be Jasmine. And his corner, Mythil might get caught out here, flashed out, and he is not able to respond as 30 brings out the KRM that he's well known for.
Yeah, and that's going to be 2 kills for them. That's actually all they need, 4 versus 2 now. And Gaijin struggling on that first round. But look at that player, Riz, going to be in the bottom round. He's going to spot 1. The concept misses that shotgun, gets another one. Smokey gets that trade, 1 versus 3. Cisco, all up to you. Let's see what he could do here. Cisco with that sniper, very far from the enemies. It's going to be a B plant. And, pretty much it's going to be clear all the way here at boxes. But can anyone clutch this? I mean, Cisco, very possible if he gets that first shot, he spots that first person. Gonna get re-peek, but then again, 1 versus 3, he's gonna spot this person as well, misses that snipe. Fortunately, he's gonna get taken out. First round goes to Sem9.
It's a good play coming through from the side of Sem9. Gaijin just did not expect that shutdown. Mythil was holding on to a corner where he should have anticipated that concussion grenade flying towards his face. The best that he could have done for himself is play a concussion of his own as well, just so that he doesn't get caught out in an unfavorable situation like that. But hopefully he learns from that mistake, though. Jasmine, Thumper out for the play right after the grenade gets thrown. The rest of his team members already at that A side. Very smartly placed the trophy first as Bingo drops Riz. The numbers game once again on the side of Sem9.
Yeah, they have the numbers game. 5 versus 3 now. And Concept takes out Mythil. Concept gonna get that second player as well. Casso goes down. Bomb is down as well. But look at Flash, focusing on that player. But look what that player, whoever flanked number 5 Concept, pretty much had the whole team focus on him. And look at that, Flash took him out, but look at the time on the bomb, AJ. 17 seconds left.
And 1v3. This is looking impossible for Flash, and Bingo cleans things up. Sem9, 2 rounds. Perfect so far in terms of the setup. But will they be able to hold back Gaijin, who are probably having, jitters themselves, man? The first time we saw, even for example, X3 Jasmine out here on the pro scene, he was shaking. He was having those nervous days, nervous moments as well. But he hasn't been able to, disappoint us anymore right after that, right? So I'm pretty sure Gaijin will be able to step it up in the exact same place. Look for one with that 25 in hand. Just keeping his nose down, not over-aggressive. Will be able to find the feet of his opponent, sprays him down. Hit mark most definitely there. Does not get the kill. Flash backs away.
Yeah, I mean, it's normal to have those jitters, but at the same time, this one's one of the biggest tournaments, so I feel like you gotta remove those jitters fast. And look at this angle by Smokey, just a one-way door, spots the feet. That's gonna be information. Jasmine does not shoot, but 4 versus 3 again. And again, man advantage for the side of Sem9. They're always just getting +1 player all the time. It's just the way they're approaching this S&D. It's very, very aggressive, but it's been working so far.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And every single time they play the game of numbers, they always want to make sure they are in front. I mean, we always say it's easier said than done, but for 7-9, they just get the job done. Flash now with the space, not going to be able to find anyone just yet. And unfortunately, Caso will be able to bag him. Sorry, Smokey will be able to bag him. Caso, on the other hand, takes out Surti with one quick pop with the DLQ. Mittel from the back with the backup as well will be able to find those shots, but Smokey punishes him. And with the quick diffusion now, with the quick plant now, can we see the one and only Caso get this clutch? Hit mark is there. Can finish this off with one shot. Gets it done. 2v1 now. Spots one. Makes it 1v1.
Winnable.
Caso going up against X3 Jasmine. DLQ versus DLQ. Type 25 in the hand for Caso as well.
Oh!
Quick hit mark. No finisher just yet. Jasmine has been tricked out. What a play by Caso.
I think Jasmine played that a little bit poorly, in my opinion, AJ. You know, he was one shy. Didn't have to peek there because time was not on the side of Gaijin there. Unfortunately, Jasmine forced himself to go out there. That's a good round for Gaijin, but, you know, you can't depend on individual plays here on if you're a Gaijin. Everyone has to step up there. You know, Caso with 5 kills, Flash, Mythil, and all with just 1 or even 2 or even 0 kills. You know, we need to see guys step up.
And on top of that, it was an open block, so I don't know if it was not communicated or Jasmine got that information and just misplayed that, but it was just bad on his side. Numbers are all equal. 9 falls, one more. Jasmine down, Bingo as well. Gaijin might be able to pull this back, and yes, they most definitely will. A 1v4. But then again, Sir T though, KRM. This one is going to be a clutch of the century for this guy. But if it's anything, it's possible for Sergi.
I mean, it could be the clutch of the century, but by the looks of it, a shotgun and against Tractor, not going to work. But let's see what happens. Sir T here, just, you know, roaming around, trying to get some supplies from top red. Slowly making his way into brown. He's going to get met by 2 players. The crossfire is going to happen. 30 spots 1, hit marker, and the thumper eats him alive. That's going to be 2-2. Gaijin, great response.
Solid on the play. And 7-9 is just not able to run away with this matchup as Gaijin steps it right back up. And now, if they just want to adjust some of their gameplay, maybe slowing down the pace, not really over-aggressing towards Hotel, might do them a lot of good in here, right? And as they continue this push this time around, Cisco, just with a quick setup concept, finds Caso. That's going to be painful for the side of Gaijin. Flash, on the other hand, just holding on to the B side. Is he going to be able to find one in Hotel? The player at Hotel not over-aggressing with a quick slide. Concept has been punished. Good spot by Flash.
Yeah, good spot by Flash. And now Gaijin slowly changing the gears here, AJ. They're just getting a lot of picks here, a lot of good shots. And Jasmine almost gets taken out, but misses that shot. But has information that there's going to be a person in Graveyard. Bingo going to be the one to clean that up. But Flash, oh my god, Flash moves like Flash. Takes him out Cisco, going to get spotted, takes out 30. Now it's going to be a 4 versus 2. Riz pushing through an A. Bomb isn't down yet, but this is looking like a Gaijin round.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. 3v1 now. X3 Jasmine. Can he get the flick towards the left? Information is there. He knows where the player is, but then he focuses on the other side. 7-9's the attacking side, so needs to pick that bomb right back up and go in there for the plant. Has 50 seconds to execute this. Guy needs to get super lucky. The player just around him, Mythil repositions, will be able to catch the back of Jasmine, and that's about it as Gaijin takes the lead in this match.
A very good round for the side of Gaijin, 3-2 on the half now, and now 7-9. They're going to be the one on defense, and Gaijin, they've been very aggressive on defense on the last half, but now in offense, I think they're going to double this pace. They just want to go in there fast as they can. Here comes the nades, all the smokes, they're going to throw it through. But look at that, one player in that small cubby, which is going to be Surti with that shotgun, can make that huge difference for SM now.
See what's the play here as Bingo drops by the onside. He's holding it on, waiting for the players of Gaijin to over-aggress, but Gaijin still looking for that one stray SM9 player to shut down before they can get aggressive. The bomb will rotate around towards gas station. They want to take the Hotel shortcuts and move towards B through convenience store. But the question is, are they going to be able to pull this off? Caso, what an angle with the grenade. Is he going to be able to bag one? No hit mark, no information, Caso. But anticipation. Grenade right in front of him, so Caso knows what to expect and takes Smokey out. What a good spot to hold.
Yeah, what a good spot indeed. 5 versus 4 here. Riz almost gets his head taken out, but the Thumper does the damage. And does very slow offense actually but Flash here in a gunfight runs out of ammo. 3 versus 4, very, very unfortunate. Picasso here as well, trying to make the play. Nothing is happening so far. You know, they lost 2 players without even trying to drop 1. But so far, Mythel as well as the players from Gaijin just trying to do something here. They're going to try to re-hit A, but look at 13. 13 never moved a single second, AJ. He's just going to stay there and defend A for his life with that shotgun.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, on the defensive, why would you ever want to over-aggress, right? And Sem9 knows that exactly, plays it to the T. And Sir T, on the other hand, will be able to find Cisco, repositions himself, gets the information, Thumper gets sent out as well. And the KRM will be able to find a hit mark. Picasso punishes, brings out J358 as well. And now switches out to the CBR. So much of plays by Casso, gets the 3rd kill and turned around. But it's now a 1v1. It is Casso going up against Concept, but the time runs out, and Sem9 picks up that round.
Yeah, the good round for both teams, which is very, very... It took so long, AJ. It took all the way to the end of the timer. But very good round for the side of Sem9. You know, Concept is being a sneaky player, but Casso almost got that highlight. You know, 3 kills that round. Very good round for him, but now it's going to be a reset, and now Gaijin slowing things down, while Sem9 at the same time are just stacking A as well as the middle.
What's the play by Flash here? Brings in the MX9. Casso finds Smokey. Big kill this time around again. Casso earlier on, he how many kills did he bag, man? Potentially 4 kills? That was all Casso in the previous round.
Yeah, all Casso. You know, the entry and all the snipes as well was all him. But so far now, it's going to be Gaijin pushing through to A. Riz spots him, but this time Sir T eats a grenade, eats a Thumper. Jasmine takes 1 down. Bingo takes 2 down. 2 versus 3 now. Bomb is down as well. Casso, he has to hit a sniper, but the shotgun is still going to be on site.
You've got the revolver in hand as a sniper. Nothing much to worry about. Casso spots the gun of the player right in front of him. No information will be played just yet, and Bingo, unfortunate as he gets spotted out by Casso. Now, and that's the point where you have to remember, right, when you hold on to some of these angles, the barrel of your gun might just do you in. And now, once again, the barrel of a gun of another player does them in. Casso takes advantage as he tries to spot the final player. Sir T in front of him. Casso with the clutch.
Casso is popping off, AJ. 13 kills already, single-handedly making all the plays for his team. I mean, look at that, 13-5, 2-6, 2. Casso doesn't want to lose, doesn't want to go down 0-2. He wants to tie it up 1-1.
I think he will be able to do that if he continues this run, man. Casso's just making everything happen for his team. If anything, Smokey's definitely not going to hold on to hotel shortcuts in an aggressive manner anymore, I believe, after Casso's punished him twice. But Casso himself has repositioned his own spot. He doesn't really want to hold on to the same place over and over again. He takes the gorilla base this time around, trying to spot out statues and tank. Riz with a very aggressive hole might get punished in here. No patience as he pushes on forward. Riz repositions. Good flash and a takedown. Bingo out of the equation, but the numbers are all equal.
Yeah, numbers are all equal indeed. 4 versus 4. Both teams got to pick 1 at least. Now, it's going to be another stalemate for both teams. Don't want to move, but look at number 2 on your map, AJ. Smokey is thinking about flanking here. It could be the best time here, but Riz takes out Sir T again. 2 kills already for the round, and now Bomb should be able to go down, but Smokey decides not to flank because his teammate got taken out, and now it's going to be a retake for the side of Sem9.
Good stuff coming out of here from the side of Gaijin. And now, hit mark, Casso! Is almost there to strike once again, but now he doesn't really have to worry. Jasmine recovers. Jasmine hasn't really been hitting all of those snipes all that too much this time around, eh?
Yeah, and it hasn't really been hitting for them, but so far, 4 versus 3. Bomb is down now. Retake should happen anytime soon. Jasmine spots 1. Cisco gets Smokey. Casso gets Jasmine. Now it's all up to Concept in a 1 versus 3. But this should be a round for Gaijin, unless Concept doesn't make anything. And now Gaijin, match point against Sem9.
Will we be able to see a round number 11, or will Gaijin shut this down before it gets there? It is all in the balance now. And if Casso continues to hit all of those shots, there is nothing for Gaijin to worry about. Remember that match number 5, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They might be able to deliver on exactly that. Sem9. They positioned themselves well this time around. No wall banks taken by Casso. Over aggressive hold on to that Patel shot cast by Smokey, and he is punished a little bit, but Flash gets taken out instead. Good play by Smokey, who gets away by the breath of his hair. But let's see if on a concept Stumper will find anyone. No hit mark, no information.
Well,
Jasmine shuts down Cisco. Cisco, on the other hand, has not really been able to be the star that we wanted to see in this matchup.
Yeah, he's been struggling a lot, and Casso's been the one holding the team down so far. And Cisco, he has to step up here. I mean, they're in match point, but so far they've been having a hard time closing it out. 5 versus 2 here. Riz and Casso still alive. Casso finally gonna get taken out. It's all up to Riz in a 1 versus 5. Let's see if he can actually pull it off. He's gonna get spotted. The thumper comes out, eats one. Concept goes down. Now it's still a 1 versus 4. He's gonna get spotted as well in the middle everywhere he goes, but he's gonna get taken out. And that's gonna be 5-4, 7-9. 1 more to tie, 2 more to win.
Yeah, solid play with the thumper coming out all around from these plays. And Casso, can he get the clutch for the team right now? Sem9 begging, pushing this into a round number 11. And if they are able to hit that stride that they found in the previous round once again, it's going to be a GG. Attacking side of Gaijin. The bomb on the slow approach towards that A side. Right now, Riz with the backstab finds Bingo. Casso's not able to find that hit on the scope just yet. Kazu... Never mind, we can ignore him. Jasmine. Jasmine, on the other hand, will be able to find one right in front of him that does not get that hit. Concept had that backup there, but was not able to take down that player. Gaijin still has that man advantage. Yeah,
Gaijin still has that man advantage. 5 versus 4 here is going to be the one trying to make the play as well. He'll spot 1. He's going to get taken out by Concept. 4 versus 4 now. Certainty holding that angle with the shotgun as well. Same strategy, but Casso finally takes out Smokey. 4 versus 3, 7-9. He's going to spot another player, Casso, but misses that shot though. He gets that call out. But look at that. Certainty's going to be the first one in with that shotgun. But Flash takes out Concept. 4 versus 2 now. And it's all Certainty takes out another one. Flash takes out 1. Certainty takes down 3. 1 versus takes down 4.
Oh!
Last player alive gets a hit marker on the side of Flash, but he's gonna get spotted. Flash, he has to push it in Certainty. He's gonna be 1 shot. He's gonna get taken out, and that's gonna be it. Gaijin, they take the 6-4 and tie the series 1-1.
Perfection from the side of Gaijin. It could have been cleaner in some of these rounds, but it doesn't really matter. They wanted to win. They wanted to force a match number 4. They did not want to lose this at all. And it's still, quite honestly, not out of their hands, right? They can make a comeback in here. They can clean house now after what they've proven for themselves. And if Casso can continue this momentum for himself, bye-bye, Sem9. You guys are going to get bagged in the very first series itself. But we are talking about the new Kings of Malaysia, Sem9. I think they've got more to deliver in this next matchup, and I think they can.
I believe they can do something in this domination, AJ. And looking at that Hardpoint, they were pretty dominant from start to finish here. And it's going to be Summit domination. It's going to be their map. It's going to be Gaijin's map pick, actually. But as we saw against Fury and Aguila Esports, it's a one-sided map. And whoever gets control of that P2 of that second floor and gets a spawn trap going, it's pretty much sealed deal for victory.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. 15-10. 25 kills between Riz as well as Casso. It's just absolutely insane as to what they were able to bag in here. And Casso just switched on, man. I mean, I believe it was, round number 4 or 5? Where he just started hitting his strides one after the other, and then he was just unstoppable from then on. Jasmine managing to deliver in a search and destroy as usual at standoff, in terms of picking up the kills, in terms of picking up a lot of, putting on a lot of pressure against the players of Gaijin, but it just wasn't enough as Bingo wasn't able to keep up with the rest of the squad, and overall, it was just a weaker side when it came to search and destroy for the side of Sem9. But as we move on into Summit, it will be the Special Forces base that is picked up, that is chosen by the forces of Sem9. I'm quite curious about that pick.
Yeah, very curious about that pick,
Yeah,
uh, but maybe they have something up their sleeve. You know, maybe they
maybe
want
they want
to,
to flip.
yeah, they want to do a split
Yeah,
here. But let's see what happens here. Maybe even a snow rush. You know, we
yeah,
haven't seen that in,
yeah.
in ages. I mean, it doesn't work. But hey, maybe you just see 5 people going through the snow, go for the flank.
Maybe, bro. I mean, you never know, man. I mean, it's M9. I would not expect anyone to pick up the Special Forces base when you jump on into Summit,
Mhm.
especially when you are in Hardpoint, sorry, in Domination. You want to be able to control the BNC flag. So I'm quite curious as to what's the play going to be here. If they go in there for the very initial flip of the spawns, then it's going to be a GG. Sem9 is really
Mhm.
serious about picking this map up. I mean, very clearly, they had the opportunity, they had the option to pick which side they wanted to start on. And, you know, it might just be able to show the side of Gaijin exactly what the trick they have up their sleeves. And it's all about execution from here on. And they can think it, can they actually pull it off on that battlefield? Because now the side of Gaijin, they have got that momentum that they carry on from that search and destroy.
Yeah, they definitely have that momentum from search and destroy. You know, I mean, it was a sloppy S&D, but you know, Kaso, you know, he had to backpack his teammates there, and this is where Gaijin, if they wanna win this one, I think this one in Game 4 could seal the deal for them. But here we go, Summit domination, 7-9 versus Gaijin. We're tied at 1-1, game number 3 right now.
See exactly what they can pull off in here. Summit has opened up. Does not seem like they want to flip the spawns just yet. Controlling the second floor first. And it will be the teaser on that C flag. They want to prevent that, but Smokey goes down and that play breaks apart just like that. So not seeing the intention from Sem9 just yet in here. One player moves on in, and yes, there you go. I think the spawns have been flipped already. Sem9, they are going in for the Juggernaut victory. They've executed exactly what they came on in year 4, and now they are going to be starting off the second half and on that bigger side, right? On that more favorable side at Summit. And I think they are going to be able to use that to their advantage all the way through. Gaijin now just needs to fight tooth and nail to flip it right back or deal with the consequences.
Yeah, deal with consequences indeed. You know, they got to pick one here. Are they going to go for a B strat now, or are they going to try to go for kills for? But so far, look at the players of Gaijin. They can just hop on A, you know, get that trade for A and C, and then work your way towards the B. But so far, it's been struggling. CODM gets 2 in a row, just doing havoc with a shotgun. Can he make it 3 in a row? Yes, he can. CODM, 3 kills with a KRM. Can he keep going?
Yeah, I love it, man. I mean, Tasso just knowing exactly what to do in that situation. He saw the ideation of Sem9 flipping the spawns out, and he takes it right back for the team. But now it's just a situation where they are focusing on the wrong objective here, because whoever who goes in there for the first flip, they have the momentum in the game, because right after that, they're going to be focusing on the double cap of the flags. So guys just need to throw their men in there, grab that flag right back before they attempt to flip the spawns again. And this B flag now is going to be a solid play from them. Let's see if or not he can pull that off. Cisco falling a little prematurely. And I'm quite surprised to see Cisco still not be able to deliver the kind of quality that we expect out of him, right? And he needs to start hitting his stride soon if at all this team is to be getting anything out of him.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I feel like it's just the jitters, AJ, like we said, and Sem9 it's just a better overall team with their individual talent. You know, they're just winning a lot more gunfights. But then again, you know, Kaso and Mythil doing a lot for the team here. Can they keep going here? But so far, it's finally being captured by Gaijin. But here comes Bingo, going to be the first one to try to break the hill and try to go for that spawn trap. 48, 33.
Okay, and now they've got these flags flash trying to clear off all of those markers. Will be able to do exactly that. CODM with a lot of aggression. The KRM is just perfect weapon to bring in to this map, and Summit is just controlled by CODM, and now he will be able to make a play here, but found by 3 of those players at the same time. Cisco with that backup, but that B flag is going to be given right back to Sem9. Cisco can't really make a play from the top there as the player just ducks behind all of those control panels, and that A flag in the sharp hands of the players of Sem9. They will clear off that marker, teases the C flag, and Sem9 might be able to run all the way through to that halfway point now.
Yeah, they might be able to run away with it, 63 to 49, unless Gaijin holds it down on B. But so far, nothing is happening for them. Flash trying to make the play as well. We'll try to tag him up. The trip cap is going to come through for the side of Sem9. They eventually get it. And now Gaijin, they're going to be struggling to get any points as well. We're going to go to the second half, 75 to 53. Not a huge lead, but good round for both teams here on this Summit domination. Remember, guys, this is the pivotal game number 3. Winner will get into match point and go up 2-1 in this best of 5. But guys, moving forward here, you know, if it's Summit here, if you're a Gaijin, you just really have to push together as a team here. You know, work your way up to second floor, get some kills first before you start pushing through and getting the flag. You gotta wait for your teammates here.
And now they start off on the stronger side, 7-9. The setup was perfect from the get-go, and with all of that momentum they took early game, it seems to have just paid dividends towards the halfway point. Bingo with a good takedown, 2 players back-to-back, using the control panel as a little bit of a backup, but Flash brings in the Annihilator, uses that to overcome. Boxing gloves out for the punch as well. Flash in there, and he goes in with a pre-aim and manages to bag a lot from that. Gaijin almost securing the second flag of the game already, but they will be giving away that A flag and backs up from the side of Flash, and they will lose the cable car platform. Flash now going to be pressure taken out of the equation, 62 to 76. Gaijin has 2 flags. Here comes that comeback.
Yeah, the comeback is indeed coming on, but Gaijin, they need to start holding it down. Mitchell takes him down. He's going to get hit by concept as well with that Annihilator. 69 to 80 here. Big points coming in from Gaijin. Can they keep on going? 81 to 71. Smokey trying his best to defend it, but he's going to get taken out. That's going to be another double cap for the side of Gaijin, and they are back in the game. Just have to hold it down for a bit more.
Yeah, it's a good play coming through from the side of Gaijin, knowing exactly when to go in there for the flip of those flags, and that opportunity was taken well, so they're still hanging on in here. The spawns kind of forcing them in, and now Hunter Killer Drone comes out for the play as well, but that doesn't really matter. Gets dealt with by the side of 7-9, but losing the B flag gets prevented by Zheng Yu. Turns around, annihilates his opponent. One more for Zheng Yu, and he will be able to protect that B flag. Zheng Yu streaking himself up. Predator missile in here for the play. Annihilator goes in for the final cleanup, and the Annihilator still goes in for so much of pressure onto that second floor. 7-9 getting so much done. Pred missile comes in for the bag, and that C flag is not touched. What a play by Zheng Yu.
I want to play in the one away from a cluster strike. He eventually gets it, and that might be it. That's going to seal the deal for them. Zheng Yu just popping off with that type. He's going to get 2 players. No, with 1, but Gaijin's still there. Flash trying to make the play as well. Surtees shuts him down. Gets another player, but finally gets shut down. Nades are coming through. And 7-9, they're going to run away with this hard point.
Yeah, and 7-9, they also have a cluster right there on their side. Gaijin, can they take now this B flag? Cluster strike does not need to come through, and they will send in all of that firepower from the one and only Dragonfire. And that's the one thing that you do not expect to see in that situation. But Flash sustaining, Gaijin pulls away that B flag. Mithil, will he be able to get the defense? Yes, he does, but unfortunately traded out. And now Bingo brings in his Annihilator as well. Mithil with a good control onto that B flag. Here comes Gaijin right back to the game, and I believe this might just be possible.
It might just be possible indeed, but here comes Smokey. He's gonna take it up. I think they can make it barely though. They gotta cap B for a while, just at least maybe just a 30-second cap would do, but they're all losing their gunfights here. But here comes the push from Gaijin. So far they have a Fortress at the back of A.
What was it about? Riz makes a play for himself. That machine on for the pop. Zheng Yu still has got the cluster, and when time is on the very, very pressing times like these, I don't know what I'm saying, he can play the cluster for himself. 30 now with the Thumper as well as the KRM. Doesn't really need to do much. Just needs to pressure these players to make sure they do not pull that A flag away, and they push on through. Over-aggressive. Flash will be punished by Smokey, and this is it. Cluster finally comes in for the play. No way they're gonna get the triple cap, and it's game over already.
Yeah, game over indeed. And 7-9, they managed to get that game number 4, that game number 3, one game away from handing out Gaijin their donut. But so far, 7-9, they've been playing very, very well, and Gaijin just struggling and respawns.
Yeah, and Gaijin could have just sent all of their players in there through the edge platform, take over the spawns, and then break the hole. But that really wouldn't have given them much dividends, because as we all know, it'll just force the players of 7-9 to spawn from the other side, and they will be able to just flip the flags and be able to win the game either way. So the approach was just a little bit too late in this domination match, and Sem9, they did so much to hold on to it. It was not an easy win for them at all. Gaijin most definitely pushing them all the way.
Yeah, they're just pushing you all
Look at
the
sigh
way,
of relief,
indeed.
man.
It is definitely a sigh of relief for the side of 7-9. You know, they could have won that S&D, but unfortunately, you know, they kind of butchered it in the end, I guess you could say. They had their chances there, but you know, Caso was just a man on a mission there, and unfortunately, they had to win it through on respawn. But it's okay if you lose that S&D, you can just win all the three respawns, and that last map, it's gonna be their map. So let's see if they can close it out.
And this is the reason why you see 30 got signed on to Sem9, right? The guy annihilates with that KRM, man. Picking up 22 kills overall. Just so dominant out there on the battlefield. But when you look at the number of kills that's picked up by Gaijin, it clearly shows one story here. That mechanically, both of these teams are quite balanced. They're quite equal. It's just some of these gunfights falling on the side of Sem9 instead of Gaijin. Gaijin, they just need to find a little bit more of their momentum. And one of the players that really needs to step up on the side of Gaijin is surprisingly Cisco. I really thought he would be the biggest playmaker of this squad with this acquisition.
I think he is that biggest player, that X factor, the one that does the huge plays for the team, the dirty plays, as well as the when you need him the most, he's always going to be there. So I think that's a very, very good addition here. But let's see if they can keep it up in this game number 4, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And hopefully when we move on to the next matchup, it is a game that is taken by Gaijin, because for the first time in the day, we will be able to witness a map number 5, Search and Destroy, one that I'm very sure all of you guys will be delighted to watch. But for the time being, the momentum is on the side of Sem9, 2-1. It is 150 to 139. Once again, this was not an easy win for them. I mean, all of those sighs of relief was just mainly because they kind of, maybe they are a little bit annoyed with their own way as to how they've approached this match, right? Because it just seemed like they were disappointed, frustrated, and I'm just wondering why.
Yeah, I do get what you're saying. It's just, maybe it's just, you know, just the maps, I guess you could say. Like just even though they picked that summon, but it felt like they weren't comfortable about it. Like everyone was just around trying to make a play on their own. If in Gaijin and for 7-9, everything was just very, very coordinated and systematic for them, which ended up getting them that W.
Yeah. I mean, it's maybe they thought it would be slightly easier than what it was. Maybe they expected to finish it off a little bit quicker. I mean, it was a solid setup from the get-go where they flipped the spawns. Caso kind of called out some of their plays and tried to shut that down halfway through, but they did manage to control that situation. I'm just curious as to why are they not over the moon with that win, because it was a very, very well-fought, hard-fought victory that they should be smiling about. You know, let that spirit carry them in terms of momentum into the next matchup. But it just seems like when they are showing us that sort of a reaction, maybe there's some sort of a miscommunication that had carried on in there that forced them to lose a few of those points. And when tensions run high, it's the opportunity for Gaijin to take advantage, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. And guys, also a quick update. M420 LOWKINGS upsetting VVV Esports 3-1, AJ. More on that later. But now let's hop on to game number 4. Gaijin versus Sem9. Fire Range Hardpoint. Sem9 one away to close it out, or will Gaijin force a game number 5, AJ?
M420, I believe Warden is going to be absolutely happy that that is happening. that kid's going to be over the moon. Shout out to the one and only M420 Warden. Let's see if or not he will be joining us in the comment section in a little bit. Sem9 from afar, managing to control the situation from the get-go, picking up those initial few points. And you know it's not going to last all that too long. We anticipate this Hardpoint just switch on back and forth. Midfield with a good thumpers. Not going to be able to get the kill though. And the player is still going to be at auto repair. But with the corner that Midfield holds on to, handling that situation wasn't much. But he shouldn't have stepped out of that corner as he gets taken out by the player at auto repair. But they do have a little bit of a backup moving up in towards that scout tower. Caso, on the other hand, just going to be dropping behind firing range, trying to take that backstab, but will be punished. He should have just stuck to that white warehouse on that play, but it doesn't matter. 4 more seconds onto the second hard point, and Sem9 with Zheng Yu already playing it well.
Yeah, Zheng Yu actually, if you look at it, he's actually using an SVD in a very small map. You know, I mean, you'd expect him to use it in a long range map, but so far it's been working out for him. You know, so Surti as well in the middle of the map, just holding down those angles, and Gaijin struggling right now. Finally, Cisco managed to break one. Kende managed to go in the hill. Cisco needs some help from his teammates. He's going to try to make that pinch. There's going to be Zheng Yu, and he takes him out. And finally, Gaijin, signs of life in the speed 2. But Zheng Yu still trying to make the plays.
Now, there was a solid slide in. Now, Midfield trying to go in there for the defense. Flash will be able to find Surti, and a good break in here. But Sem9, as they hold on to this hard point, how will the play come in from Gaijin? They are spawning all the way out from backyard. And as they trickle on in earlier on, they were going in one after the other. But this time, they make it through as a squad. They need to win each and every single gunfight. And quite honestly, they just need to focus on the third hard point already. That rotation towards the second hard point is not going to give them much. But look at this, man. Sem9 already poised for the third hard point fight as well.
Yeah, they're already setting up for the new one. They did get a lot of points at that P2, but Gaijin as well got at least some 10 to 15 points. But here comes the help from coming in from Smokey and the boys. They are holding it down properly. And now 65 to 32. Can they keep going? But so far, I'm gonna sneeze. Holy crap! I smell. I'm okay. 72 to 32, AJ. Sorry for the sneeze, but now we do see Sem9 making a play here. They are dominating this game, and they haven't even invested their operator skills.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Sem9, they are just running circles around Gaijin right now at this firing range. And Gaijin just seems like they are just absolutely outplayed, not winning a majority of their gunfights. Spread missile coming in here for the search. Will be able to find Cisco. Poor guy still can't find his momentum. Smokey already on the play, on the activation of the cluster. Will be able to bring it in a little bit later on, especially when we go in there for the reset of the hard point. So it's just a GG all the way through. Sem9, the question is, will they even need to go in there for the reset of the hard point?
Yeah, I mean, for the reset of the hard point, indeed. But at this time, you know, if you're Gaijin, you just have to go in now. No more coordinated push. You just have to barge in, try to get the contest as fast as you can. And here comes Caso as well, all alone. And look at that, none of his teammates are near. They do get the spawns on the lower side, but here comes the cluster, and AJ, this is spelling trouble for the boys of Gaijin.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Cluster just pulled off right above their heads. They won't be able to hold on to this hard point for quite a while. D drops a thread onto Cisco as well as Midfield. Poor Cisco. All I see is him dropping back, but finally he pulls out the Annihilator, gets a kill. Cisco for the play from across. D drops Flash.
Oh my
It is going to be yet another Caso taken out of the equation, but Cisco still popping off at the back. 12 kills in here so far. Can he save the squad? Cisco, unfortunately, will not be able to find that. 141 to 33. Sem9 annihilates Gaijin at this firing range hard point, but it's not over just yet, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. One more second. Oh my lord! It actually finished off right there. No reset for Sem9.
Sem9 takes it home 3-1. And I predicted it right, 3-1, but I had the wrong winner. But Sem9, I mean, say what you want. These boys, they are ready to fight. And Gaijin, you know, even though they had Casa and all those boys making plays, it had to be a team effort. And unfortunately, Sem9, they had the better team comparison there.
Yeah, I just have you to thank for, man. Thank you for switching your pick at the very last moment and just making this equal between the two of us. But okay, I mean, okay, I know we need to break down this match, but can we just talk a little bit about how M420 beat Triple V 3-1? That's just insane. It's not something that I expected at all.
Yeah, it's not something you really expect. But hey, anything happens in these kind of tournaments.
Yeah.
And AJ, we are still tied because we both lost. You lost in the
I'll take
Huntsman.
I'll take
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I'll take
So we're
that.
still tied. But then again, the M421, if I mean, it'd be nice to watch that. I
Oh yeah.
believe VVV lost the first two games.
Mm.
They've lost Hardpoint and S&D. They won the domination, and then the Hardpoint, they just got smoked, according to the players. So, I mean, that's very unfortunate. But
Yeah. Yeah.
M420 Low Kings making some noise here in day one.
Hey, that's just building up the hype for them tomorrow, man. I cannot wait to catch that. And Cisco stepping it up. Although it's not a win, although it was a lackluster performance from his squad, the guy manages to bag the MVP for himself in some sort of I don't know, consolation prize. It's okay, but at the very least, he is not really at the bottom. He is making a play for his squad. But overall, as a team, it was just questionable decisions, questionable approaches coming through from Gaijin, which was quite surprising after seeing them really stand toe-to-toe with Sem9 all throughout. Even at the domination matchup, I quite feel like, they had quite a good showing out there. But Bingo doing a lot for his squad. Surti stepping it up as usual. Zheng Yu getting a lot of those kills on his side. And when you see Smokey sitting down at the bottom with 13 kills, and you're not concerned at all because the rest of the players are doing so well, you realize exactly what makes Sem9, right? Not just the great leadership out of the captain Smokey, but each and every single one of his team members can be depended upon.
Yeah, that's true. Dependent on Gaijin, they have to find something here. If you're Gaijin and if you're Sem9, just keep on working on that teamwork, because it's so far everything's been working out for them. Game one it was a little bit closer, and then game two, Gaijin, they got that one. Kaso's heroics really changed that game number two, and then game number three, that's when they started pulling away. And then game four, they wanted to sleep already, so they ended it with a 150-33, AJ.
This was just a solid day coming through from all of these players, especially Sem9. I mean, what a dominant finisher at firing range. 150-33. That was a stunner, which I did not expect. I mean, look at all through the three initial matches. 112 to 150, 6 to 4, 139 to 150. There's no way we would have guessed exactly that's how it was going to go for the last matchup, but it is what it is in terms of Sem9 just wanting to finish the day off, and Gaijin not being able to deliver in the way they were able to in the first three matches clearly just set that up for themselves. But in this first game here, it was Mr. Zheng Yu getting a lot done for the squad.
Yeah, Zheng Yu. I mean, people would say that he has a what do you call this, one of the most useless spots in the game, because he was just pretty much holding down an angle. But if you watch him the whole game, he's getting most of the kills and getting the streaks actually. So I mean, that guy is doing a lot for his team, and him alone, if he doesn't get those kills and those streaks, I think this would be a little bit closer, and Sem9 would need a little bit more from him.
Yeah, and it was exactly how he was holding on to that angle, right? Because he was trying to lock down cranes, and it was a good idea, because when you're holding on to that second hard point, there's only two main entrances in towards that launch center. And he cuts one off. He allows the rest of his team members to hold on to the other entrance, and he brings in the SVD, acts like a sniper, shoots like crazy, one shot, one kill if you get that accuracy done right. And with that rate of fire, he was just absolutely insane all throughout this match. And it was just so much of pressure down, played all the way to the end. Second time round, though, they did manage to kind of catch out on his spot and really force him out of it, which is exactly where Zheng Yu had to back off. But I was just surprised that Gaijin didn't really, take him out of the situation earlier. Within the first round, how many of those kills did he get from that?
I mean, I think he had dropped 15 kills in that S&D. On his own, Kaso 15 kills, and I mean, the guy has something on him. I mean, he's that crazy, and Kaso just doing a lot for the team in that S&D. I mean, even though Sem9 though, they had a lot of good plays here, but it was just Kaso was just shutting them down one by one.
Yeah, in this comeback, it was just purely Kaso, right? 3-1, the one game that Gaijin made it back through, it was because of Kaso, and it shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be like that at all, because at the very least, the consolation would be that they did it together as a team. They just seem to have depended on Kaso way too much on the search and destroy, and hopefully that doesn't hurt them through the competition, throughout the competition, because it's not going to be every day's a Sunday for the side of Castle, right? He's not going to be able to hit these shots round after round after round, no matter how good he is. But in terms of this standoff play from this guy, he was just a stellar player out there that just clutched it round after round.
Yeah, stellar player indeed. Nothing else you could say. He pretty much sealed the deal for them. But you know, Sem9, they didn't let the momentum ride over to Gaijin. They actually shut them down towards that domination. Here's Surti here on domination with that shotgun, just doing a lot of damage for him, just being annoying, you know, roaming around the whole map, getting all those kills that he need. And Surti just being a very annoying player, just running around. And then for the other side of Sem9, they're actually just doing their job as well, you know, hopping on the hills, bringing out all their operating skills at the same time to actually get the victory in this game.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, it's just insane the way the team of Sem9 kind of just turned around everything for themselves. And who else than the captain himself, Smokey, picking up the Soldier of the Game title. Average kills 18, average that's 12, which brings it up to a KD ratio of 1.5. Solid on the plays overall. Jericho.
Yeah, he's everywhere. I mean, I think that's the best way to describe Smokey. You know, you can see him in every single huge plays and every single small plays. He's always there, telling his teammates what to do, and also at the same time, you know, clutching up when it matters the most. You know, and you know, Smokey, he deserves this Soldier of the Game, but you know, I feel like they need to level up just a little bit more for my liking. I guess in the higher team, when they go up against I guess you could say Huntsman and also Omega, I feel like they have to, you know, get to that next level, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, I think Sem9 is already on the way there, and Gaijin, very clearly from what they have proven through Kaso and Kaso alone, that they will be able to hit that stride. But you know, going back to the point that Cisco was a great addition to the team, I just feel like it's just the incubation period for this monster to grow.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
he just got in, he's just getting comfortable, and I feel like, you know, he feels a little nervous as well playing on this side of the scene itself, representing the one and only Sem9. But hopefully he will be able to find that momentum for himself very soon. But when he does, I think the squad of Gaijin, they are going to be quite unstoppable. This is the overall result from the day. Let's take it up from the top, as a donut got served early on by ALMGHTY as they shut down Rampage 3 and 0. Later on, Omega Esports steps up to the plate, and they absolutely disappoint in that first match, but make a huge comeback in the following 3 for a 3-1 versus the Huntsman. And Aguila Esports went back on that donut serving trip as they met Fury with a 3-0.
Yeah, that is true. Then 7-9 versus Gaijin 3-1. And then our off-stream matches, CA United 3-0's TYRANT Finesse, and the shocker of the evening, it's M420 LOWKINGS getting the 3-1 versus VVV Esports to close out the day. And those are our 6 matches for day number 1. It's been a crazy day, AJ.
I just like the unison here. I mean, like, anyone who is just absolutely I don't know what's that word for it anymore. I think, you know, it's not politically correct to use the word anymore, but never mind. We went on to the next page. Standing day 1. Group A has got ALMGHTY as well as C8 United sitting down at the top. Group B, C79 and M420 LOWKINGS. I'm excited, man. The M420 LOWKINGS, they've set up quite the name for themselves in here through beating Triple V Esports 3-1 at that. Not a 3-2, 3-1. So that's quite a dominating victory, if you ask me. Taking the first 2 matches and allowing Triple V Esports to pull one back at domination before shutting them down in that 4th game. I feel like I am super duper, you know, just hyped up to catch them tomorrow in action. Not tomorrow, the next day in action.
That is true. And I mean, I think we've hit all the right predictions except for one. I believe, you know, that VVV was really the one that really curved the ball. But here is our group stage. Day number 2, AJ, is going to be on Monday, February 14th on Valentine's Day, guys. So we're going to have Blacklist International Ultimate versus Nervo for our match number 1. Match number 2 is going to be C8 Legacy versus the Doctor. And then for match number 3, it's going to be Gaijin. Is it Gaijin or Aguila? We'll get that sorted out with production versus M420 LOWKINGS. Match number 4 is going to be Rampage Gaming versus CA United. And for our off-stream matches, AJ, we have 7-9 versus VVV, and to the other off-stream, it's going to be ALMGHTY versus TYRANT FINESSE.
I cannot wait because M420 LOWKINGS will be able to show up really, really strong. And after that performance against Triple V, bagging a matchup against Gaijin would just be exactly what they need to plaster a huge smile on their face. Tomorrow is going to be one stellar day that I am super excited to... Sorry, not tomorrow. Monday, February 14th. It's just a very interesting setup with the scheduling this time around. So we hope you guys keep up with us as well. I myself am making this mistake. I do apologize, production. Day number 2 is going to be on Monday, February 14th. So it just means Jericho and I are going to be spending Valentine's Day with each other.
Well, I mean, I got no one else to spend with, so might as well.
Oh. Brother, I got you, man. I got you. We'll end the day with a kiss. we'll end the day with a kiss. If at all, by some weird chance, we are still, tied up on the predictions. Okay, but if either one wins, we don't end it with a kiss. That's how it's gonna be.
And also, actually, if we could get our camera back, I just want to say something here. It's actually a birthday of a very, very great person, a shoutcaster that is not here with us. Her name is Beef Mommy. It's her birthday today, guys. So greet her a happy birthday. She's probably sleeping in America right now, but happy birthday, Beef Mommy, your Garena family, from me and from AJ. Love you. See you soon.
The show is over, so I'm sorry, Garena. We are doing this. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Beef Mommy. Happy birthday to you. Come back soon, Beef. We miss you.
Yes, come back soon, please. We miss you. Thank you very much, guys. That's going to be it for day number 1 of the Garena CODM Masters. It's been a crazy day. I'm VVV Jericho, down here with the great, the best, the one and only, the GOAT, Mustachio AJ, and we'll see you guys on February 14th. Peace out.